Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody. My name is Kartik. I'm one of the co-founders of ETHGlobal, and I'm excited to welcome all of you to HackFS. So you're also watching all of this thing on ETHGlobal.tv. This is what we'll be using for most of this event, and this is where we'll be coming back in a few weeks to see everything that came out of the hackathon. So all these summits and today's kickoff, along with all the event information, will be on ETHGlobal.tv and stream live. So HackFS is organized by ETHGlobal. And for those of you who are joining us for the first time, ETHGlobal is an organization with a very simple mission. Our goal is to bring on thousands of developers into the Web3 ecosystem. And we do this by running two things, hackathons and summits. And this event is going to be no different. We're going to kick us off right after this to our incredible HackFest Summit for 2022, which is going to cover all the amazing things that are happening in the protocol labs and the decentralized storage ecosystem. And following that, we'll begin our multi-week-long hackathon. And all of that will also be here on ETHGlobal.tv. So let's go into the hackathon, which is what the next 20 to 25 minutes are about. And from there, we'll just kick right into our first set of talks for the summit. This has been an amazing event already. We have over 830 hackers from 76 different countries, spanning 16 different time zones, participating all throughout July. So it'll be quite an incredible thing to see what comes out of all of this from being able to kind of look at all the hundreds of projects you're all building. I'm going to put everybody on a map to see where everybody is coming from. And it's so incredible to see so much diversity and representation from so many different continents. And I can't wait to meet all of you again and reconnect with some of you again in person and also on Discord. In addition to that, we also have 17 incredible ecosystem partners and over 50 mentors who are going to be here hanging out on Discord, helping ensure that this event is successful for all of you and that you get all the help that you need. And to top it all off, we're going to be giving away $200,000 in prizes. So we're going to go into some details of what these prizes are and kick right into some of these talks. So let's get right into it. The first and the most obvious question we have been asked and we want to answer is, what can you build? This is a fairly common one because this is a very beginner-friendly event. And some of the ideas and the topics that we are all excited about are as follows. You can do so much with NFTs and making use of decentralized data, especially in Web3. There's a lot of ways to think about new ways to build social networks and make more sovereign data applications. Identity and access is going to be a very big theme here for this event. And of course, this is a general Web3 focused event with an emphasis on decentralized storage, but you can build so much around tooling and utilities for everything that you see in the broader Web3 ecosystem. And to kind of help you get anywhere from the right ideas to some of the best work that you can leverage without kind of having to start from scratch, we have some amazing partners. So I want to quickly thank IPFS and Filecoin, Polygon, Fluence, The Graph, Ceramic, Covalent, Lit Protocol, NFT Port, POAP, Sonar, Spheron, Tableland, Urbit, Valis, XMTP Labs, HyperDApp, Radius, and Secured Finance. These are all some of these amazing protocols that you can use and save yourself a lot of time in getting started because they're building so many useful utilities that will plug right into your hackathon project. All right, so let's go into what the next 3 weeks are going to look like. The goal for the next 20 minutes is to cover how everything from team formation works to how you can get help. We're going to talk about all the prizes, all the talks and workshops that are happening, how judging and submission works, and also then we'll blend right into Summit with our very first talk by Juan Benet. And speaking of logistics, let's talk about communication. Everything that we're going to be doing will be on Discord, which means that if you are a hacker attending this event or a mentor or a partner, you will be able to see the HackFest 2022 header on your Discord sidebar. And these are channels that are only visible to the confirmed attendees. So please make sure that you have access to these channels. And if not, go back to ethglobal.com, log into your HackFest dashboard and ensure that you've connected Discord so that you can see all these permissions. And on top of that, this is also where all the ways you can reach everybody to get help is, which means that there are dedicated channels for getting support. There's a mentorship help channel. You can ask any questions, technical or otherwise. You can get help there 24/7. And there's also going to be a channel for every protocol that's out there to actually be able to get help for that specific protocol. And on top of all of that, we're also sending a lot of calendar invites for talks and workshops so that you don't miss anything. And the entire schedule is going to be on your dashboard and also on the HackFS website. We really want this thing to be as asynchronous as possible. So anything that you're able to attend, you're more than welcome to join live. But even if you're not able to do so with the given times or any other commitment, you'll be able to catch up by watching the recording. And for just a quick reminder, the website is fs.ethglobal.com. All right, let's go into how the hackathon is set up. Officially, you can all start hacking now. You can work individually or also with up to a team of 5 people. You have the next 2 to 2.5 weeks to hack and submit your project, and submissions are due on July 24th at 3 p.m. Eastern. We'll kind of have ample reminders, and all these things will be appearing on your dashboard so you know exactly what to do when. But this is the gist of how everything qualifies from the rules. Speaking of specific rules, we want to keep this thing fairly simple, which is everything that you're going to be doing must be done from scratch, which means that you cannot build or continue a pre-existing project if you are want to qualify for any prizes. Submissions must be related to decentralized storage and must use IPFS or Filecoin or any of the relevant ecosystem technology from your dashboard to qualify for a valid submission. And only RSVP attendees are eligible to win prizes, which means that if you are working with a team and your entire team is not individually registered to attend this event and they do not show up on the team section and you win a prize, we will not be able to give you that prize for that team member. So please make sure that all the individual team members are listed on your team dashboard. And of course, there's a lot of things that we're not going to be able to cover in a short amount of time. So if you have any questions, obviously feel free to ask anybody on the ETHGlobal Discord, send us an email, or if you're on ethglobal.tv right now, feel free to ask those questions right away. The calendar invites for all the workshops will just come directly to your email that you use to sign up for this event. Let's quickly talk about check-ins. So check-ins are something we're going to be doing for HackFS, and the way they work is fairly straightforward. Every week, we're going to ask a few basic questions on how things are going because this is a multi-week event, and you just have to fill out what the check-in asks you, which is, hey, are you stuck on anything? Are you in a position to be on track with what you said you'll be able to accomplish this week? And do you need help with anything that is not going well? As you kind of do these check-ins, you will end up getting closer to the finish line, and all of this will happen through your dashboard. There'll be 2 check-ins for the course of this event, 1 every week, and we will be able to make sure that nobody is, in a way, just basically stuck, and we're able to help you succeed as part of this hackathon. And as we kind of roll into those 2 check-ins, we get closer and closer to judging, which is going to be the submission deadline, which is going to be 2.5 weeks from now. And that is, again, as a reminder, on July 24th, the Sunday at 3 p.m. Eastern. As we kind of pass the judging submission deadline, judging officially begins, and judging will be a 1-day event on the 25th of Monday. And there are 2 ways to go about judging. There's a main judging track to qualify for a finalist prize and a sponsored judging track, which is asynchronous. On the main judging, you'll all be invited to a Zoom call where you're going to be able to present what you built and do a demo of your project to our judges. And that's going to happen from 12 to 2:30 p.m. Eastern. All these details, again, will be available on your dashboard. And you'll have the ability to understand and specify various different pieces here, whether it's the prizes you're going for or some time zone related issues or anything in between. And if you pick a prize that you're qualifying for one of our amazing partners, they'll just be able to look at all of those things on their own and ping you if they have any questions. So all of the sponsor pieces and the prize related things from a partner are all asynchronous. Quick notes on judging. You will be given 4 minutes to think about preparing a demo in this event. The demo is only allowed as a video submission, which means that you will have to record a up to 4-minute video of what you built. And this is what everybody will be using to review what you did. So that's our judging as well as our partners for sponsor prizes. And this is what's required. So we really kind of encourage you to not do this thing last minute. It takes a lot of time to make sure that everything you do is able to fit in a 4-minute window. So please make sure that you submit in all of this ahead of time and prepare and leave at least 2 hours for figuring out anything that you need to do from a submission readiness standpoint. And all of this will come in on your dashboard as well. And we'll have references to how you can make a really good video from showing you past examples and details around how all of this actually works. And of course, we really know that this is a lot of you are here, hundreds of you are here, kind of are starting your Web3 journey for the first time as part of this event. So don't worry. There's a lot of things that we have planned for everybody, whether you're a beginner or an expert. There's a lot of talks and panels and workshops, all of them starting today, and some of them already started yesterday. We do, of course, have a summit right after this thing that's going to cover some of the interesting things happening in this ecosystem and more details about how the event's set up, anywhere from check-ins to judging to submissions to best practices to learning resources. All of that is also on your info center, which is the Notion link available from your dashboard. And of course, if you are in a different time zone, you have other commitments, that's all totally okay, because all of the content here is recorded, which means that 2 minutes after any workshop ends, you can go to youtube.com/ETHGlobal and watch that whole thing again on demand. And to see where all these things are and when everything is happening, you can just head over to fs.ethglobal.com. All right, let's go into prizes. So I'm going to cover some of the amazing prizes that we have here for this event. I'm going to start off with a quick message from IPFS and Filecoin.
Hi everyone, and welcome to the third edition of HackFS. My name is Lucas, and I co-lead the Builders program for IPFS and Filecoin. Super excited to be kicking off this event with you today. Let me start with a super brief refresh on the tech that I'm here to get you excited about. IPFS is the interplanetary file system. It's also what puts FS in the name of HackFS. It's a new and revolutionary protocol to address and route and discover content on the internet. And what's so revolutionary about it is that it addresses content by what it is instead of where it is. And we call that content addressing. Now, instead of asking one central server for a piece of content, you can ask a whole network of peers for that piece, and any of them can serve it to you. It's kind of like a better, more resilient and distributed version of HTTP. Filecoin is a competitively priced crypto-powered network of over 4,000 storage providers across the world, and it uses IPFS and the beauty of content addressing, and then leverages the power of cryptographic proofs and economic incentives to make sure that the content addressed files and folders are actually safely stored. It's kind of like an Airbnb for storage, where the protocol allows you to make a storage deal with any number of providers, which is the replications here, and then also for any length of time, right? So you can stack them sequentially over time behind one another. Now, together, these protocols really form the foundation of things built in the Web3 world. At the same time, they're also fundamentally hard to interact with. That's why before you run off hacking, I'd love to encourage you to consider using one of the storage helpers that abstract away a lot of the complexity and let you focus your time on where it matters the most, solving real problems for users and other developers. There are many already of these storage helpers, and maybe you'll build another one. We still need a solution for video storage, for example. I'd like to call out two specifically that exist already. One is NFT.storage, and the other is Web3.storage. Please check out their websites to learn more. It really makes it a lot easier to interact with IPFS and Filecoin, and you get all the benefits of content addressing and persistent storage. Cool. With that, I'll leave you to it. Please check out the challenge statements and prizes to get inspired. Watch our workshops to learn more about our tech, and talk to us in office hours on Discord, etc., to really make sure all your questions are answered. And then finally, hack and submit a project. We have $100,000 up for grabs, and I'm excited to see how you will help us make the internet better. Thanks so much.
Amazing. That was an awesome overview of what I'm going to go into details from Lucas. So from IPFS and Filecoin, there are $100,000 in prizes being awarded. So let's jump right into it. There's a lot of different categories of how you can make a really cool integration that leverages decentralized storage, which is through IPFS and content IDs. So for the storage wizard category, the first place winner is going to be getting $15,000, and there's going to be two $10,000 second place runner-up prizes, and then two $5,000 third place prizes. The exact specifics of all of these things are on the prize page, which is also listed on your dashboard, but I'll just cover the high level categories here. There's a storage other category, which is $20,000 divided between top 30 projects as a pooled prize. So 30 teams that are winners of this category will be splitting $20,000 equally. On top of all of that, there are really kind of interesting categories that you can make sure that your hack and submission can touch and can leverage. So the best use of Web3 storage or NFT.storage protocols and APIs will be receiving $2,500, three teams. There's going to be three other teams for the best gaming, metaverse, and DAO related hack. There's a category for the best daily use hack that you can build to also receive $2,500 for up to three teams. There's a category for the best social good hack that also is going to be giving $2,500, and a category of being able to port something to Web3. So as long as you qualify for building that Web3 hack, you are also eligible to win up to up to eligible to win $2,500. The exact specifics of all of these things on what qualifies is going to be listed on the prize page, and we'll cover all of that at the end. Next up, we have Polygon, and I'm going to bring on Steph to share more.
Hey, HackFS GMGM. I'm Steph Rapilia, and I'm a developer relations engineer at Polygon. Polygon is the leading platform for Ethereum scaling and infrastructure development. We have tons of different solutions you can build on top of, including Polygon POS, which is our proof-of-stake blockchain solution. We have ZK solutions, Polygon Edge, which is a private blockchain, and we've also just announced Polygon ID, an identity solution that you'll be able to build on very, very soon. We also have tons of data availability solutions to check out in our docs. Polygon is built for developers by developers. If you're already a Solidity dev building on Ethereum, amazing. You're also already a Polygon dev because all of the different tooling you're used to, whether that's Remix, Hardhat, Truffle, it all has a one-to-one mapping, so you can use those same things when you're building on Polygon. One of my favorite things about building on Polygon is scaling. So you get all of the security that you would have with Ethereum, but you get even faster transactions and up to 10,000 less in gas fees. Amazing. So when you're building, you can either deploy on our Polygon Mumbai testnet or the Polygon mainnet, and you'll be in good company because over 29,000 dapps have already deployed to our mainnet, and we've also had over 1 billion transactions and over 1 million recorded addresses. So during this hackathon, we are giving away $15,000 in prizes, and you can read more about those on our website. You can also post in our sponsored channel on Discord if you run into any issues. Rahat and I would love to help you out. Or you could find us on Twitter at 0xPolygonDevs, or if you tag hashtag on Polygon, we'll see that and repost that. Can't wait to see what you all build. Good luck.
Awesome. And to kind of go directly into the Polygon prizes, there's a lot of money being given away for all these amazing categories, which boils down to the best projects that are actually deployed on Polygon that also leverage Web3 storage or just in storage in general. So the first place is going to get 5,000. The second place team is going to get 3,000, and the third place will be receiving 2,000. And there's going to be 5 $1,000 category runner-ups that are going to win these prizes from Polygon. Now let's jump into the rest of the prizes here. So we have Fluence, and the best use of Fluence for off-chain compute will be receiving $3,500 and $1,500 for the first and second place. And the best P2P protocol submission that uses Fluence will be receiving $3,500 and also $1,500 for the first and second place. Then we have the graph. So the best use of an existing graph, subgraph on the Graph Explorer will be receiving $3,500, $1,000, and $500 for the first, second, third place prize. And if you want to create a subgraph, so the best subgraph submission that leverages and makes the best use of your new data and application will be receiving also $3,500, $1,000, and $500 for the first, second, and third place. Next up, we have ceramic. So for ceramic, you can win $2,500 for making the most kind of innovative application that leverages the ceramic SDK. To win $1,500, you can make a really interesting tool that leverages any of the SDKs that ceramic is offering in addition just to identity. And if you are integrating ceramic with another prize or other SDK for another partner from this event, you can also win $1,000 for that best collaborative integration. Then we have Covalent. So Covalent is offering a pool prize of $5,000, which means that anybody who is using Covalent APIs, as long as you're using it in a meaningful way, all teams that end up using that will be splitting $5,000 individually amongst themselves. Next up, we have Lit Protocol. So the best use of key pair apps and tools that leverages the Lit SDK will be receiving $2,500. And the best application that brings on private data to the open web will be receiving $2,500 as well. Then we have NFT Port. And NFT Port is also offering a pool prize, which means that any team that is making meaningful use of the NFT Port SDKs and the protocol will be splitting $5,000 equally. Next up, we have POAP, and the POAP prizes are going to be given for the best integration of the POAP protocol. So the first, second, third place winners of this team of this prize will be receiving $2,500, $1,000, and $500 respectively. And there's also a pool prize category of $1,000, which means that all the other integrations will be splitting $1,000 equally amongst themselves. Next up, we have Sonar, and the Sonar prizes are first, second, and third place for $2,500, $1,500, and $1,000. And the category qualifier is the best P2P integration of decentralized identity in your project. So as long as you're using Sonar for that identity-related application you're building, you can win $5,000 here in total. Then we have Spheron. And Spheron is going to be offering $200 each to the top 10 projects who use Spheron to host their web apps and leverage decentralized storage. Next up, we have Tableland. So Tableland is offering $1,000 for the best integration and use of Tableland and a pool prize category of $4,000, which means that any team that is using basically a relational database that's Web3 native in a meaningful way will be splitting $4,000 with them equally. Then we have Urbit, and the best project utilizing Urbit will be receiving one Urbit star, which is currently at 4 ETH. Then we have Valist. This is an amazing one because this also actually is a project that came out of Hackfest 2 years ago and actually last year and became a company. And the best projects that use the publishing SDK for Valist will be receiving, the 4 projects will be receiving $500 each, and a pool prize category of $3,000, which means anybody who uses Valist SDK will be able to split $3,000 amongst them equally. Then we have XMTP Labs, and XMTP is making a messaging protocol. So the best use of Web3 messaging in dapps or DAOs or DeFis leveraging XMTP's SDK will be receiving $2,000, $1,500, $1,000 for the first, second, third place prize. And the best, there'll be 5 teams that will be able to receive $100 for the Powered by XMTP experience category for being able to use this SDK in their hacks as well. Next up, we have HyperDApp, and the best project that uses HyperDApp for generating a front end will be receiving $1,000. The most innovative use of the HyperDApp SDK will be receiving $1,000 as well. And the best HyperDApp integration of the DeFi app will be receiving $500 for this category. So these are all of our prizes. And to learn about the exact specifics of what qualifies to get the documentation or the workshops or anything that you want to know about each of these prizes, you can head over to fs.ethglobal.com/prizes. All right. And finally, before we jump right into our summit, I want to make sure that you all really take the time to enjoy this experience. We really want this thing to be fun for all of you. We don't want this to be exhausting. This is a reason why it's set up to be multi-weeks. This gives you the flexibility to really understand what's happening in this space and learn about how everything is moving into this new direction. And the goal for these events is very much to be about experimentation and learning. So please pace yourself. And if you have any questions, there's hundreds of people here on our Discord to help you learn and be unblocked. And we really want to make sure that you have a good, memorable, and a fun experience getting into Web3. And with that, happy hacking. You can all head over to our Discord by going to ethglobal.com/Discord. And from here, we are going to jump right into our summit. So welcome again to everybody joining us for just the summit piece. We just finished the logistics of how the next few weeks are set up for the hackathon. And this brings us to our HackFest 2022 summit. This one is super exciting for me personally because there's so much happening. I'm going to give a quick overview of all the talks we have planned today, and then we'll jump right into our very first amazing talk. So we're going to kick off with Juan coming on, talking about how we do really good coordination at scale and via Regen. Then we're going to jump into a panel with Juan and Kevin from Gitcoin about how do we actually think about the state of public goods funding right now and how do we make that better. Then we have David and Chris talking about how we actually automate more things in Web3, whether it's thinking about it as identity or serverless functions or just ways to do more things asynchronously at scale from a computing standpoint. Then we're going to bring on some amazing previous winners from HackFS to talk about their journey post hackathons, who are now continuing to build their projects and turn them into companies. And on top of that, we're going to bring on Lucas again from the Protocol Labs team to talk about how you can get support if you are interested in pursuing more and turning your project into more than just a hackathon project. Then we're going to have Ali talk about Filecoin's VM and retrieval markets and a lot more. So we're going to give a future look into how everything is evolving in the Filecoin ecosystem. And then Karine and Alvin are going to talk about Estuary and how they're able to manage so much data at scale, and anywhere from how it works under the hood to how you can leverage this thing as you continue to build on this ecosystem. And then Danny's going to talk about decentralized trust and Web3 as a built-in primitive. And then we're going to also do another panel with Lucas, Ian, and Jenks about how do you actually make this interesting, and if you're looking into advancing your Web3 career, how you can actually think about solving and building towards just some existing really well-known and tough problems in this space, and some frameworks to actually help look at all of that. So that's a lot of talking from me and on the overview. So what I want to do next is really welcome our very first speaker on stage, which is Juan Benet. He's the founder of Protocol Labs, and he's going to talk about how to be a better regen. So without further ado, Juan, welcome back, and excited to have you again.
Thank you so much. Really excited to be here in the third HackFS, right? This is so awesome. I can't wait for to have so many more. Really great to be here with everybody. What I'm going to talk about today is why being regen matters in our space. And I want to suggest a bunch of strategies for how to do that and how to build tooling that can solve extremely large-scale planetary problems by breaking down some large swath of things into smaller and smaller and smaller problems. Then how to use measuring of the world to derive some data, and then use that data to put it into things like IPFS. How to then use smart contracts to incentivize positive action, and therefore creating a regen loop to A, solve that problem, and B, create value that can then help solve more problems. So I'm going to share my screen. Let's see. Let me know if you can see that.
Everything's good.
Great, awesome. So the title of this talk is, in general, if regen, whack me, else NGMI, and I'll go into detail as to kind of why that matters. And I'm gonna be talking about these concepts around regenerative cryptoeconomics and Paratopia, and a lot of the ideas and memes from the Green Pilled movement. And so here's the cover of the Green Pilled book from Kevin Iwaki, who will join us a little bit later, and I'll be using a lot of illustrations from that book to go through some of these concepts, and then I'm going to go through and kind of make it really practical in terms of how to sort of approach building a Regen application or a Regen system that can solve some large problem in the world. And as we bring, a lot of that will have to do with how we grab data from the world and we feed it into these systems, and how we create incentive structures to cause those actions. So this is roughly the outline of the talk. We're going to go through Regen and crypto econ. We're going to talk about how to achieve Paratopia. First of all, what it is and why we want to achieve it, and then how to. We're going to go through a few examples. One is around climate change, another about kind of how to accelerate progress, and then going to leave you with some ideas and kind of how to get involved in the Regen movement. Like I mentioned before, highly recommend checking out the Greenfield book and checking out the podcast. There's a lot of really, really good conversations happening. This is a super promising movement, and I think I'm basically as excited about Regen crypto econ as I was excited about crypto in the very beginning of like 2011, 2012. So I think this is going to grow into something super powerful long term, and this is still very early, and we're already seeing some really promising things. So and a huge kudos to the book, to Kevin and the amazing designer. I forgot their name, but amazing designer who created these amazing illustrations, or rather, I don't know their name. I need to find out their name so I can credit them properly, because these illustrations very much help convey the message. So let's take the green pill together. The TLDR of the book is that first and foremost, humanity is faced with this massive scale set of coordination failures, and these coordination failures create massive risks to our society and our lives and pretty much everything we care about. So it's all about coordination at the end of the day, and it's coordination failures that cause these problems. So when you think about things like climate change, or things like just hunger these days, or lack of shelter in for many people around the world, or just certain problems not being solved fast enough, like not having cures to certain diseases and so on, all of these problems always come down to some kind of coordination failure. Because we have this enormous amount of potential and capability as a species. And it's just, how do we coordinate our species to cause significant action against those problems, and how to coordinate our solutions? So the kind of general broader macro thinking about all these issues is that everything's broken, everything sucks, and it's basically kind of a doomerist perspective. And in the Regen movement, we sort of reject those narratives and instead replace that with a super grounded and optimistic and really kind of thoughtful perspective that if you break those problems down into smaller and smaller bits, you can often solve them and coordinate groups of people at the relevant scale to solve those problems, and you can bootstrap those solutions into larger and larger solutions. So the broader Web3 world, and especially blockchains and cryptoeconomics and so on, can be tremendously powerful to be able to coordinate groups of people of arbitrary sizes. So you could coordinate small groups of people, you can coordinate large groups of people, you can coordinate groups of organizations, you can coordinate entire large-scale communities, you can coordinate across many companies or organizations, you can coordinate nation states potentially. Like we can probably get to a kind of scale like that. And because of that, this moment is super special. This means that you have a tremendous opportunity as you're learning about all of these systems, as you're learning about how to build cryptoeconomic structures and how to build systems to incentivize action, and again, people in small groups or large groups or organizations and so on. And so your opportunity is to be able to take these tremendously powerful primitives and use them to create these regenerative structures that can have positive externalities that can solve those problems and create value for people around the world in all kinds of ways. And so usually you'll sort of orient towards some problem that you really care about. And if you think about that problem in terms of a coordination problem and how to coordinate the relevant people involved to solve the problem, you can use Regen cryptoeconomics and data gathering and so on to incentivize collective action against those problems. So in the long term, if we can do this right, we could create a tremendously powerful movement that can solve planetary scale problems. And I think it's a super exciting set of possibilities. And it's, I think, one of the best ranges of applications in that all of the Web3 tech and all of the crypto econ that we've built over the last decade or so can really give. So at the end of the day, it's all about coordination. So let's now define a lot of these things kind of more concretely. So what is cryptoeconomics? Cryptoeconomics is a kind of blend of different fields of study across many different disciplines. So think of things like economics and game theory and law and ethics. Think of computer science and cryptography. Think of optimization and control theory. Think of systems engineering. Think of all of these pieces together which are often like highly technical subjects, with the kind of social sciences of governance and political science and community management and commons management and so on, and bring all of these things together into a field of study that can blend important technical mechanism design with achieving some social or economic or group goal. And the goal is to kind of build these structures by, think of being able to create these mechanisms and deploy them out into the world and have them as sort of freestanding structures that then people can interact with, or groups can interact with, or organizations can interact with, and be coordinate with other parties through the medium of these mechanisms that we deploy into the world. And so, to be able to kind of create cryptoeconomic systems, this means you're designing economies, but those economies are social systems and they're highly complex systems and so on. So there's a kind of a lot of this involves it is fundamentally multidisciplinary and it touches a lot of things. And the bad news is that we're not sitting on kind of decades of thought about these subjects. So there's no like tons of textbooks yet that kind of rigorously describe everything, but we're building those now, and we're a lot of the knowledge about cryptoeconomic systems is findable on the web. It's findable through blog posts. It's findable through talks, through books like this one, and so on. But just bear in mind that this is a super green field, and not just green in terms of Regen, but also green in terms of it's very new, and that means there's a lot of theory to figure out still, and a lot of theory to put into practice, and so on. It's a great time to enter the field, but it'll be a lot of kind of relating across what many people are doing and staying abreast of a lot of changes and so on. So think of cryptoeconomics as kind of not being directed in any way. You can think of that, different economic structures that you might make might be extractive or might be just sustainable or something like that. Often we talk in economic structures about building resilient systems that can absorb shocks and recover. But now there's another kind of system there, which can be regenerative. That over time, the actions of the system coordinate the participants to create more value that over time build more and more resources. And this is a key distinction that I think a lot of people often miss about these kinds of economic systems. You hear a lot of the world be very focused on sustainability, and that tends to be about moving away from extractive or extractive systems or depletive systems that are just kind of destroying things over basically spending resources down. And instead, there's an emphasis on getting to a sustainable point where you can create as many resources back into the system, so you kind of find a good equilibrium. But what we're talking about here is creating systems that are not just sustainable in terms of being in that spot, and are not just resilient in terms of being able to absorb shocks, but instead systems that are able to take some fraction of those resources and generate more resources over time. That means that there's some economic activity that is creating value over time. And this is a super key point that you'll see again and again, which is what enables this this amazing scalability. If you can build a system that solves some problem and over time is generating more value along the way, you can then scale that solution to solve larger and larger and larger problems. So one thing worth describing is, think of the coordination failures and as the sort of like gray pill of, hey, everything is kind of messed up and it's really difficult to fix, and these problems are so big that nobody can solve them and whatnot. And just remember that humanity is tremendously powerful in terms of our capabilities, and when we work together against these problems and we coordinate well, we can achieve tremendously amazing things. And so every kind of amazing human achievement over the last thousands, tens of thousands of years and so on, you can break down into some large-scale coordination, often involving lots of people, often involving people across centuries or thousands of years. But at the end of the day, it's all kind of broken down into systems of action that coordinate sometimes down at the level of a single individual. So you can take on these tremendously complex, very difficult problems and create coordination structures that organize us to solve these problems. And so there's a meme around Moloch. I won't go into detail here, but it's a meme around Moloch, which is sort of like the demon of coordination failures and so on. It's useful to kind of visualize the coordination failures as a specific enemy that you have to fight, and you can think of using cryptoeconomics as sort of like the weapon that you're using to fight Moloch. This is part of the narrative of the Regen movement, which is, hey, like there's a very concrete enemy in mind here. Like coordination failures are not just abstract things. Like think of them as like a concrete thing that you're going to fight, and then your tool of choice, your weapon of choice, is this Regen crypto econ that you can use to organize lots of people to solve those problems. This also is like really awesome part of the kind of broader like green pill movement, which is that there's like this amazing loop where that Kevin has pointed out in it. And by the way, all of what I've said so far and like all the pages here, huge credit to Kevin. And you can hear it from him in a little bit, because I'm probably getting some of this stuff wrong. But there's like this amazing kind of feedback loop where as people come into Web3 and crypto, the volatility and the system and the booms and busts in the crypto world with like the summers and the winters and so on, create this structure where the volatility sort of ends up drawing a lot of people, which initially started in the degen camp, where people are just kind of very focused on financialized use cases or overly financialized structures, and kind of the potential and ability to make a lot of money draws a lot of people into the community. But then over time, as the volatility plays out and so on, and especially in downturns, those people have learned a lot about crypto. They've gone through the activation problem of having to spend a lot of time and effort to learn about crypto. But now that they're in the community, they started interacting with a lot of other people in the space. They learn about a bunch of other problems, and they start realizing that they can coordinate with each other to solve those problems. And usually there's this kind of pathway of going from being a degen all the way to becoming a regen. And eventually you get to the WAGMI perspective that, WAGMI, for those of you who don't know it, is we're all going to make it. And here's how we're going to get there. So I'm going to pick a pace here because now that I've sort of established the core concepts, I want to get to very practically how we work on these systems. But a few more slides of concepts. So think of classifying the range of problems that you interact with and so on, either as an individual in general, and there's many ways of classifying these things, or as groups and societies and the whole planet, as being about ultimately some set of ultimately being able to build structures that can support you as an individual or support you as a group, and create value for you as an individual or you as a group and so on. And a lot of the times you end up with these structures that are shared resources from communities, often that are fundamental to achieving many of the critical things that people need. So think of physiological needs from like the traditional Maslow's hierarchy as relating very closely to a set of public infrastructure that we think all people in the world should have. Things like shelter, things like food and water, things like being able to just exist and survive and thrive and so on. And then you can think of even things like safety and being able to have access to resources to be able to do things, or being able to orient towards working on problems that you care about and so on, as being also reliant on many kinds of public infrastructure and so on. And you can keep going, but at the end of the day, there are individual kind of private goods that matter here. But when you kind of zoom and which often get talked about a lot, because usually private goods have to be sold in a market, and so they tend to relate to marketing departments, and usually there's all kinds of private goods that have lots of people involved kind of marketing their use. But when you zoom way out, like most of the things that you interact with on a day-to-day basis and that yield your current state and that have created value for you are actually public goods. They're goods that you have access to because civilization has created fundamental infrastructure to enable you to enjoy the benefits of those goods. Things like roads, things like access to water, things like clean air, things like a supply chain for food and so on. So these kinds of systems at the end of the day end up being these broad-based civilizational scale infrastructure that are public goods. But in general, public goods tend to not have a kind of group that is benefiting or profiting or incentivized to kind of grow their access. And so you end up with in a world where public goods don't have a marketing department, and so you don't end up not thinking about them as much, and they don't even show up often in measures like GDP and so on. But in general, most of the value that humanity has gotten to and has been able to create is tied up in public goods. It is about sort of public goods. So the world of startups is often so focused on private goods because that's the easiest and most straightforward way to get to a market. But I really encourage you to take the Regen perspective, to take the view that creating value for a broad swath of society and for at a civilizational scale often relates more to the creation of public goods as opposed to the creation of private goods. So what is the distinction here? So think of private goods and public goods as private goods are things like things that you might buy and that are on a store or something like that, and the goods that are usually the definition tends to be around being excludable and rivalrous. So things excludable means that when you use it, somebody else. Excludable is that there's a structure where you can exclude whether or not people can use a thing. So think of being able to get a specific piece of clothing and you have it and somebody else does not have access to it. Think of also as intellectual property. Intellectual property, the idea of IP, is also kind of is a way of creating excludability and non-excludability in the use of ideas, and that was a very intentional mechanism that was created centuries ago for a purpose. And then think of rivalrous and non-rivalrous as just dividing whether or not having the thing prevents somebody else from having the thing, right? So if you eat a piece of food or something like that, that means that somebody else can't eat that food. But that's not the case for, say, parks or air or information and so on. Now, of course, like there's ultimately matter and information involved and so on. So there is some like capacity constraints, but for the most part, there is just some you kind of end up in this plentiful, bountiful spot where just you can generally see something as just not really rivalrous because everybody can have some of it or all they need without kind of infringing on somebody else's need for that thing. So we kind of want to be in the bottom right quadrant where you are in the kind of non-rivalrous, non-excludable environment where you can create something that everybody can benefit from, and where you can't quite it's not oriented towards excluding people from use. The problem though is that this non-excludability makes it really difficult to create value capture loops, or not capture, but value harnessing loops that enable the value creation in that quadrant to flow back to that quadrant. So to give an example, when you create a private good, you can go and sell that in the market, and you can charge money for it, and somebody can pay you money and so on. And you, as the creator of that good, can now take that money, and if you made some margin, you can deploy that margin into making more of that good. So you have a very straightforward feedback loop between creating a thing, selling it in a market, making a profit, and being able to sell more of that over time. And it's really difficult to do that for public goods. Public goods tend to be paid for by communities or governments or things like that, because there isn't a straightforward way to create a regenerative loop in there. Or is there? And like, that's the key point, is like, can you create economic structures around public goods that, by using those goods and by participating in those communities, you can create a positive reinforcing feedback loop of value creation within that good itself. And if you can kind of create a self-sustaining system like that, then you can just create a public good, create a financial structure around it that then enables the greater production of that open good, that public good. So think of it as kind of being able to, using regenerative cryptoeconomic structures can work around public goods in a way that creates a financial structure that allows them to succeed, and over time create more and more and more value for more people. So I mentioned IP, or intellectual property, in a moment. And so this is where, centuries ago, people realized that it was actually quite difficult to incentivize the creation of knowledge and the creation of devices and so on, or even the creation of like creative food. It turns out that one of the earliest notions of intellectual property was around being able to prepare food dishes. So that in Greece, in a specific city, I forgot which one, they had like a rule that if a cook came up with a very like delicious dish that like the community thought was like worthy enough, that they could get an exclusive license to just to be the only people to be able to serve that dish for at least 1 year, and then eventually after that everybody could make it. And so that was an incentive to cause people to have that 1 extra year of being able to profit from the creation and the invention of that knowledge, and then share it with everybody, describe how to use it, and so on. And so, but that license was a mechanism that community came up with in order to be able to create a profit loop or a kind of self-reinforcing structure to enable creative people to be able to make that creative food. The problem, though, is that shifted something that could be a public good, which is the recipe of how to make that thing, shifted that into and it added excludability. It turned it into sort of a club good where only the inventor of that food was able to sort of profit from knowing that recipe for a period of time. In a sense, this is kind of how patents work. If you create a patent around some piece of knowledge, so think of the piece of knowledge as a public good, and if you create a patent, you shift over that public good into a club good. Only if you have the license afforded by the patent or whatever do you get to use the technology. And so this is kind of why patents are really like bad for knowledge and bad for creative distribution and so on. It's because they exclude the broad use, and that excludability means that it's difficult to build with them and so on. Now, there could be alternatives to these kinds of structures. We could find an economic structure around knowledge generation and invention and so on that is non-excludable, that anybody can use the invention, but it's not, and it has a built-in financial structure that enables the regeneration of that good, but it doesn't shift it over to this club good structure that suddenly becomes excludable. So that's possible. There's some ideas that a lot of other people have proposed potential mechanisms for this, but this is kind of like an unsolved problem in general. There's no good solution for this sort of thing yet. However, maybe you will come up with something like this. And if you want to explore things like that, this hackathon and many others to come are great avenues for this kind of thing. Cool. So the last thing I want to leave you here with in this section is that at the end of the day, Web3 is a shelling point for hopeful people who see the potential to solve all these problems and want to use mechanism design to solve those issues. And Web3 has sort of attracted a lot of people from many walks of life to build with these super powerful components and tools to be able to tackle these problems. So great. I'm gonna move forward through some of these. Here, let me The one thing I want to have as well is one thing I want to mention is I mentioned mechanism design multiple times. At the end of the day, this is a concept that comes from economics and game theory and so on. A mechanism is a structure that changes. A sort of financial or economic mechanism is a structure that changes the nature of some game. And so think of a game as so the word game is not ideal, but like the sort of like intro game theory here is that we use the word game to describe a system where there are agents that are participating in a structure with some resources, and they have some set of actions they can take. And when they take those actions, they either get more resources or lose resources. So that's a very general definition, but you can think of that as a game of chess, or where there are two agents, and the agents are playing pieces and deciding what they move and so on, and they either get more points because they capture pieces, or they might actually win the game by checkmating the other player or something like that. That's an example of a game. But you can also think of a game as the participation of groups in around a commons. You can think of being able to access a public park and having to do some work to be able to access it. And there's a mechanism in place that sort of maybe measures who is working to help maintain the park, and who gets therefore to enjoy the park. And so think of the economic structure of the participants around the park in working on the park to make sure that the value of that park stays high and so on. And each player spends some resources in doing that maintenance work. And at the end of the day, you can aggregate all the expenditures of all parties and what they're putting into the park to make sure that the park is flourishing over time, and so on. So you can think of designing mechanisms that can coordinate the activity of those participants towards producing that good outcome. And so think of like at the end of the day, you're dealing with agents that are coordinating in some large scale resource landscape. And you can use mechanisms to orient their activity and orient their actions, and to get them to a spot where they can coordinate and arrive at better outcomes. So all these kinds of games tend to suffer from potential failures where the structure of the game can yield defection as like the equilibrium spot, as opposed to collaboration. And so the classic example is the prisoner's dilemma, where you have a case where I won't go into detail here, but like you have a case where there are two potential prisoners that could either tell on each other, or and sort of they could cooperate and like stay silent, or they can betray each other and kind of accuse each other. And if they coordinate, they both get a little bit of a punishment, but not too much. If they betray the other party, then they get no punishment, but the other party suffers a lot. Now, however, if both betray each other, they both end up doing worse. And so the point here is that the unfortunate equilibrium is in the case when both parties betray. However, you can use contracts and structures and mechanisms to achieve coordination. So think of mechanism design and using mechanisms to be able to coordinate groups out of situations like that, where you end up in this kind of coordination failure. And this is the coordination failure that I was describing before. At the end of the day, the macro scale coordination failures like climate change all boil down to some kinds of games like this. And usually you end up with games that are stacked on top of each other. And so games that are very small scale and games that are very large scale, and they end up all kind of relating to each other in this kind of very large dimensional surface and so on. However, but you can use mechanism design to sort of warp the incentives of these structures to arrive at higher and higher coordination, so you can end up in better spots. One other concept I want to introduce here is the difference between zero-sum games and positive-sum games. So zero-sum games are the idea that like there is some kind of fixed set of resources, and either when one agent gets more resources, that necessarily means that other people get less resources. That's not the case for all games. So that may be true about like things like chess and so on, but there are positive-sum games like when you think about like playing in the park or something like that. That could be a case where people are coming together, they're having fun together, they're spending time with each other, and all parties are kind of spending some of the resources by going there, by spending their time, by maybe eating some food together or whatever, and like they're losing some resources, they're actually creating a lot of value together and for each other. And they end up in this like highly positive game dynamic where they're creating much more value than everyone brought in. Now, there are like very concrete positive sum games here, which include things like education and things like invention and so on. Like when people invent things and invent solutions, they end up benefiting tremendously from those solutions, but so does everybody else. So think of the broader research program of the world in science as a massively positive sum game where everybody's trying to learn as much as possible about the world. And as we derive solutions and so on to various problems, we can all benefit from those solutions and we can scale the broad utility. There's a so at the end of the day, you can use kind of these cryptoeconomic analyses of the world, like where you can think of the game dynamics and the game theory and so on. You can think of all these kind of incentive structures and you can think of like the different surfaces to optimize, and you can think of many different systems of sort of stacking together and superimposing, and so you end up with like highly complex landscapes where sometimes it's not even clear or obvious what an agent should be doing, but often you can sort of like warp the incentive structure so much in one direction, you can make it super clear that that's the action that everybody should take. So think of like all particular interactions around modern systems as being like just this highly nested environment where there's just so many different incentive structures all stacked at any one moment in time. And if you want to kind of cause significant action, you sometimes have to have very, very powerful mechanisms that just cause action despite the presence of games that you don't even know are there in some cases. Cool. I'm gonna move forward from here. 1 second. Switch over to a different structure. Cool. So there was a lot of introduction, but I think it's valuable because often things like game theory and things like cryptoeconomics and things like mechanism design can feel very intractable or unapproachable or difficult and so on. And so I hope that introduction helped many of you who have maybe never heard about game theory, never heard about cryptoeconomics or things, or maybe have heard about it but don't know what it is. Hopefully that was kind of like a smooth introduction and can maybe inspire you to learn more about it and so on. Now I want to kind of describe one concept that I think is really crucial to think about, and it relates to this positive sum dynamic that I just described, which is pareidotopia. Think of an environment. You can think of like the broad world as kind of in general getting dramatically better over time. Like the past few centuries have seen this just tremendous broad global improvement almost on almost every single measure that we can think of in terms of the human condition. So things like mortality or child mortality, or the prevalence of disease, or literacy, or access to shelter or food and so on, like basically living out of poverty. Along almost every metric that we can think of, humanity has been broadly improving over the last few centuries. At the same time, in this century, we have extremely difficult challenges to solve. So there are now existential risks, of which human cost existential risks are perhaps like the most pressing, where we really have to coordinate extremely well at massive scales to be able to kind of to be able to survive. So the species is now at a point where what we know how to do and our capabilities, plus the things that we now know were there all along, but we just weren't aware of. So things like supervolcanoes and asteroids and so on, which are kind of could cause extinction events too. We now have the knowledge to be able to survive events like that. So it might be surprising to many of you to hear, but like the species has, the planet has gone through about 7 massive extinction events that wiped out most of the species on the planet. And so hopefully, or maybe we're the 7th actually. I think like human cost disasters, or like the human cost extinction event for most other species in the planet is, I think, going to become the 7th biggest case. Now, it would be great if like we don't cause our own extinction, and it would be great to kind of avert that disaster and stop causing the extinction of so much other life. And it'd be great to get to a spot where we and so many other living systems can survive and thrive. Now, in order to do that, we're going to have to coordinate extremely well. We're going to have to make it through by continuing to avoid nuclear war. We're going to have to solve climate change. We're going to have to make sure that humanity doesn't end up engineering a bunch of pandemics that wipe us out. And we're going to have to do things like align AGI and so on. And these are all extremely difficult problems. However, you can use coordination systems to solve these things. At the end of the day, all of these problems come down to coordination failures. And this entry is made even like trickier because we have this kind of computing phase transition problem in the picture where ever since we kind of invented computers very early on, they've been in this kind of compounding set of technological revolutions. In kind of every decade, there's just this greater and greater set of capabilities afforded by computing to the point where we now have these. We all walk around with supercomputers in our pockets, and we have the internet and so on. And we're now going to be able to make things like large-scale robotic systems, and we'll have things like virtual worlds, and we'll have things like brain-computer interfaces, and eventually things like AGI systems and whatnot. And all of those things represent a huge transition for the species and for other living systems. And this kind of phase transition that we're hitting as a species is one of the hardest things to make sure goes right. And so we're gonna have to like coordinate very well against this. Now one broader picture here is that the macroeconomic systems that we have in the world are not very well set up to solve these kinds of problems. In general, kind of the broader macro coordination structures are breaking down in a bunch of ways, and they're not coordinating well against these kinds of problems. So we're left with the requirement that we have to use other solutions to solve these kinds of problems. Now, there's this really useful concept called pareitopia that is due to Eric Drexler and Mark Miller, who are kind of some of the first people that talked about also tangentially smart contracts and things like that. And the concept that I kind of want to describe is that normally we talk about like zero-sum games as games and structures where you have that, so it's not like this line of resource expenditure between the two agents. So here's the simplified model of a game where there's two agents and they can either take resources from each other or potentially grow the pie. And so this transition from one line to the next is the idea of like growing the pie for other parties. And so the pareitopia concept comes from the realization that the technology that we create, the inventions that we make, and so on, grow the pie for everybody, like grow the amount of value and grow the utility for everybody so much that in reality it's kind of creating orders of magnitude more value. And so at that point, it is totally obvious for all parties that we should all really be doing is like stop fighting about anything and just coordinate as much as possible to get to that amazing spot where we are creating just tremendous levels of value for everybody involved. And so pareitopia is kind of the idea of like, how do you coordinate people to land on that spot? How do you coordinate people to using things like mechanisms and so on to end up in that area where we are just creating an enormous amount of value for everyone involved? Now, I think that we can use cryptoeconomics and we can use mechanism design to vault ourselves from where we are now over there. Now, I think that everybody here is kind of familiar with things like Bitcoin and Ethereum and so on, where just a few simple rules and a few simple structures ended up causing this massive impact in the world. So you think about Bitcoin as the result of just a single impact evaluator. I'm going to define that what that is in a moment, but think of a single mechanism that has a reward structure that causes an enormous amount of machines to be dedicated to just the problem of maintaining the Bitcoin blockchain. So all of the Bitcoin miners that are out there processing all the transactions and devoting an enormous amount of hash power just to maintain the blockchain are all coordinated primarily by a single mechanism, which is the block reward. The block reward of Bitcoin creates this auction that allows parties to introduce whatever hash rate they want into the system. And out of that, in a given period, the block reward is going to measure the hash rate, and then it's going to reward all the participants proportionally based on the hash rate that they provided. Now, the actual way that this is implemented in Bitcoin is using probabilities, and it's using a single reward for a single miner in a given block. But that ends up creating this larger mechanism that over time, miners are proportionally rewarded for the hash rate that they provide. And that single mechanism caused this like crazy run of equilibrium where suddenly you have more and more people contributing hash power to maintain the Bitcoin blockchain, and everyone is rewarded for doing so. And it's creating one of the largest energy consuming processes that the species has ever built. And it's kind of this runoff process that we don't quite know what to do with. And the problem is like all of that energy is basically being wasted because it's adding security to the network, but there are way better ways to do this with things like proof of stake or using work that's actually useful. So in fact, when we have this concept of actually using that work to do some other useful work as opposed to it just being wasted. In fact, when we use the exact same structure, we use the exact same block reward concept, the exact same impact evaluator, to amass an enormous amount of storage around the world, and all of this is yielded out of a single mechanism. Now, in our case, so in the Bitcoin case, that's a degen mechanism that is, well, I don't know if it's super fair to call it entirely degen because it is providing the useful thing of maintaining a blockchain, but in general, it's just causing and destroying tons of value relative to a much more regen mechanism that is creating some positive externality out of that mechanism, which is the useful storage, which you can then provide and to other parties for extremely low cost or for free. So think of paratopian mechanism design as the idea of using mechanism design in economics to solve like planetary scale problems by thinking about the incentive structures of some problems and breaking those down and thinking about the equilibrium states that various different participants are in, and trying to warp the incentive structure to get from one spot to another. So if you sort of think of like being stuck in one valley and you want to get to the other spot where everything is better for everybody, and you can think of using mechanism design and cryptoeconomics to coordinate their way from one spot to the other. And so think here is I have like a tunnel boring machine as the example of like the cryptoeconomics being used to kind of bore a hole through that barrier in between. And so you can keep using the same kind of idea and keep getting to better and better states of value over time. So it's kind of like how I think we should use mechanism design to arrive into this kind of dystopian outcome. Use cryptoeconomics to go from where we are today to this amazing place of creating drastically more and more value for everybody involved. And so that's kind of like why the way I tend to think about this in terms of if regen, WACME, else, and GMI, because we're faced with, in this critical century, we're faced with such ridiculously powerful problems in terms of the existential risk that we're facing, and we can either all make it or not make it. But if we're going to make it, we're going to require extremely sophisticated coordination systems that can help us all get there. That can coordinate our action both at an individual level and at a civilizational scale level to be able to tackle these macro scale problems. Now that sounds like a lot. Like, let me give you some like super concrete examples. And thank you. In the interest of time, I'll kind of wrap it up very closely because I think we're gotta get to the panel. But so I want to just kind of ground this in like very concrete examples that you can then think about in terms of the hacks that you're going to work on for the next few weeks. So first off, like think of climate change as this problem where you want to kind of coordinate all actions from all participants to arrive at kind of like a green planet. And you can think of breaking that down to first, like you just need like one super green industry that is solving some massive scale problem, that's maybe like handling 5 to 10% of the activity in the world, to be able to point to and then kind of convince the world that it's totally possible to decarbonize completely, and not only decarbonize completely, but really become climate positive or carbon negative. Get to a point where we're decarbonizing. That industry is decarbonizing much more than every other industry. Like, and it's not just zero. It's not just carbon neutral. It's carbon negative and actually fixing carbon from the planet. From the atmosphere into the planet. And if we can do that in one industry, we can then convince all other industries and show that it is definitely achievable, and kind of take that solution to that problem and scale it to cover all industries. And likewise, we can go from kind of solving kind of one industry to kind of maybe thinking of even a subset also. So think of like crypto computing platforms or something like that, and say, just in this smaller industry, it's not as big as one large fraction of all the industry on the planet, but in this smaller industry, we can maybe completely greenify that industry. We can make it decarbonize relative to everybody else in that industry, and so we can then cause that by greenifying one single system or one single blockchain. So sort of the goal of Filecoin Green as a project is specifically to just show that this can be done with one system, like take one system and make it not just carbon neutral, but carbon negative, get it to a point where it is like actively fixing carbon from the atmosphere into the ground, much more than it emits, and then show that you can do it in one full system. And if you do that, and then you can sort of sort all blockchains by how green they are, and you can show that like it can be done, that can become an incentive structure that causes, and if people start choosing those systems that are greener over those that are not, then that on its own will become an incentive structure that will cause many other blockchains to become fully green. It's really exciting now that there are many blockchain systems that are taking this very seriously, and that are all kind of competing with each other to try and become more green. And like that's a fantastic move. If we keep doing this, like this kind of like at the stage that we're at, if we keep doing this, then we can get to a full green crypto, and then from there a green industry, and from there a green planet. But hey, how do you do this at the scale of a system? Like that seems pretty hard. Well, it turns out you can break that problem down into something even simpler. So within Filecoin, you can think of just taking the activity and of all the storage providers in Filecoin and making sure that activity is fully green. And then from that, you can then scale up to other parts. And so I'll describe like a mechanism in detail here. So what you can do is look at all the computers that are working around providing the storage on Filecoin. You can estimate their energy use, and so this is kind of done through a set of by looking at the power directly in the chain, by looking at all of the common hardware that people use, and you can create a set of estimates that describe how much power they're actually using, and then you can offset all of that power use by buying renewable energy pumped into those grids, the specific grids that they're drawing it out of, at precisely the exact times that people are using the power. So think of directly associating the energy that somebody's drawing out of the grid to help maintain the blockchain with energy that at the very same time is being pumped into the grid from renewable energy plants. And you can do this entirely with crypto primitives. You can think of the information that people are think of the plants and the outputs that they're producing, like all the energy that they're pumping in and the reports about that, and put that into information that you can track and associate with a smart contract on the blockchain. And then think of the energy that is being drawn out as also being trackable from within a blockchain. And you can link these two things together and create a renewable energy purchase around for that energy at precisely the relevant moment in time. Now you can do this at not just the scale of a single computer or single provider, but you can do this at the scale of the entire protocol. You can do this at the scale of all providers in the network, and that motivating that kind of protocol choice, you can get started by breaking the problem down into something even simpler. At the very beginning, you can just estimate things outside of the blockchain. You can run some rigorous analysis and estimate things out, create some dashboards that show the community what's going on, and then manually at the beginning start doing some renewable purchases to get Filecoin to be net neutral, and eventually later not just net neutral but carbon negative, and so climate positive. And once you show that this is working, you can show that this is working at large scale, then you can propose to the protocol to actually change the entire structure of the system to do this automatically. So this is kind of where the Filecoin Green project is at now. It's measured the energy consumption. It's done those estimates. It's put all of that information on IPFS and make it accessible for everybody to look at. It's also proved out the renewable energy credit purchases through blockchain primitives. And now what sort of like remains is to scale this into a whole protocol level activity where ideally you can have this happening automatically from the protocol. So you can create smart contracts and structures that would have the protocol itself measuring the use in the particular relevant grids in the specific countries involved and buying renewable energy directly from renewable energy plants by creating these economic structures. So this is an example of like a Regen set of mechanisms that together arrive at a Regen system where the whole system as a whole is not just offsetting its own energy use, but eventually it's going to start pulling out more carbon from the atmosphere than by a multiple. And like that's sort of like the goal. And you can break out that entire large problem into a problem where you're measuring the activity of participants in the network. You're then associating some kind of transaction with a contract, ideally something you can do directly in the smart contract, but you can usually take a regular human PDF-oriented contract and wrap that into a smart contract. And then you want an ongoing system that will continue doing this over long periods of time. And like that way you can create you can coordinate massive scale action in a very large scale system out of those individual mechanisms and individual primitives. So cool. I'm gonna here, let me look at chat. Cool. I think we're getting close to the end. So I will say this. Hopefully, like this was a useful example on how we can use information gathering and put all that information into a system where you can start using smart contracts to cause interactions to be to cause coordination and become positive and become regenerative. And yeah, if you're interested in this particular project, I recommend following them on Twitter and participating and so on. There's I think there's a set of events that are happening. There's a Sustainable Blockchain Summit, I think, happening next week, which you can check out. And yeah, beyond that, I would say, take this example as a case where you can go from solving a specific concrete problem in the small scale, and then scaling that into like a whole system, and then going from there to all of crypto, then going from that to scale it to compare it against all industry, and eventually solve a planetary scale problem. Great. I'm gonna stop here and welcome Kartik.
Thank you so much. I think that was a lot in terms of like you set up a base for a handful of interesting things. So I was monitoring the chat here, and so I mean the one common thing is like I think a lot of people want to see what the presentation is. So if you can send us that link after, I'll just share this thing with all the attendees and also on the live stream. But the kind of theme here that's happening, at least on the live stream, is that a lot of people are, of course, they understand the goal here. They understand kind of the purpose of what this can do if we can achieve the ultimate sort of outcome. But how do you actually get people excited? How do they essentially coordinate themselves at scale? How do they kind of associate themselves with these larger problems that I guess anyone from collectively can agree on the value or the value prop or the actual outcome? Those are obviously pretty hard challenges on their own. Like, how do you motivate people to actually be part of this movement? How do you actually make sure that what they're doing is actually the best outcome that you can achieve? And that kind of goes into coordination, goes into kind of how do we think about incentivization of public goods, or just in general, like should something be a public or a private good, which you all touched on. And that's kind of the base, which instead of answering those specific questions from the chat, I think we can make this the actual discussion for the panel. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to obviously invite Kevin from Gitcoin DAO to kind of be on stage and turn the video on, and Jacob from the ETHGlobal team to also help kind of moderate a lot of this discussion. Both of you have enough, or all three of you in this case, have enough context on these common themes that we're obviously in the mix of, but maybe let's start off with like, how do we actually start incentivizing this coordination? And I'll let Jacob take it from here.
Yeah, awesome. Thanks, Kartik. And yeah, I mean, really excited to have both Kevin and Juan here for this quick chat on, I mean, coordination, on probably the book, the Green Pill book, and then of course just public goods in general, which is sort of one of these like infrastructure things that's happening in the space around coordination and funding in the space as well. So awesome. It looks like we've got Kevin too. So thank you for doing this. Yeah, maybe it makes sense to start with a lot of the topics that you cover, Juan, are in the book that Kevin wrote. Maybe I'll just, to have Kevin kind of kick off and do a quick little intro as well. Like, Kevin, what are sort of what's the story that kind of led you to writing the Green Pill book, and sort of just how long have you been thinking about this? What are your maybe kind of intro thoughts about this space, but just in general, like what led you to coming up with this?
Yeah, totally. First off, thanks for hosting this. Really big fans of ETHGlobal and of Protocol Labs and Filecoin over at Gitcoin. Basically, the genesis story of Gitcoin is that I've been a software engineer all of my career, all 15 years of my career, and I've always built stuff on top of open source software. And open source software creates $400 billion per year in economic value. And the people that are building it don't have a business model because the source code's available for free. And so every time I wanted to build a new startup, and I've built a dozen side projects or startups over my career, I would always get an open source database server, open source web server, open source operating system, Python Django is something I built a lot in. And so I've derived a lot of value from open source, and just found it really sad that open source, because it's a public good, which means that it's non-excludable, non-rivalrous, it doesn't have a business model, because it's non-excludable, which basically means that I can't stop Kartik from downloading Ubuntu, and it's non-rivalrous, which basically means that Kartik downloading Ubuntu doesn't stop me or Juan or Jacob from downloading it. There's no way to monetize it. And so basically the idea with blockchain is that we've got $1 trillion of market cap that's floating around the open source financial system. What if we could use some of that money to support open source, because it's an open source financial system? The money that used to go to IT on Wall Street in the old financial system could now go to open source. That was like the genesis of Gitcoin. And our mission has always been to build and fund digital public goods, starting with open source software. We've created $65 million worth of open source funding using quadratic funding and Gitcoin grants. And I'm just like so thankful to Vitalik and Glenn for inventing quadratic funding and giving us like a game theoretically optimal way of funding public goods. Like, they're the big brains. I'm just the guy who's like taking it and putting like a neon brand on it and marketing it to people. And so as we went down this path of funding open source in the Ethereum ecosystem, I started to discover other great projects that were also working on different types of public goods. And so, some examples would be Optimism and retroactive public goods. Giveth and CLR Fund are doing some great stuff. Dev Protocol, Filecoin, and Protocol Labs has been a big sponsor. And so what we realized is that, oh wait, quadratic funding and what we're doing at Gitcoin is only one way that we could move the needle on public goods. What if we could create an educational and social Schelling point for public goods funding and regenerative crypto, which just basically means like any crypto that has an impact on the world? And like, so the idea behind the Green Pill book was basically like, oh, quadratic funding is great, but let's actually be pluralistic. There's probably a dozen or hundreds of mechanisms that can fund public goods. Let's be inclusive of those mechanisms, and let's create a category of regenerative crypto and embrace all of the other projects that are doing it. And like, I think that one of the great things about this is like the benefits of pluralism is that you get other people who are trying things with other funding sources and mechanics that are complementary to quadratic funding. And so it's the diverse fauna of funding mechanisms in the space that we really want to grow. And we've been supporting that with a ecosystem series called Schelling Point, that is the Schelling point for these conversations, and have kind of just stumbled upon Juan and Funding the Commons, who are also doing similar things. And then the Green Pill book is just kind of like an easy way of teaching these concepts to people. And so yeah, that's like the 4-minute version of how we got from A to B. And I'm just really like humbled that Juan, you've embraced the Green Pill meme in the book and have been teaching some of the concepts. The one last thing I'll say is that these are not my ideas. Similar to how we took quadratic funding, which is Glenn and Vitalik's idea, and we just like put a vaporwave neon brand on it and market it. The Green Pill book ideas are the work of hundreds or thousands of really great game designers and game theorists and economists. Man, I can't speak today. Economists. And I'm just like taking it and packaging it up. And like the book is a mile wide and an inch deep because I want to give people the rabbit holes to go down. So embracing pluralism is basically the TLDR.
Awesome. Well, thanks for walking through that. I mean, obviously, it's been quite a journey with Gitcoin. Seeing it since the beginning as well, and obviously, we're big fans of Gitcoin at ETHGlobal as well. And yeah, I love this kind of pluralism that you brought up. It seems like in general, like this whole space is so positive sum for like the entire world, and basically everything that we've talked about is sort of additive more than it's subtractive in any way. Like, we talked about private goods, we talked about kind of rivalrous goods. Like, it's not like those are going to go away anytime soon. But really, as to Juan's point, kind of near the end of his talk, like it's more about kind of building these mechanisms and actually kind of having the mechanisms be so good that like you kind of outweigh all this kind of gray pill area with all this amazing regen and green pill. One of the kind of questions that got brought up as we were kind of talking about through that section was, just kind of inherent to all this is this concept of value and good and the meme, the public goods are good, like but value and good is in some cases pretty subjective. I just kind of maybe as an opening question, like how do you feel about the subjectivity of like what is value and like what is good? Like, are these definable topics? Like, what's your best opinion on that? Maybe we'll start with Juan.
Yeah, so just the easy questions. So this is fundamentally one of the hardest questions that humanity has been faced with, because it's so there's so many different notions of value at many different layers of the stack, in a sense. And here, layers of the stack, I include, humanity as different like social groups, and you as an individual, and civilization, and the species, and all living systems on Earth, and the planet, and the solar system, and the galaxy, and like the universe. And so there's no to the best of our ability, we have been searching for notions of value for millennia, and ever since we kind of became aware and so on. And sure, many other animal species and so on have their notions, their intuitive notions of how of value and whatnot. And this is one of the critical problems, is like, how do you orient many groups that have many different definitions of what's valuable to them, with high overlaps and high distinctions, with things that resonate and things that conflict, and how do you coordinate groups to achieve better and broader notions of value? And there's like a broader division here in kind of schools of philosophy, where one track of the argument goes that you can't actually arrive at a definition of value out of observing the universe. And there's a different school of thought that says you can evaluate living systems, and you can evaluate communities, and you can, based on what those communities are and what those living systems are, you can figure out things that are good or bad for them, that you can actually define the concept of good or bad relative to that living system, right? And so you can think of animals in the natural state, or plants in the natural state, and what they sort of want to achieve. And you can think of like constraining them from that, or harming their ability to achieve that as clearly bad for them. And this is kind of intuitive and a straightforward concept. But that really points out that there's a connection between what we are fundamentally with what's good for us. And so you can come up with like some notions of value that are more general than others, and potentially eventually arrive at something that's kind of like more universal. But it's probably not something as concrete or related to what we as individuals tend to kind of aspire to on a day-to-day basis, kind of maybe much more fundamental. But anyway, you can usually sidestep a lot of this by embracing pluralism, as Kevin described, which is you let communities define what's good for them and what they want to achieve, and you come up with coordination systems that enable those communities to interact with each other and work on things that they agree with together, and coordinate together to achieve some good outcomes, and then mostly try and stay out of each other's way when they're in conflict, when one group values something that the other group does not value or conflicts with. You can come up with systems that govern their shared space and their shared resources, to minimize conflict. And so I think at the end of the day, it's like you can define value however you want as an individual or as a group or a community. And that nevertheless, you should still be able to coordinate with many other groups that define value differently, and you can find points of agreement. And even in cases where the disagreements are so wide that you maybe don't even like understand the world the same way, and that's okay. You can still coordinate through that, and you can still coordinate to arrive at things that you both agree on.
I don't know, Kevin, if you have anything to add on just sort of assigning value and assigning good to these different things that are coming out of
Yeah, so I mean, one of the ideas that we kind of cover in the book is the idea that we typically, like when we think about value, we'll think about financial value. And one of the things that we sort of explore in the book is this idea from Gregory Landua. Again, all of the great ideas in the book are not mine. I'm just like, the memeticist behind them. But basically the idea that there's 8 forms of capital. So basically, in addition to financial capital, there's living capital, there's cultural capital, experiential capital, which like maybe this talk is a form of experiential capital, and intellectual capital, spiritual, social, and material capital. So basically recognizing a broader, diverse set of what value can be is, I think, step number 1. And then recognizing that each community should be free to choose what types of value they want to generate in their community. When I hang out with my like Buddhist friends, they want to talk about spiritual capital. Whereas when I talk about Web3 people, it's more about creating arbitrages between Web3 and material capital, which is kind of what KlimaDAO is doing by putting carbon credits on the blockchain. Gitcoin is creating, when we run the Shelling Point events, and when Juan and Protocol Labs run the Funding the Commons events, we're creating an arbitrage between financial capital and intellectual capital. And so, I just think that like recognizing a broad set of values and giving communities the locality and the sovereignty to define which type of values they want to pursue is kind of what this movement is all about. And then on top of that, embracing a pluralism of communities being able to pursue their own sets of values, I think is just a really beautiful world if we can build it bottoms up.
Awesome. One of the things that I feel has been like particularly powerful, at least for me personally over the last couple of years, have been like just being able to like put names to these things. I think Juan, you kind of mentioned it with like, actually calling all this kind of the bad stuff in the world, it's Moloch, and actually being able to personify it and be able to build these tools and actually like name all these things. Regen is another one of these things, green pilled, like all these kind of solar punk type concepts, like being able to name these things seems like a very powerful concept to me. And I think it's made a lot of this like more clear. Whereas like, you may have kind of taken a lot of ideas and a lot of inspiration from a lot of different places, Kevin, but to be able to like succinctly put it down in a single place and name these things and be able to like order this is, super critical, I think, in being able to like actually come up with a solution for these problems. Maybe to motivate that, like we have seen a lot of things like KlimaDAO, like, the move towards like more green blockchains, all these different like kind of more kind of regen-y type things happening. Like, how do you two feel about where we are right now? Like, are we on a good path? I know we have these like really big problems that are on the horizon, looming, climate change, all the things we talked about, Juan, asteroids. Like, are we on the right path? Do we need to do more? Like, how are we trending, in your opinion?
We are doing pretty well, and we need to scale it up. So I think today we're doing dramatically better than we were doing a year ago, 2 years ago, 3 years ago. Like our community, just thinking about the crypto community, it is now fine to talk about how proof of work is creating this horrible waste, and that there are better alternatives. And not only that proof of stake systems like proof of stake work, but that you should actively replace your proof of work structures with proof of stake work structure, or systems of work that produce some useful thing and not just kind of waste the energy. And not only that, but like now we have many of these groups, like many of these DAOs, experimenting with structures and systems to scale better. We have examples of the first blockchains that are getting to carbon neutral, like the Filecoin did this with our own estimate of all the energy use of the source providers. It's only a fraction of there's like the largest fraction of the energy use that anybody has done involved with Filecoin. There's no amount of calculating all of the other activity and then the production of the software itself. Like, think about all of the activity that all participants in creating the software have made, or the hardware. The hardware usually tends to be one of the big carbon generation problems. But we can estimate all of those things, and we can offset all of them, and so we can get to, ideally, like, we're sort of like on a race. There's a number of different blockchain systems that right now are in a race to become not just fully carbon neutral, but like the greenest systems, the most regenerative systems around. And this is totally transformative relative to where we were 2 or 3 years ago. And so it's massive progress. It's super exciting. However, it's still like very small compared to the broader world, right? So we're in a serious crisis of action globally, and so it's this super hopeful. Like, think of it right now, we have a sapling, or like a seedling of like what it could turn into this amazing tree long term. And so we have to keep working on this, keep these systems coming, come up with more ideas, scale the ideas that are working, and then just kind of use it with the other industries in the world in a super positive sum oriented way. Like, we should be doing it in a way that is incentive aligned and that is collaborative, and causes the rest of the world to orient the same way and get to a better spot. I mean, and it's not just crypto. I mean, like, the broader world has been tackling this problem not well enough, I think, and not as quickly as we should have. But I think we're still kind of in time to scale some like really fast solutions that kind of not only avert the worst of disasters, but we could potentially like curb a lot of the other problems that we see kind of appearing in 3-4 decades if we scale the stuff well, right? So one of the amazing things about crypto is that it scales really quickly. Like, you can go from a mechanism working for a few people, or in a small scale, like coordinating tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of dollars in relative value, to handling millions to billions, trillions in a matter of months to years, with sort of minimal changes to the structure. So that scalability is super, super powerful. If we can, it really is kind of a tremendously long lever to try and solve the problem.
Yeah, no, that totally makes sense. I mean, you see that even with like, the quadratic funding that Gitcoin's doing. Like, I mean, I remember that started with, very humble beginnings, right? It was a concept, and now like it's allocating, tens of millions of dollars, right? So, the scalability there is like pretty impressive to see, and how quickly that's even happened is insane. How about you, Kevin? Is Moloch slain? Do you just get to hang out in your hammock in an undisclosed location for the rest of time, or how do you think we're trending? And maybe to add to that, like, this is a hackathon people are going to be building over the next couple of weeks. Like, what are some of the experiments you'd love to see in the space, and where should people put their effort, do you think?
Yeah, great question. Here in Meat Space, I'm hanging out in my hammock in sunny Colorado, but in the metaverse, we'll fight Moloch, or build protocols that can fight Moloch, since I think we need to coordinate in order to do it. I would agree with Juan that we're doing good and the community has formed, but there's still some ways to go. I think if you make it, like, if you think about it as crawl, walk, run, we're kind of like, we've established that we can crawl, and now we're trying to walk, and it would be great if we're eventually running. And I think that, some of the milestones that you can look at from a macro perspective is that the Web3 regen community, public goods community, however you want to slice it, knows about each other. Like, just that niche being established, I think, is crawling. And what I would like to see in the future is more capital and talent flowing into regen Web3 than degen Web3. So what would it take to engineer capital rotation away from the projects that just have the best Ponzi-nomics or best marketing, and into the projects that have the most real world impact? Is like the horizon of where I think the space could be going. And there's a lot of infrastructure and coordination that it's going to take in order to get there. And, I think that I'll just say that, thank you for your kind words about the Green Pill book and Gitcoin. One of the things that I think that we really strive to do is be a channel for greater combinations of strength and intelligence to come together. So, when you ask me, Kevin, what should I work on in order to make this vision a reality? The answer is I don't really know. But we have this quadratic funding mechanism that creates a signal map of what the community actually wants to see built. And so I think like having that credibly neutral channel of what does the community want to build is kind of like what I would point you to. And so like just to illustrate this point, I'll just share my screen and just show you the economic graph from Gitcoin grants round 14 in June 2022, where $5 million were raised for public goods. This is a graph of all of the contributions in Gitcoin grants round 14, which was just a month ago. 700,000 transactions. Each edge in this network is a transaction, and each node is a user or a grant in the network. So we're building a mesh network that not only sends funds peer-to-peer, but creates a signal of what the community actually cares about. Oh, and by the way, 700,000 transactions in the round, but it was crashing my browser to visualize all of them. So this is 1/1000th of the economic graph, but it should be like a proportional amount of the economic graph. So the answer is, unfortunately, Jacob, I don't know what people should be building, but I think that, you know, if you look at that data set, then maybe you'll get an idea of what the up and coming projects in the ecosystem are and can get some inspiration from that. But, you know, one of the things that I see as someone who's like analyzing the data, and again, I'm perceiving the community's preferences, not injecting my own preferences into this, is that we need to engineer more capital into Regen Web3 projects. If we can create an ecosystem in which we reward projects that can create value instead of just the ones that capture value, that systemically changes the incentives for founders and capital allocators in the space to regenerate the world and create impact. So I'm really bullish on impact certificates right now. So like, what would be true if like every time you took 10 tons of carbon out of the atmosphere, you minted an NFT for it, or you took 10 people out of poverty, you minted an NFT for it. You invented quadratic funding, you should get an impact NFT or like a certificate for that. And then what we can do is we can build a market where there's demand for these impact NFTs. And if we add a sufficient scale, what we've done is we've systemically changed the incentives of the entire ecosystem to creation of value. If you're an impact DAO that's removing carbon from the atmosphere, you now have a business model because you can just sell those impact NFTs. So systemically changing the incentives, I think, is like the North Star that I'm really aligned on. And impact certificates are one way to do that. Retroactive public goods funding, which Vitalik and Carl have been a big sponsor of, are like the other thing. And then like we have to build thousands of DAOs that actually create impact from there. And one of the things that I kind of like to think about, and I'll just end here because I think it's a fun meme, is like, we're all familiar with miner extractable value in this space, which is basically I'm front running the transactions in the mempool in order to extract value for myself. So Juan submits a transaction that's about to redeem 10 ETH out of some smart contract. And if I'm in the mempool, I can front run that and like replace his address out with mine. If that transaction isn't miner extractable value prevented. And so miner extractable value is this idea that you can front run the projects that are creating value by being in the mempool. What would have to be true to create vibes extractable value, where you're just showing up to these impact DAOs thinking, oh, there's good vibes here, they're creating impact, and I trust that eventually like Gitcoin and Filecoin and ETHGlobal are going to figure out how to systemically change the incentives in order to make impact DAOs profitable. But like, this is vibes extractable value. I'm here early for the vibes, and I trust that like the world will reward me in the future. So I want to live in that world. And so I guess I'll put the question back to you, Jacob. Which ETHGlobal hackers have good vibes this hackathon?
Yeah. I mean, I guess we'll have to see, right? I mean, it's vibes as a service is basically what we're building, I think. So yeah, I think it definitely. I think you can also get a pretty. You know, I think actually the whole vibe check thing is real. You know, like you can kind of sit down, you can chat with somebody for like 10, 15 minutes. You can get a sense like where their head's at, and you can, you know, get a sense on whether or not there will be some like vibes extractable value down the line, just because of that type of person and where they're thinking and where their head's at. And yeah, so no, I love that. Maybe Juan, I'll turn it over to you. It's also, you know, I know you love hackathons as well. So I know maybe Iwaki doesn't know what to build, but maybe you do. Maybe I'll put this over to you as kind of the last question. Is just sort of, you know, as people set out on their journey to build over the next 2.5 weeks, it's a long enough time for them to kind of iterate and build something cool. What do you think is Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, sounds good. So let me give you, let me share.
I love this as like a panel with like show and tell. This is great.
Yeah, it's good. Yeah. So you can hear a lot of ideas from Owaki and others in the Green Pill podcast. You just go through and like listen to each one of these. It's also on other resources. Shelling Point and Funding the Commons both have like huge video libraries with tons of ideas and tons of suggestions. So just like go to these playlists and like just grab one at random. And if like you don't find an idea within like 5 minutes, switch to another one or something like that. And what I would also recommend is check out. I think I'm really into things that create like funding loops and funding structures. So impact certificates, like Kevin was describing, there's an implementation of that called hypercerts. Then things that something that also would be really good is ways of so for a lot of problems, usually you can come up with an incentive structure if you can get the data. So you can usually break down a lot of these problems into, hey, first just measure what's going on in the world and get accurate readings of what's of some problem, and make sure that stuff is verifiable. You can even start with a simple problem, like, because verifiable is hard. So just start by measuring what it is today and feed that into a structure that you can create smart contracts around. Once you do that, then you can experiment with a bunch of mechanisms to try and incentivize action. As soon as you have some mechanism that is pumping some significant amount of value into trying to solve this problem, then a bunch of people are going to show up to try and game it. And that's when you can like recruit the effort to try and make a verifiable thing, right? So it is pretty difficult to make some of this information gathering verifiable, but you don't even have to do that to start with. Just like take some problem in the world and measure what's going on and make that measurable thing be accessible through smart contracts. So like create an oracle out of that, bring it into like start, this is where can use in the spirit of HackFS and so on, a file system is a system of files. Great. So like get a bunch of the data about the world, turn it into files, couple it with smart contracts, then start trying some incentive structures until you hit something that works. And then at that point, you can worry about having to make it all verifiable and whatnot. Because once you start that incentive loop and get it going, then you start scaling the activity and you make it good. It's kind of how carbon credits started. They first made them. People weren't thinking very carefully about verifiability. There were a ton of problems out of this. But now we have much better, much more verifiable carbon credits. It just kind of, we solved that problem when we got there.
Totally. And I think sound advice in general, which is, solve the smallest problem first and then continue iterating from there. Especially for people hacking, like you don't need to think about end game today. You just start with an idea, measure it, like Juan said, do some A/B testing, build something small, see what happens. And then once it gets big, then you get to worry about all the other things that are hard. But for now, just do something cool. Awesome. Okay. Well, really thank you both for your time. It's so cool to have you both here. And really appreciate you, Juan and Kevin, for being part of this. All these talks will be available afterwards as well. So if anybody kind of tuned in halfway, feel free to watch it on our YouTube channel. And then, yeah, to Juan's point, there's an amazing repertoire that was built up over the last couple of years of talks in this space, Finding the Commons, Shelling Point, the Green Pill podcast, and among many others, actually. So lots of awesome, cool stuff out there as additional resources to this. So thank you so much again. Good to see you both.
Jacob, let me just interject before I leave that I passed along a coupon code for the Green Pill book in the chat, and I think that's going to go out to people who watch this panel. And then there's 99 uses on that, so it maybe will even go out to the entire event. So check out the book, and you can get it for free. And let me know what you think. Thanks again for hosting, and Juan, thanks for being a great co-panelist.
Yeah, thank you. I really appreciate you coming in and talking to us all about this. Thank you so much.
Peace.
Awesome. Thank you so much, folks. All right, we're going to jump into our next talk here, which is going to be a talk by David and Chris from Lib Protocol. They're going to be talking about automating Web3, all the different kind of interesting primitives, new things you can do when automation is built in. This is a huge problem space that is particularly difficult in Web3, although kind of very common in Web2. So really excited to hear a little bit more about what they're working on and just kind of exploring the space with them. So I invite both David and Chris to turn on their videos. and we'll welcome them to the stage. You can feel free to share your screen.
Hey, Jacob. Hey, everybody. Thanks for being here. I'm David. That's Chris. We're the founders of Lit Protocol. And yeah, let's go ahead and jump into it. I'll start with the screen share here. All righty then. So before we talk about specifically automating Web3, let's do just a few minutes of context setting. So first things first, what is the web? So on the web, we have this kind of like decentralized and resilient packet transfer network for sending around information. And here's a little video of that evolving over the past several decades. And so, this is decentralized in the same way that one of these nodes can drop out and the information can still reach its destination. And so, as you can see, in any kind of system, there's three main components, which is the sending of the information. And we see a check mark here because the sending is in fact decentralized. But what we're going to talk about a little bit today is the decentralized compute and the decentralized storage of information. And a lot of that was just touched on in the last talk. And so now that we kind of have an overview of what is the web generally, let's talk about what is Web 2. And so using this same lens of sending information, computing information, and storing information, we can define Web 2 as the internet where the data is computed and stored by these centralized platform corporations. So what does that mean specifically? Well, of course, it starts with the individual. And in this Web 2 construct, the individual has a bunch of data collected about them, from pixels, essentially tracking codes and tracking cookies across the web, to the GPS data in the phone that is being aggregated, and of course, all of the spending and financial data. And so the result of all of this data being sent and traded and bought and exchanged by these third-party corporations, and here's kind of like a map of what that ecosystem looks like. These are the top 5,000 marketing technology companies, is that for each of us, the individuals who are using the internet, there is this picture of our identity that is the wholly owned property of these third-party corporations collectively. And this is kind of a result of the fact that the compute and storage of the data to date, prior to Web3, was only really happening in a centralized way. So now let's talk about defining Web3. Using this same frame, we can define Web3 as the web where the data is computed and stored by decentralized networks. And again, it starts with the individual, but then the other major component, of course, inside of Web3 is the notion of the asymmetric key pair, the public-private key pair, the private address and the public address. And so this is the component that lets individuals and corporations and DAOs, et cetera, interact with these decentralized systems with higher levels of sovereignty, because the key pair itself delivers the power of being able to sign messages, sign transactions, encrypt things, decrypt things. This is a huge kind of innovation in terms of how people interact in our digitally mediated society. And so some of these networks, you'll obviously be familiar with them, include things like blockchains, which are these public state machines that are ledgers showing who has what tokens, storage networks like IPFS and Filecoin, and then what the team at Lit is working on, which is compute and encryption. And so we'll take a couple minutes to talk a little bit about Lit, how it works, and how to get started with it, and then have some time for questions at the end. So in context of this framing, what is Lit? Lit is a decentralized key management network at the end of the day. So structurally and architecturally, what Lit is doing is custodying a private key, an elliptic curve, in a decentralized way. So the private key that you have in your wallet is essentially just a line on a graph, and the Lit nodes represent points along this curve, which is the secret of that individual node. And so the first product that we brought to market using this underlying network is a decentralized access control and encryption service. And with this service, an individual can get access to some resource, whether that's a video, an application, a chat, a feed, somebody's friends list, based on some on-chain data. So a user may say, I own this NFT and I want access to this locked video. They sign a message, which is broadcast to the lit nodes. The nodes then check the chain. Does this person qualify for access? If so, that node uses its underlying secret, which is that point along the curve, to generate an authorization or a decryption share, which it sends down to the user. And the user aggregates those shares in kind of a client-side encryption, like a client-side consensus type of view. And once they've collected 2/3 of those authorizations or of those shares to perform that operation, which is to access something or decrypt something in this example, they're able to do so. They're able to watch that video, access that chat, so on and so forth. And so this has been really excellent. There's about 200 apps of all kinds of types that have implemented decentralized access control and encryption with Lit today. Some of those examples include being able to do token-gated commerce inside of Shopify, decentralized encrypted chats on this application called Orbis.club is just one example. And then what the whole team, including Chris and I, are really excited to introduce here today is the notion of programmable key pairs and the ability to do decentralized compute and signing. And so what this means from the perspective of the network is for the access control and encryption product, Lit was just one key that was checking those credentials and provisioning access. But now we're imagining a future with our community whereby every agent who is using the web, in addition to having their hardware wallet, in addition to having their mobile wallet or their browser wallet, can also have a decentralized custody cloud wallet, which has some extremely unique advantages around being able to run automations, because the signing can happen in the cloud and can be controlled by rules and programs rather than getting an alert about something and having the user have to open their phone and sign. The signing can happen on the user's behalf inside of this PKP paradigm. So with that, I'll kick it over to Chris, who will talk a little bit about installation. And Chris, you just let me know when to go to the next slide.
Wonderful. Yeah. So in order to use these PKPs, generally you'll want to use some JavaScript, and that's we're calling that a lit action. And so what you see on this slide here first is like how to install the SDK in a way that supports using lit actions. So you have to use that at Serrano tag at the top there that you'll see. And then once you have the SDK installed, you need to write some code that will run on every node. And that's what you're looking at here in this little code snippet. This is the piece of code that each node will run. And as you can see in here, we have a sign ECDSA function call that will instruct the node to use its private key share to create a signature share. And what happens is the nodes all run this little code snippet in parallel, and the user collects those signature shares and then combines them and is able to use them for anything you could use an ECDSA signature for. So you can use it to authorize a ceramic right. You can use it to send a transaction on any ECDSA blockchain, including Bitcoin. And that's like that's how the lit action code itself works. And then can you go to the next slide? And then yeah, this snippet of code here is the code that actually uses the SDK to tell the nodes to run that code snippet from the previous slide. And you can imagine in this code snippet, if you look down a little bit, you'll see there's a line that says const signatures equals await lit node client.execute.js, and you'll see there's a parameter there, code, and it says lit action code. Yeah, right there. Yeah, that is basically, that's the code that you defined on the last on the last slide. And so that could be like a string, and you pass that to each of the nodes, and they run it. And what you get back is the signatures that that were created. The lit JavaScript SDK takes care of like combining all of the signature shares for you, so that you just get the raw signatures back that you can broadcast to the network or do whatever you want. And one more thing that well, actually two more things that I'll mention. One is like in this example, we're passing the code in as a string. That's what that code parameter is, where Dave's mouse is. It's also possible to pass in an IPFS content ID. And what that will do is instruct the nodes to pull down that IPFS file and execute it as JavaScript. And where that's really interesting is that IPFS things are immutable. And so where that's really interesting is that you end up with an immutable piece of code that you can use for signing. And what you can do now is you can use smart contracts. Well, we're still pushing some of these features up, so you can't do it like today, but soon you can use smart contracts to grant access to a given lit action to use one of these PKPs. And so what you end up with is like an immutable piece of JavaScript code that has a private key that it can use to sign, that's stored and runs in a decentralized manner. And so anything that you can think of that you could use a decentralized signing mechanism for, you could use this for. So you could, in terms of automation, right? You could, so we don't have a listener. That's something that you would need to figure out. You could use Tenderly for that, for example, but you need some kind of event listener, right? And when an event happens, you would kick off, you'd run this code that you see on the screen to kick off a signature. And what's really cool is that you can put, because it's running your code, you can put constraints and conditions in that code, right? So like if you want to say like, oh, when the price of Ohm, drops below a certain level, I want to unstake my Ohm and sell it. You can have an event listener that looks for the price of Ohm dropping and fires this off. But you also can have inside the code here, like an if statement that double checks the price. And so the actual event firing can be done by an untrusted party, because you can put those guardrails into your lit action code. Yeah, definitely. Oh yeah, next slide. Definitely, we have developer docs on all of this at the developer.litprotocol.com website, and come on into our Discord, and we will, help you with any questions or any support at all. Back to Dave.
Thanks, Chris. And so, yeah, I think a couple kind of ideas in the context of what to build on this, especially through the lens of hacking file systems. There's obviously some of the examples that Chris mentioned around DeFi automation and quality of life tooling around finances, but focusing specifically on file systems and off-chain data. Something that gets really interesting here is, it's long been the dream of early internet pioneers for individuals to be able to travel around the web. Sometimes people use the metaphor of a data backpack with a self-sovereign data hub. And what is so kind of wonderful is, in the past, in order to have self-sovereign data, an individual would have to go and rent a server from a provider like DigitalOcean or Amazon and install some software on that in order to interact with the web in a sovereign way. But now, with the rise of decentralized storage networks and the fact that it is the private key that lets an individual interact and read and write to those storage networks, one can have a sovereign internet experience without having to go rent a server, by reading and writing to their own encrypted shard of the open web, whether that's on using a service like Ceramic, Filecoin, or Tableland as the protocol for where that data is stored. And so some like examples of applications that start to get really interesting are things like, what does social networking look like in this context? Rather than writing your posts and your friends list to Facebook or Twitter's database, what does it look like to start writing that data to a user's own hub where their own information is, and then having rules around who can see it, who can comment on it, who can like it, so on and so forth. And so this is really the vision of the user-owned internet and user-owned social networking starts to emerge out of this frame. And then we'll open it up for questions, but just to end on an interesting idea here that we like to talk about often over at Lit is really thinking about what is privacy. There's definitely kind of a cultural idea that privacy is about building up walls and saying what's mine is mine. And in the context of a networked, digitally mediated world, we really like the idea of thinking about privacy, less about building walls, but it's more about building bridges. The point of privacy is not to necessarily keep any information away from everybody else, but is to give each individual, each application, each company, each DAO, really explicit controls around who can see which of their data and when. So we really like this kind of consent view of privacy, and just wanted to share that concept. And so we'll open it up for questions here in a second. But yeah, thanks for your attention. Here's our various kind of handles on Twitter. And yeah, would love to take any questions, and looking forward to interacting with some of you in Discord and talking about the prizes and all of that. Thanks so much.
Awesome. Thanks, David and Chris. Appreciate you going over that with us. And I mean, super exciting to have this like kind of new primitive coming to be. I think we're still waiting to see if there's going to be any questions to filter in, but maybe I'll just kick one off on my side. Like, I think you're totally right that this is sort of, part of this vision that a lot of these kind of early internet pioneers had around just, being able to teleport around the internet and kind of bring everything with you. I guess like, I get curious about the genesis story, I guess, of like coming up with this as a feature, and like, was this always the plan? Like, did you start with kind of the keys and then you sort of realize, oh, like it would be crazy if we could do this? Like how have you sort of gotten to this point? And I mean, it's an exciting point to be at. So I'm just kind of curious, like what that journey was like.
Yeah, great question. So like so Chris and I have been on this, we're on like a 3-year journey trying to come up with a really impactful idea, and iterated through a number of different things. And about 2 years ago, we kind of got obsessed with the idea around how can we make an NFT an unlockable portal to an experience, trying to like think about NFTs less as kind of picture frames and more as browser windows that somebody could enter, and thinking about what it would take for only allowing the owner of that NFT to be able to enter that digital experience. And so the question that emerged out of that was, where does the key live? And basically the insight there was, oh, let's use a decentralized network to custody a key. And just in the context of building it, I think, this is something that we talk about a lot on our team, that innovation and inspiration typically happens during the work rather than before. It was just very clear that the uses of a distributed key were well beyond the things that we could conceptualize. And, even if you think about like the founding of Ethereum and Vitalik's journey of saying, oh, people really like making coins and they keep setting up these forks of Bitcoin. What does it look like to make a network that somebody can create tokens on top of? Led by Chris, we really went down a similar path in terms of thinking, okay, this notion of a decentralized and distributed programmable key is very, very powerful. We don't know all of the use cases for this. The opportunity here is to basically take care of some of that work that would need to be repeated for each one of these use cases, and make this kind of a generalizable compute or application platform.
Gotcha. Very cool. Awesome. Looks like there are some questions coming in now. I guess some specific questions, some kind of more open-ended ones. I guess, was this technology, would this enable anonymous threshold voting as part of like would that be one of the things that you could build with this, or is it missing anything from that?
I think you could build something like that. Yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to think about like specific architecture of that and how that would fit in, but yeah, because you can do things like signing and I'm like thinking about the anonymousness of it. So all of our stuff right now, all of the nodes run their execution inside of Intel SGX, which is a trusted execution environment, which is opaque to the node operators. They can't see into it. So depending on like what data you were writing to chain, I think you could do something like that with it. Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay, sweet. And then maybe like a little bit more of like a general or more philosophical question, like given that you now have this kind of concept of like key, and then you have this concept of like compute, like is it actually possible to sort of create a dApp at this point that would be like completely computed on like the lit protocol like ecosystem, and like maybe not even need the kind of, I guess you'd still have the blockchain component, but like kind of almost like a kind of compute rollup type situation?
Totally. Yeah, we've been like calling these like liquid programs and are excited about the future where somebody can build a software product that provides a service, generates revenue, and is running on entirely decentralized architecture. And let's say somebody builds that up and it's making $100,000 equivalent a month in tokens, and they decide, you know what, I'm ready to sell this business. And rather than having to go through the work of like paperwork and everything and finding a buyer, they can just list that the NFT that controls that software on OpenSea or one of the other marketplaces, and somebody can literally buy what is functionally a software product business, and the exchange of ownership of that business can happen on chain.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. That's an interesting idea. Sorry, I don't want to cut you off. Keep going, Chris.
No. Yeah. I just want to add really quick, like the idea of like replacing a backend with some of the stuff that Lit does. I'd love to just talk about that really quick, right? So a typical Node.js backend, right, will sort of have God mode access to a database. It can read and write from the database, whatever it wants, but the actual code, in those endpoints are what govern what gets written to the database, right? If there's an endpoint for a like post function, that endpoint will check if the user has liked it already, it'll auth the user, and then it'll just write that one piece of content to the database. And what you can do actually today with lit actions is you can have one of these lit actions that owns a PKP. You can have that PKP own a ceramic stream. And so what you end up with is a very similar paradigm, right? Where you have some JavaScript code that has God mode on a ceramic stream, and then you can write the code that governs like what actually gets read and written to that stream. And that code can be immutable. And it's a very like easy transition, I think, from thinking about the Web 2 Node.js backend mindset to this way to do it in a decentralized way, where the data actually lives on the D web, and yeah, you don't have to stand up a database. You're using Ceramic.
Yeah, that totally makes sense. I mean, in a way, like it almost feels like it almost does kind of feel like almost a serverless function type idea as well, where it's sort of like, yeah, you're sort of outsourcing some compute out to this thing, and like it'll get back to you at some point, and like maybe there's some kind of characteristics about it that you need to pay attention to, but like beyond that, like I mean that's like a serverless function, yes, but then I think even in the case of David, what you said, like a serverless company, which is like kind of interesting.
Yeah, I think that's a perfect example, right? It's basically a serverless function, and like if you go use AWS Lambda today, you can hook it up to the AWS KMS, but the service provider that says like, hey, we built some kind of DeFi automation using Amazon's serverless function product, the person who's building that application has total access to that KMS and can rug the users at any point. But in this paradigm that we're talking about, you can do that same thing. It's the same mindset, except the key is custodied by this decentralized network, and somebody can build a really wonderful service and then say to the users, look, I can't rug you. This is built on this decentralized key management infrastructure.
Yeah, not even rug just from the key point of view, but even just like the compute point of view too, right? Like, I mean, AWS can at any point just turn off the function and you're kind of out of luck, right? So wow, very cool. Awesome. Just see if there's any last questions that sneak in. Cool. I think we're kind of drying up on the question side. Maybe just before while I still have you both and before you go, I know you touched on it a little bit at the end, but obviously we were kicking off a 2.5-week hackathon. Like, what are some of the cool things that that you want to see built with this? Like, what are like some of those like kind of awesome like outcomes that that you'd like to see explored?
Chris, you want to go first?
Yeah, anything that like uses ceramic like in the way that I described, I think it'd be really cool. Also, you can make HTTP requests inside these JavaScript snippets. So you can read and write for like, you could build a bridge, between file systems, between chains. I don't know. It's like, there's just so many possibilities. It's hard for me to come up with concrete ones. You got some, Dave?
Yeah, I mean, I think like basically, 3 comes after 2. Web 3 comes after Web 2. Like we're back down to the fundamentals. So it's things like messaging, posts, friends list, profiles. Like there's always interesting game dynamics to explore, but it's really just some of the basics of what does the user-owned internet look like. Like, if you think about the start of Facebook, it basically started as the notion of essentially a profile page, right? Where you could upload your pictures, etc., and things like the feed and these other kind of interactions came later on. So I think that's like the state of where things are at. It's just like it's wide open and early, and being able to tackle some of just the super obvious components that exist in Web 2 today, whereby all the data is stored on these third-party servers in the lens of what we've been talking about, whereby that is controlled by the user, through this PKP paradigm that is like controlling a ceramic stream, for example, is really interesting. The other place where this gets really interesting is on the authorization side. So for many people, it's a real privilege to be one's own bank and a real honor to be able to custody a 12-word seed phrase. But there's a lot of kind of fellow members of our species where that's a real burden, right? They may not have a secure place to store these words. They're receiving these words in a language that is foreign to them. And so there's a lot of opportunity on the authorization side, which is how can an individual tell that cloud key how to behave using kind of more, let's call them more traditional authorization methods like biometrics, multi-factor authentication, things of Google Authenticator. So there's that whole world to explore on the auth side as well. And all of this stuff is just like super extendable to then every other application that is building inside of this same user-owned paradigm.
Wow, amazing. I mean, out of all that, like, I mean, the auth stuff is very interesting, but then also like just being able to make an HTTP call from within it, like getting data within that context and being able to do cool things with it. Yeah, maybe you won't have the same guarantees as like you would if you're using like an Oracle provider or something. And yeah, I mean, it's a point of failure, but I mean, to Juan's point earlier at the end of his talk, like at the beginning, it's all about just solving a problem, right? And like, if you can solve that problem, and then like, sure, you have like a centralized data source within this kind of liquid thing that you're building, like cool, like later on, take that out, swap that for something more resistant and solve that problem later. So it's awesome. Seems like a really cool tool to, yeah, I don't know. It seems like a very open-ended thing that people can build with. So really awesome.
Yeah, and couldn't be more excited to have those dialogues. Like, please get in touch if you want to ideate and chat about stuff. It's always more fun together.
Absolutely. Awesome. Okay, great. Well, that is time on our end for this talk, but really appreciate you both, David and Chris, for coming out and chatting more about kind of automating Web3 and the work that you've been doing there. We're going to move on to our next chat, which is going to be a panel, which is going to be led by Lucas from the Protocol Labs team. So let me just get all set up here as they all come on stage. This is a panel I'm like really excited about because it's sort of an awesome opportunity to chat about the work that both Protocol Labs is doing, as well as all the awesome projects from our events as well. So this is a panel on kind of past hackathon winners and their kind of post-hackathon journey. So I know a lot of people here are starting their first hackathon journey, or some people are starting their nth hackathon journey, but really there's a tremendous amount of opportunity to use these 2.5 weeks to learn, build something, iterate, use all the resources that both from the summits and from the people that are going to be around you. And as David just says, more fun with more people around you. And it's been amazing to just see the amount of impact that that hackathons have had on these different projects coming to life. So we are joined by Lucas, who is kind of the point of command at Protocol Labs around just kind of orchestrating all of these hackathon outcomes. We're excited to have him leading this. Alec, as Kartik mentioned earlier, is the CEO of Valist. Valist is a project that came out of HackFS. And then we're also joined by Karen, who's working at who also started HyperDApp. So really exciting to have all three of you here. And I'm going to get out of the way so that Lucas can take over. So I'll encourage you all to turn on your cameras, and we'll get this show rolling.
Cool. Thanks so much, Jacob. Awesome. Cool. I'll kick it off. Thanks so much, Karen and Alec, for joining this panel. I'm super excited. I was just like hoping that we could use this panel to get people really excited about this hackathon, and then not just like what's going to happen during this hackathon, but also like all the potential that kind of comes after. So that's what I'm hoping that we can, spend the next 30 minutes or so talking about. For all the people watching, I'd also encourage them to kind of put their questions, right? Like, what are some of the things that you might be wondering about as you dive into this hackathon? And yeah, super nice to meet you, Alec and Karen. I'd love to kick it off by just kind of going around the room, maybe with a brief introduction. Karen, I'll start with you. Maybe tell everyone who you are and what you do at HyperDApp, and what HyperDApp does. And then I would love for you to also talk about your relationship to hackathons, both the ETHGlobal one, HackFS maybe specifically, but also beyond. And then, right, like how many did you participate in? Did you win any? So yeah, let's start there. Over to you, Karen.
Yeah, great. Thank you. Thank you, Lucas. So hi, everyone. My name is Karen. So I'm currently a co-founder at HyperDApp. So HyperDApp is a platform that's to enable anyone to instantly create and deploy front ends of decentralized applications. So what we are building is a platform and a tool that takes away all the complexities related to integrating Web3 interactions in the front end of dApps. That will make it really easy. So our tool is accessible to not only devs, but anyone who has some basic knowledge about smart contracts. And in terms of my experience with hackathons, so I was part of the HyperDApp. So we actually submitted our project to ETH Denver, the virtual hackathon at the end of March. So I was part of the team. And prior to that, I actually started my journey in Web3 with the Chainlink Spring Hackathon last year.
Cool, awesome. So we have like two hackathons in the track right there. That's awesome.
Yeah, and one more interesting thing is Alec here and I are both alums of the Tachyon Accelerator. I think that's something that's notable, that's noteworthy.
Great, awesome. Yeah, I would love to talk about kind of your experience, that kind of what happened after those hackathons, and we'll dive into those moments. Alec, over to you. Maybe also start with a brief intro about who you are and what you do with Valist, and what problem you're solving with Valist, and what your personal history has been with hackathons.
Sure. Yeah. Super awesome to be here. Yeah. Thanks for having me. I'm Alec, co-founder and CEO of Valist. And Valist is Web3 native software distribution. So a Web3 way to publish your apps, games, binaries, and even source code snapshots now. So yeah, that's what we do. And then as far as experience with hackathons, actually, yeah, my co-founder and I used to participate in a lot of Web2 hackathons throughout college, but really there is seriously nothing like Web3 hackathons. It's really awesome. And ETHGlobal puts them on the best for sure. But yeah, we started at HackFS 2020. And basically, I actually remember very vividly when Zach and I were signing up, we were like super excited, like, oh yeah, this is gonna be awesome. Yeah, we signed up, and then we did the hack. Valis was super basic at that point. But then yeah, we also once we did the finale presentation, Tachyon also reached out to us as well, and then that kind of started a whole other journey that, yeah, it's kind of its own deep dive that we can go to. So yeah.
Cool, awesome. Thanks so much for sharing that. I love that we have kind of, I think the first HackFS in 2020 was probably, was it also virtual, or was it it was virtual? Okay, so I guess we're mostly, if we're talking about hackathons in the past few years, talking about a virtual experience, and HackFest is now virtual again too. I think East Denver earlier this year, Karen was live. I think I was there, but you said you participated virtual, so we'll get like a good scoop. That's perfect, because we are at a virtual hackathon. So I think a lot of the learnings will apply, or a lot of the lessons that you guys kind of took away. I'd love to kind of just go through that journey from basically start to finish, and we can kind of double click into it. And maybe the first thing is like, why did you guys decide to participate in a hackathon, right? Like you probably were doing other things, and you're like, hey, like I am gonna spend the next week or weekend or weeks doing this thing. Like, what was it that motivated you to dedicate your time here? Did somebody pull you in, or how did you learn about it? So yeah, just curious there. Karen, maybe you go first.
Yeah, sure. I think my experience may be really interesting, and I want to probably use it to inspire non-developers who are curious and are interested in getting into Web3. So let's just go back to around like springtime 2021. So at that time, I was about to leave my job, my position as head of data science at the Web2 startup, and I was looking for new ideas. And that's when I got to learn about the concepts about NFT and Web3. But I was totally a newbie and or like at that point. So. But then I have an idea about building a sort of a marketplace that empower photographers. So I was talking to, I got started with talking to some users and talking to some developer friends. And then I got in touch with someone, a friend of mine who works at Chainlink. And then he told me that, hey, you should join our Discord, and we have this hackathon going on. This is a great place to connect with developers. And that's how things started. So I think it's been a really incredible experience for me, for someone who comes from a non-dev background, because at that point, I have no idea about what Oracle was, what was like. I have a really basic knowledge about smart contracts. So it's been a really great experience in growing my knowledge base, and also got myself immersed into Web3 as a founder and a business operator from the very beginning.
Awesome. Let's double click into that a little bit. I'd be super curious, like, what are some of the things that you maybe would recommend to somebody with a similar background who's very new to this and new to Web3 and maybe even not an engineer? And welcome to all those who are not engineers, right? Like you're still in the right place. But I'm curious if there's I don't know, one or two things that you'd be like, hey, this is a good place. Like, I know there's a lot. There's a ginormous Discord happening, lots of conversations, lots of workshops. Like, what's a good place to start? Like, what would you say, for somebody who's very new and try to help them orient?
I would say the first start is probably just the intros, or the finding a teammate channel on any hackathon Discord. So this is a great way to go through. I think this is really a great channel to just go through ideas that other people have, and see if there are any synergies, and also synergies in terms of idea, or synergies in terms of complementary skill sets. And then really be open to communicating with people, have DMs with people from different backgrounds, whether it's a backend developer, designer, or PM, or anyone. Yeah.
Cool. I think that's great advice. I mean, there are, right, like at the end of the day, like if you're kind of here on your own, or maybe with one other person, just do know that there are a lot of people like you, right? So you're kind of together alone for now, but like, yeah, would definitely encourage you to kind of connect with folks left and right, in maybe even the chat right now or something. Alec, maybe over to you for a second. How did you kind of get involved with hackathons? Why did you think that was a good use of your time, or what kind of inspired you to join it?
Yeah, certainly. So as I mentioned before, my co-founder and I, we're doing a few different hackathons, and really our motivations were always just trying to build something like just that creative, like, hey, let's see how much we can build in a shorter period of a time with the tools at hand. And we were always just really into like building MVPs of stuff. We complement each other's skill sets really well. And so we've kind of always gone as a team, and then met so many new friends. With HackFS, I very specifically remember though, the motivation for applying for HackFS was actually like, hey, because we had been engineers in the space for a while, around 2016, doing like core dev stuff, wallet dev stuff, other things like that. And then we, had moved towards like helping write coding boot camps. And then we actually got to write the last third of this fintech course, and we got to write it all in Web3. So basically people would come in and learn fintech, and then at the end we would like basically try and convince them, hey, Web3 actually. But there was this like disconnect that, just like, hey, like, I feel like I'm in the community, but like, I don't know a whole lot of other Web3 devs besides our existing like circles, basically. And yeah, I very specifically remember when applying for HackFS, I was like, yeah, we could actually like build something that gets in front of all the right people, and we can make all the right friends, and like find and there was actually also like another motivation too of like, hey, maybe we could. We didn't think it would actually play out the way it did, but we're always putting things out there into the universe kind of thing, and just like when things come along, so it's like, hey, we realized, hey, we could actually build this out into something bigger. That's kind of the direction we took, but yeah, I think, yeah, I definitely remember having that conversation with Zach and being like, yeah, like this is gonna be sick, like it's ETHGlobal, like it's gonna be online, like everyone's gonna be like, it was just like Protocol Labs is sponsoring it with them, like, oh yeah, like it was just so exciting, and just, yeah, like that was definitely a big part of it. Yeah.
Cool, awesome, thanks so much. I love it, and you guys are almost like kind of coming from it from a different angle, right? Where Karen kind of joined, or was like, hey, I'm exploring new opportunities. This might be a good way to kind of get some more exploration. And you were like, you came in with an idea, and we're like looking almost for a forum to showcase some of those ideas and get in front of the right people. And maybe Alec, for you, the question a little bit like, how did you go about like finding the right idea, right? Like finding a problem that like was worth tackling over a weekend or over the course of a few weeks. Like, how do you go about like, through your day-to-day work, and then like finding a problem and like, okay, that's a great hackathon problem to solve. Like, how do you go about, what would your recommendation be there for folks who are like, yeah, like that sounds like great, but like, what is the thing that I should be working on? Yeah,
no, that's a very good and also a very tough question at the same time. Probably what makes it so good. I think it's a lot of it honestly was a culmination of a long period of time of being around the problems in the space and realizing like, hey, we're still using Web 2 for everything on the distribution level, and just like, hey, can we just see what this looks like if we find a way to move binaries with IPFS and some version control with smart contract, just something super simple, proof of concept. Like, can we at least like move towards that direction? I was super into the idea of like, well, still obviously, but Ethereum keys as like your identity, obviously, and then as a replacement for SSH and PGP keys in the form of auth. And I was really coming from like a security background. And so I would just say like, it just naturally was interesting because it cropped up multiple times, and it's just like was this ironic thing. As far as recommendations, the only thing I could recommend is just introspect, think about what you really care about and what you're really interested in. And you will there are probably things that you've come across multiple times, or maybe you came across once and you're like, hey, I might want to go explore that again. Because really, I mean, Zach and I have been doing a bunch of different projects. So it was kind of just iterating and not being attached to a single idea and just continuing to try things over and over and over again until we eventually stumbled upon something that has value in a broader sense. And so that's the best that I could recommend, is just keep trying things that you like and you have fun with. We always go into it having fun. Otherwise it's like, what's the point, right? Like, so yeah, I mean, definitely go into it having fun, just whatever you vibe with, whatever is interesting to you. And then obviously, like, you have to figure out the scope of how much time you have versus like the idea and how big it is. But you kind of get better at that over time too. So I would just say, like, keep going to hackathons and just keep doing this. You'll get better at that like feedback loop as well, of just like, hey, like, we built this, get better at it every time, kind of thing.
Well,
sorry, Siri.
Your Siri activated.
But yeah, that's what I would say.
Cool, awesome. Thanks so much for sharing that. I'd be super interested, maybe if we can spend a little later in our conversation on some of the biggest opportunities that you guys see, maybe from your vantage point right now with the problems that you're facing, but maybe also Web3 and who knows, the world in general, right? Like, what are some like problems worth addressing from your perspective? We'll look at that a little bit later too. I'd love to now kind of go beyond the hackathon, right? So now you're there, you've built your idea, you've met a couple of interesting people, you've had a chance to showcase what you've done, and what happened next. And I'd be almost like, I'd love to break it down into two components, which is like, one, like, what did you personally gain from it, right? In, I don't know, friendships or whatever it is, new connections, and then also professionally. And maybe those two things kind of blend a little bit. But yeah, like, maybe Karen, over to you with that question first. Like, what were some of the personal growth that you see, and then maybe also we'll maybe talk about the professional stuff in a second, but maybe let's start there.
Yeah, sure. So I think in terms on the social level, in terms of like what you can gain from hackathon, I think it goes far beyond just the people you collaborate with for this particular project. It can really go beyond that. For instance, those people that help you, that from different protocols, different platforms, those people could become really great partners and friends. For instance, when we started off our first project at the Chainlink Spring Hackathon. So even after the hackathon, when we continue to work on a product for our beta launch, I would say it really took a whole village to raise and launch a project. We got so much support from product managers, the marketing team, the product team, and the engineering team from Chainlink. It was tremendous, yeah. And those support, those friendship, like, last forever, yeah. Yeah, even with our first project, our first client user, the creator that we work with for launch our project, came through an intro from the Chainlink team.
Cool, awesome. That's great. And like, having those anecdotes, I wonder, Alec, if you have like a moment or an anecdote that you remember where you're like, wow, that's maybe something that I didn't expect was gonna fall out of this, apart from, like, you were like ready to showcase your project, but like some, I don't know if there's anything that surprised you, like, wow, like, I didn't know a hackathon would unlock this for me personally, or, in terms of friends or something like that. Does anything come to mind there?
Yeah, honestly, like, I say this with no exaggeration. Like, I'm not saying this to be like super heartfelt or anything. This is straight up, like, it actually changed the entire course of where my life was going. And like, just, I felt like I got plugged into the community that I was like missing in a way, and just being around people with like-minded ideas and not having to just like constantly prove, like with Web3 and crypto, especially a few years ago, it was just like, you know, constantly battling this anti-narrative and just like, you know, kind of, it's like exhausting a little bit eventually when you're constantly trying to pitch the validity of what you're doing for a living almost. And it's like interesting. Yeah. Whereas like if you get plugged into people who are actually, you know, believe the same things and, you know, have the same values and just, yeah, it's just that. And then, you know, when shout out to Gabriel Anderson from Tachyon, when he emailed me, I was like, wow, this is okay. And I was like, from consensus, okay, like what's up? This is very surprising. Like, I was surprised that we won because it was such a global thing. And then I was surprised that, you know, so many people were watching that, and we had that idea, but you just never know. And I would say that that's the biggest thing, like I've learned since, like you never know who's going to do what, who knows what, like it just, you never know. So just, you know, keep, you know, putting positivity out there and just keep moving forward. And like, that's the biggest thing that like, yeah, it definitely, there's so many things, like I could keep going on about personal, I've met so many amazing friends in the space, professional, like that's completely, entirely new levels of, opportunity that have opened up. And, you know, we just didn't, I mean, even with the, you know, VC afterwards, like that wasn't even something that we considered as a possibility. I never grew up around, you know, that kind of mentality, you know, and like people doing like friends and family rounds and stuff. Like I never, like, that was never a thing I was exposed to. And so, yeah, that was just like another unexpected thing post hackathon. Yeah.
Cool, awesome. Thanks so much. I mean, I fully hear both of you on like, I think a lot of these personal connections are what makes this, even for me, like super rewarding and engaging with folks and finding community and being challenged, right, to like bring your best and also just like having fun together. I think that's super awesome. And I sometimes see like when you show up to an event or you see it advertised somewhere or people are trying, that's almost something that's not even talked about, but it's like one of the once you actually show up, it's like it turns out to be like the thing that actually makes this super rewarding. And you know, like the website always has like, you know, hundreds of thousands of dollars in prizes to be won, and that's amazing. But like that alone is like, after talking to a lot of kind of builders in the space, like that's not actually what gets them here. Like that's great, and that like gives you some you know, runway to or reward, and that's obviously amazing and a key part of it. But the reason why people stick around is because of the relationships that they build. Cool. Alec, I'd love to kind of go into the Tachyon story and the Gabriel story a little bit more. So maybe like tell us a little bit what happened. So you pitched your project, and then you got a call after the hackathon or got an email. Like what happened and like what doors did that open for you?
Yeah, so something I learned is that, yeah, a lot of investors are watching these projects, and yeah, a lot of them, if you were at ETH New York, you know, a lot of them were approaching projects afterward, and just, yeah, it's definitely, so yeah, we did the finale live demo, which was awesome to do that as well. And yeah, so that was, yeah, he emailed us shortly after the finale. I was like, hey, you want to chat about it? And then we hopped on. And
maybe tell everyone who is Gabriel.
Sorry, yeah, of course.
No, just, I know him. You know, hi, Gabriel.
Yeah, I guess, yeah.
You're getting a lot of love here, but yeah, it would be awesome.
Yeah, sorry about that. So Gabriel Anderson is the managing director of Tachyon. So Tachyon and Filecoin Launchpad Accelerator are Protocol Labs and Consensus partnering together to do an accelerator where it's a 3-month, essentially a boot camp for startups, which was great coming off of writing boot camps for Web3. So that was a really awesome transition as well. But yeah, so it's essentially boot camps for startups. Gabriel is a really great, you know, leader and just, you know, multi-time entrepreneur, and just very great at candid feedback and just helping you really realize the sort of the potential of what you're building, as well as, you know, flesh out some of the actual the value propositions and how to actually get it ready for venture capital, which is an entirely other ball game, essentially. Honestly, yeah, it's like, and there's grants, there's bootstrapping stuff, and that's something my co-founder always did with other businesses. So that was definitely new. So yeah, he taught us a lot about that, and the rest of the Hackathon team, of course. But yeah.
Well, awesome. And Karen, you were in that program too. Can you maybe share some light on like what happened in those 3 months? You came in with a hackathon project or a version of a hackathon project, or had you already developed it more? Yeah, just curious.
I'm a two-time alumni of TechYoung Accelerator. So I entered TechYoung as a cohort last summer with the first project that sprung off from Chilling Spring Hackathon, and then with HackFest this year we joined the latest cohort. Yeah. So I would say, to add what Alec just said, it's very different game from very different trajectory and game plan to build a hackathon project as opposed to building a venture backable business.
What are some of the major differences? So what are the things that you focus on during a hackathon? What kind of questions are you trying to solve? And then
I would
when you
say
switch,
a great start. Even for when you work on a hackathon project, if you want to turn this into a viable business in the future, I think it's really helpful to hone down on the problem solution part at first. Because one thing we learned from my past experience that for some hackathon projects, we might be motivated to build some really innovative solutions with some existing technology first, without thinking through too much about what exactly the problem is and what exactly the addressable market is.
Cool. Awesome. Alec, from you, any other things to add there in terms of like, this is what we took to a hackathon, and then like, these are the things that we kind of tagged on to it during the course of those 3 months. What were some of your main focus areas there?
Definitely. Yeah. So I guess, just to touch on that a little bit, from a hackathon project and for venture capital, investors are definitely looking at, like Karen said, the market opportunity there. Some projects solve a very niche problem. Some projects solve a really awesome, some of them are really awesome solutions. But then if you zoom out and you look at the scope of the problems, certain things might be a $10 million market, $100 million market. They're looking for $1 billion plus markets that you could expand into, essentially. So that's like a lot of the lens when you're looking at the business model and you're looking at how to scale that application up. And then, venture capital really likes, products that you build and then you could scale rapidly to many users, and then you can expand into other markets from there. Not all projects can do that, and not all, products are really meant for that level of scale. And, some businesses, are perfectly sustainable at a $10 million revenue, but it's going to take a whole different architecture almost to scale it out past that. Service businesses, for example, venture capital doesn't like to invest in that. That was a lot of things. So when framing the product, and then hackathons actually help a lot with the whole MVP and getting things out there quickly and iterating on your project and getting user feedback quickly. But then now you have to start focusing on that business model, how it actually scales, hiring, things like that. Actually getting investors interested. And then once you get the capital, obviously making it happen and scale from there. So there's a lot of things. There's a lot more to it than the code itself.
I bet. Vuk, welcome. No problem for being late. I know EU air travel is crazy right now. I'm also scared. I'm flying from the US to Europe later tonight, and I'm like, oh, let's see if it works. But welcome. we were just talking with Karen and Alec about kind of the things that you submit a hackathon project and like, what do you start worrying about after, right? Like to turn a hackathon project into something that becomes investable from a VC perspective. And Alec and Karen were sharing kind of their perspective. I'd love to dive in one click deeper, and then Vuk, I'll let you introduce yourself and talk a little bit about what you're working on and what your relationship is with hackathons and how you took it kind of post hackathon. Alec and Karen, like one thing on this, like adding a lot of things, like you both strike me as like confident people and like know what you want, but it also like sounds to me like a very daunting thing to do, right? Like you're now in different kinds of rooms that you didn't maybe even sign up for, kind of, you kind of got pulled into it, you got an email, like what were some of the problems or like really like challenges, like, hey, like I'm not prepared for this, or like some of the those kind of like difficulties that you ran into where like I'm flexing really outside of my comfort zone? Like what were some of the things that you had to invest most of your energy into kind of get comfortable around? Maybe Karen first.
I would say the first revelation is that after you build a project during hackathon and turn into a business, you need to figure out how to acquire your customers, right? It depends on also depending on your business model. For instance, for our first project, it's a B2, it's an NFT platform, so it's a B2B2C model. So you have to figure out how to acquire creators, artists in the first place, and then with that completed, you have to figure out, hey, where do you find the collectors, that the end customers that are going to purchase and acquire those artists NFT work. So this is one challenge. And then another challenge is for sure it's, I think it's Alec must remember this from the Tachyon curriculum. Team risk is the top one risk for any business startup. So like building a project with some people, with some teammates within like a month, a span of 3 weeks or a month is relatively easy compared to building a sustainable business with some people over 1 year or 5 years down the road. So you have to figure out this dynamics of the team and really become friends and allies with your co-founders.
Awesome, thanks for sharing that. So getting real customers, getting real world feedback is a tough one, and then figuring out how you go from weekend team that's having some fun to a mix of professional and then personal relationships that can actually be sustained over some time. Alec, any other things to add there that were like big daunting things to you and that you had to invest some energy behind?
Yeah, lots of things, honestly. Yeah. And, always learning every day, obviously. So I think one of the biggest things are, I mean, gosh, there were so many things from just, coming as an engineer into growing as like a product person, just as a leader and things like that in general. They're definitely, or just, with talking to investors, understanding what investors want, and what your customers want, how to align them all up. And then just there's a lot of different spinning plates. And I would say the biggest one of the best pieces of advice we got was from Juan Benet, actually, he just said one of the best things you could do is just figure out how to learn as quickly as you can and to increase your rate of learning. That I think covers like so many things. It's like such a meta way of thinking about it that I think it covers all the things where it's like, as long as you're increasing your rate of learning at any given thing, because you're going to have to do it all anyway, you're going to have to figure it out on all different accounts. Like you're just going to have to do it. So you're just going to have to figure out how quickly you can do it, find the resources and figure out how to iterate on that as quickly as possible. So that was the biggest takeaway. But I mean, it was the most daunting thing to me was the first time I saw the numbers in the bank account that were higher than any numbers that I've ever seen. And then the realization of, oh, wait, yeah, we're responsible for that. Obviously we knew that, and you always tell yourself and going in, but you never really know until, you're strapped in, and that's it. So, that definitely took a while to get used to, that external pressure, but you get used to that too. So, and then now you embrace it, and now it's a very strong drive forward. So it's like, yeah, you just keep embracing, keep learning and adapting. Yeah, because it is going to be challenging on all fronts for sure.
Awesome, cool. Thanks for sharing that. So just like a whole new burden of responsibility, both kind of like managing a budget, making choices between how you prioritize your time, how you prioritize other people's time. Super cool insights. Thanks so much. I love this. This is super interesting to hear all this. Vuk, I'd like to kick it over to you. Maybe just briefly introduce yourself, what you kind of do, what you work on, and then talk a little bit about your history with hackathons and how that was kind of an entry point or wasn't an entry point for what you're doing today.
Sure. So my name is Vuk. I'm currently working on FieldMine. FieldMine is a startup working on infrastructure for storage providers. So we focus on tooling that help storage providers be good miners. This includes doing storage, but it also includes doing computing over storage. And we're hoping to build infrastructure that will allow computing over data, which is pretty challenging right now. But there are many pieces that are being glued, and we have a chance of actually making this possible in the next couple of years. I got into hackathons back in 2018. Actually, this was the way I got in actually coding in Web3. Like previously to that, I was doing a bunch of mining back in 2013, but I don't think that was kind of Web3. It was more like you have a computer not doing anything. Let's try to like figure out where that computer could be doing something, and then that turned out to be like 10 computers, not one. But yeah, like at the end of the day, it was not like really Web3 happening back then. It was just doing some script mining that is kind of pointless. Hopefully today we'll be able to do computing jobs in a similar way back then, as I was trying to do like something useful with my computer. Maybe in the next couple of months, I'm going to be able to do something useful with the computing network that we're building. And hopefully we can allow people to kind of crowdsource computing resources and allow like very large computational jobs to be executed on that network. Also, a few points on hackathons. It was kind of unique in my case because it was back in 2018 in the Ethereum ecosystem. So that was a very great experience for me because I learned how communities form, how you actually go out and show up and show people what you're building on. And actually, we kind of use those opportunities to like also show new features of the products. And we were kind of trying to leverage the hackathons to actually build the new features. So we go there with some ideas. We know what we want to solve, and we use the hackathon to actually push out the feature. That gives us like instant feedback because we have like a bunch of people that we need to present that to. And we also get instant users, especially back then because it was very scarce in terms of like infrastructure, and like dev tools were not really that used. So we were focused on actually like trying to build those tools and have also developers try to use them right on the hackathon, and then try to pitch that to judges and win. I think we are in a similar moment in the Filecoin and IPFS ecosystems because like storage is much slower in terms of innovation compared to like Ethereum, mainly because it is much higher. And we are now at a point where things are becoming possible. And I think like we are in a similar situation as I was back in 2018. First of all, because we are in a bear market. So like most people will be actually listening to you when you are building something. It's not just going to be hype. It's going to be people trying to actually understand what you're building and trying to use that. And a lot more people will be getting in that want to build rather than people that want to sell, which is also very important for our ecosystem to evolve. And for anyone starting now, I think it's a preferred moment to actually build things, see how the community is going to evolve. The Filecoin and IPFS communities are still very, very small, even though like a lot of work was done. The Ethereum ecosystem is not that small anymore. Like if you want to get in that ecosystem, like probably no one is going to notice that. If you get in the IPFS and Filecoin ecosystem, you can build a lot of traction very fast if you build the right things, and you can get a lot of exposure. And Lucas is probably the best person to help you out with that if you succeed with this hackathon and if you get some prizes or if you win on the hackathon or you even pitch to Lucas and Lucas thinks that it's a good idea. A few things can happen from there.
I love good ideas, and it's Lucas plus a whole community of people, right, that are that I work with that are invested in helping builders succeed, right? Like that is literally my job description. So yeah, like I try to make the connection, try to make those connections possible and like facilitate those meetings. I have one quick question, Book, on this, like one specific element that you described, which is first of all, I love this idea of like taking a strategic look and like almost like a step back and be like, what's the best place to jump in, right? And then like finding the ecosystem that actually has the highest almost like return on investment, where you're like, this actually has I get the most impact for my time or something. It's not, you're not spending money, you're spending your time, which is even more valuable, I think. You said one thing that I'd love to double click on, which is that you used hackathons almost as a tool to get feedback from people that you're building. Describe how that works. So you're building a feature at a hackathon, and then what happens, like on the last day, or I don't know, you just walk around and chat people up and like, hey, what do you think? Or is that after the hackathon? Just curious, like to how you get the feedback, or you just pester everyone and annoy them until they tell you what they think.
Yeah, hopefully you do it before, so you don't build something stupid. I mean, it was much easier back in 2010 because like it was a physical event. Now you would need to like be on Discord and ping people there, and Discord is a bit busy, so might be hard to get feedback before. But actually, it's very useful to like get it even before you actually start thinking about the hackathon. Like try to think about the things that you would wanna do in your life, like what are you missing, like in terms of like social networking. Like social networking is kind of bad right now. Like most of the data is owned by a few companies, and you're not kind of using the same data like with different apps, which is stupid. Like why don't you try to fix that? And there are many tools right now available to you, like Tableland, like a bunch of the other tools that the Textile team built, like that you can actually use to like show some apps that are interoperable and that can actually share data between them. And maybe you build like the same app, but then you have like two algorithms that the apps are using for actually like showing like feeds of people's photos and so on. So, but then what you do is you have that idea and you go to people and you ask them whether they would want to use something like that. And then you try to also to be to like ask very open questions, like what are the things that are not really working for them in terms of social networking and so on. And you try to get to something that really makes sense, and then you try to build it. Now, in our case, it was DevTools mainly because we were kind of in the early phases on the Ethereum ecosystem. So like it's not like many use cases were being built back in 2018 on Ethereum. So we were trying to build tools that would help developers build better tools. By the way, those are like the tools that are also required in the Ethereum in the Filecoin ecosystem right now. Like there are many tools that need to be built that would allow developers maybe at some point to actually have interoperability, maybe have some of the other characteristics of Web3 that we are seeing right now in DeFi, but we are not seeing with data. So maybe like function, so like function addressable computation, for example, like try using Fluence, try combining multiple workloads that would otherwise be very difficult to glue on a cloud provider, because you, for example, with Lambda functions, it's very hard for you to actually like have communication through the content, but on IPFS through content addressing and function addressing with the Fluence logic, it's not that hard, but very few people have actually tried that. So those are all like avenues that you could adventure and potentially learn a bunch of things on. Also zooming out and maybe also thinking about where do you position yourself for future growth. If you think about what happened in the Ethereum ecosystem, we got innovation only in a relatively small part of our lives, which is finance. But if you zoom in on Filecoin and IPFS, probably like most of the things that you're interacting with your phone or computer will need to be changed. And those are many more than what we have changed on the finance side. So thinking about all of those things that you can actually improve with Filecoin and IPFS, so would definitely help you think about like the ideas that you wanna build.
Cool. Thanks so much for that perspective. I think there's a ton here, right? Like if making the right choices when evaluating what to build on, how to even find the right ecosystem. I also love the point kind of around front loading as much of the feedback as possible. And I bet that would even help, to Karen's point from earlier, when you're actually then going into this world where you're now trying to engage real customers, you already have a version of that, and that makes it a lot more compelling to follow on opportunities. Alec, Karen, looking a little bit at time, I'd love to close out with kind of what Vuk already started, which is like, what are some of the opportunities that you see? Like, what do you think holds the most potential? And I'll try to force you to limit it to really like the top one or top two avenues that you believe people should pursue, be it like the type of event, right, participate in a hackathon, the ecosystem, right, Ethereum versus something else, or the Filecoin ecosystem, or a specific use case, or what category, is it the dev tool, or is it a maybe end user facing tool? Like, where do you see the greatest opportunities? I'll kick it off with Alec maybe, and then Karen, I'll let you close it out.
Yeah, that's really excellent question. There's lots of things there. It'd be kind of hard to pare it down, but the best way I could probably do that is I personally, obviously crypto, is finance. But, I've always been really curious about the non-financial use cases, kind of with Valist, like just, hey, and I think HackFS is one of the best places to experiment with those kinds of things because, as Vuk was saying as well, like it's very oriented around certain other use cases that are possible now. With these tools. And so, yeah, I would just say, yeah, like I'm personally really curious about how we can integrate this infrastructure in more parts of our lives. That's kind of what we're trying to do, software distribution, and kind of fix those problems. But also another thing is it's wallets are still hard to that's still like, I mean, that you would think that after all this time, it still would be as easy to, basically, they're still not at the point where if you can ask your grandma to set it up, then they need to be at that point for us to really hit scale. So I think that's still an important problem that will probably take a long time to still figure out, but there should be lots of teams trying to. And there's lots of great wallets out there. Not throwing shade or anything. I love a lot of these wallets. It's just self-custodizing and stuff like that. It's hard. So yeah.
Thanks, Alec. And then Karen, what are the biggest opportunities in your
So as a shameless plug for HackFest, so obviously I'm excited about no-code solutions for building applications in Web3. And so it opens up opportunities not only devs, but like any other non-dev users who's interested in getting onboarded to Web3 to be a builder, being a builder in Web3. And other than that, I'm really interested in the field, in the potential in developing a more efficient market in matching talent with positions, especially within DAOs. Because I think now I don't see any, I think we're still relying on really traditional Web2 solutions for figuring out the matching between talent and contributors and any positions or opportunities within the Web3 space.
Cool. Awesome. Thanks so much. I think I love this point around, even if it was a shameless plug, I'll still take it. I think, it's almost like a meta dev tool, right? Where we're not even making lives easier for developers, but you're turning everyone into a developer and then making their lives easier, which I love, because I'm trying to get as many people into the space as builders. And if we can remove many roadblocks there, some of which might be on the engineering side, then that's awesome. Cool. I want to thank all of you. We're kind of at time. for joining this panel and kind of sharing your insights. I learned a ton, and I hope you took some of the fears maybe of people and shone some light on the great opportunities behind that follow after a hackathon. All of you, like, best of luck with what you're building. And once again, right, like we're Protocol Labs is still here to support you guys, right? Like even after the hackathon. And it's super great to hear, Alec, that you're getting some great advice from Juan. And yeah, that's just awesome, right? So like let's continue to talk and work together, and we want to help you succeed. And I'm super happy that you started in a hackathon and now look at you. That's really, really cool. Like super glad to see that, and thank you so much for your time. That was awesome.
Thank you.
Cheers. Pleasure's ours. Have a good one, everyone.
Thank you, Alec. Thank you, Karen. Thank you, Vuk. Cool. Jacob, if you don't mind, I'll just kind of dive right into the next session and talk a little bit about the Builders program of IPFS and Filecoin, which we kind of implicitly talked about for the last bit, where Alec and Karen already shared their journey through an accelerator. So let me just share my screen here and talk about some of those post-hackathon opportunities, not in the context of a casual conversation, but a little bit more structured. So once again, I kind of Vuk was kind of talking about it already. The ecosystem that's growing around IPFS and Filecoin is growing, and it's our strongest asset in growing this Filecoin network and Web3 in general. We have, with the Filecoin network, on the one side, a rapidly expanding side of storage capacity of the network. So today we have over 4,000 storage providers all across the globe, and they're providing 18 million terabytes of storage capacity, which is an insane amount, and wildly exceeds our expectations from when we launched the mainnet about a year and a half ago. It's also 18 million terabytes is about 1% of total cloud storage capacity. So that's really cool to see, and it's still growing at a very fast rate. And then on the other hand, we have this increasing demand for all of that storage capacity from an explosively growing ecosystem. And there are now it's actually over 450, I think, startups when I last looked at this number. So I got to update the slide. Startups that are in this ecosystem, and you just heard from 3 of them that are operating in the space and are building great products and services. And there's a combined total of over 9,000 developers who are contributing to Filecoin and IPFS and various other technologies that are kind of adjacent or built on top of it on GitHub. And Outlier Ventures, you see it in the tweet, found that as with that, Filecoin, while not as large as Ethereum, as Vuk already pointed out, is still one of the most actively developed blockchain protocols. And we're not seeing that slowdown despite kind of the macro trend in the market. So with these 330 startups and 9,000 developers, like how do we ensure, and that is my role, right? So I co-lead the Builders program for IPFS and Filecoin, where our mission is to inspire and empower the next generation of builders and really help them make the internet more decentralized, robust, and secure with the types of services that they build. And there's a couple of things that we do to kind of make that happen. One of them is hackathons, right? And you're at one of our major events of the year, and there will be lots of people watching what you're building. We do now we're part of around 5 hackathons per month. And just in the first half of this year, we've touched over 30,000 people via our events. And we've received since last year in April over 2,300 submissions to all the various hackathons. And that represents around 7,000 builders since the inception of the program. And we're aiming to keep growing that number. And I hope that many of you will submit a project at the end of this hackathon. But then, once again, that's not the end of it, right? So hackathons is really just the first step, and we want to celebrate the builders that submit projects, and we are here to support the next steps, right? So I try to kind of put this on the slide here, how that journey might look like for some of you. So you might join the HackFS project, then we have a grants program, and I'll double click into that in a second. And then you heard from Karen and Alec about the accelerator program, one of which is the Tachyon one. And then after that, you may go on to, secure some seed investments from venture capital funds across the globe. And just like 2 stories, you heard from 2 of them on the panel, or 3 with Brooks and Philmine. There's many others, right? So I know there's, in our current acceleration cohort, we have over 20 teams that started in a hackathon. And here's just like 2 anecdotes on the slide. So Secured Finance, which raised $4 million in the summer of last year, actually started at HackFS in summer 2020. So similar to Alex's story. And then we have another team that just joined in the first quarter of this year, the accelerator program with Techstars, and they started in a hackathon in November and then applied for a grant in December and kind of took it from there. And even if company building is not for you, right? And we talked about some of those big challenges that come along with it. And there's a lot of opportunities for folks who want to drop out of building their own company, maybe temporarily put it on hold, to explore in the ecosystem for jobs and other career opportunities. And if at some point you want to come back in, that's totally possible. So all the programs are obviously open to projects that are coming from and have been incubated elsewhere. Let me maybe double click into the grants program just for a second. So this is really designed for all sorts of people. I'll highlight a few. So one is, foundations that want to move this space forward, maybe a company that's looking to accelerate the development of some features, or a developer team that's itching to hack on Filecoin tools and IPFS tools after a hackathon maybe. And we have 2 types of programs that we do there. We have what's called the Next Step Grant, and that's pretty much open for all hackathon submissions and winners in particular, and that just gives them a little bit of additional funding and resources with no expectations apart from keep building and building out your project. And then we have an open grants category with different other kinds of formats where you get, once again, financial support, but then also technical expertise that can flank your development and really help you. And just in the first or in the last quarter, so the second quarter of 2022, we approved over 150 grant applications, and about 50% of those are stemming from hackathons. So I was super happy to see that, because it really shows that this idea that we can help people progress with their projects through the different stages and kind of tailor the kind of support that we provide by seeing that much traction for the program. And then the other thing that I want to highlight is that acceleration program. We actually have several running every year, and they're these programs are designed for dedicated founders that are looking for that mentorship that from people all around the space. And you had Gabriel's name mentioned, but there's a few other people, and here's just a few on the slide here. But Juan Benet, who started Protocol Labs and originally conceived of IPFS and Filecoin, and Molly, who does product at Protocol Labs, and Andrew, who is the co-founder of Textile and Tablelands, which is one of the projects that Wook mentioned. So lots of great people here to learn from and that can support you. And we're doing these with these acceleration programs with different partners. The one that's opening for application soon is actually Outlier Ventures. But the others are also here, right? So Longhash, we have one with the India Blockchain Accelerator, Alliance, Faber, and the one that we talked about a lot during the conversation earlier with Tachyon, that will also likely renew. So lots of opportunities here. If you want to learn more about them, reach out to myself directly, or go to our website, hackathons.filecoin.io, and there's a section on post-hackathon opportunities where you can double click into some of these and learn more about kind of the things that are open to you. With that, I'll stop talking and hand the mic back over to Jacob to introduce the next speaker. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Lucas. Yeah, amazing. It was like a whole hour of Lucas. Really appreciate you jumping in and answering all that. If you guys didn't get enough of Lucas, he'll be back. So just stick around. He'll be running another panel a little bit later. So we are going to jump into our next talk of the summit, which is going to be by Ali, developer Ali. She's going to be chatting about the future of Filecoin. So Filecoin obviously has a ton of stuff in the pipeline and recent stuff that has been very exciting announcements. So lots to cover in a pretty short amount of time. So I'll probably just get out of the way and let Ali handle this. So Ali, when you're ready, feel free to jump in here, share some slides if you've got them, and I'll let you take it from here. Thanks so much for being here.
Awesome. Thank you. And thank you for the introduction. And I caught a little bit of the end of Lucas's talk, and he's absolutely right. There is so much going on in our ecosystem and so many opportunities to be involved, and so much coming up in the pipeline too, which I want to chat to you about today. So hello all, I'm Ali and I'm a developer advocate here at the Filecoin Foundation. So I'm very happy to be surrounded by such amazing company here at HackFS, and I'm really grateful to be included in today's amazing lineup as well. So I appreciate you all taking the time out of your normal schedules to listen in and to learn today as well. Pat yourself on the back for spending your free time doing something positive for yourself as well. So today I want to chat about the future of Filecoin and some of the projects we're really excited about here at Filecoin and Protocol Labs as well. First, a reminder of why we're doing all this though. So I heard this quote that is up on the slide here a couple of months ago when I was listening to Juan Benet, the founder of Protocol Labs, in case you didn't know, talk at a small peer-to-peer meetup in Paris. And it really struck me at the time because this is exactly why I'm in tech. And more specifically, it's why I'm in Web3. So one of the reasons I went into tech originally is because of just how fundamentally innovative and how fundamentally innovation and technological advancement, if I can get that out, can change and improve our human lives. So tech really creates new frontiers for us, like the ability to take photos of black holes or to build sustainable energy sources, go to the moon many years ago. It can also help us solve some of our increasingly complex problems. So with faster and more powerful computing, crunching over more and more stored and available data, and we'll get to that soon. And it also has the capability to enable changes in not just our daily lives, but those small daily changes do add up, but also in society itself. So we really don't have to look back too far to see evidence of that either. Like in the past 100 years alone, advances in things like healthcare or inventions like the sewing machine, the washing machine, the printing press, and then onto the more modern era of computers, obviously the internet and mobile phones, have drastically improved the lives of millions. And that's paved the way for major social changes and also a rethinking of the value and role of people in society as well. So for example, those household automations gave freedom and empowerment to women across the world. They changed the landscape for women in general for the better. The internet's given more accessibility and education to education and ideas, as well as enabling collaboration on a global scale. And I have no idea where we would have been if the COVID pandemic had been in the 80s, for example. So to me, the real goal is not just tech in and of itself. The real goal is people, and it's improving the human condition by leveraging tech and other scientific breakthroughs to do so. So that's also why it's kind of essential that we're creating a future for the underlying technology that we use daily to provide that open and fair web that protects our human rights and helps move humanity forward. Obviously that's the vision we hold here at Protocol Labs and the Filecoin Foundation. And it's a vision that was also shared by the early web and open source movement, and both of which were founded on being like a cooperative, accessible, and free sharing of knowledge and information. So this is really what drives us here at Filecoin Foundation and the Protocol Labs. And it's a mission that I'm generally here for and why I'm working in Web3. And I'm sure many of you have similar stories as well. But it's not without its challenges, of course. So let's talk about data, which is where we really play here. So data is an absolutely essential part of those daily lives and also a super fast growing field in Web3 because we need to enable distributed storage mechanisms that can also enable so many new applications and use cases to be built out with more permanence and with trustlessness, and without the silos that we're used to in the centralized world today, which, you know, can have a lot of problems. So they have central points of failure, central attack vectors. They're censored because these centralized entities can decide what data they want to put on there, and they can also just lock you out if they don't like you, for example, or you're from the wrong country, you're from the wrong side of the road, you're wearing the wrong socks. It's their choice. It's their centralization model, so they can do that. Anyway, so these current models have several issues, and they also like create vendor lock-in and create a lack of a free market around data pricing and like portability of your own data as well. So we've definitely seen a lot of issues around companies using us as the product. So all of these issues is obviously why Filecoin was originally launched. It's designed to leverage crypto economic incentives to keep data distributed, reliable, and verifiably stored, as well as being incredibly cheap. And that this mission and the current issues in data storage is why Filecoin was launched, but as you're most likely aware. And in just over 15 months since we did launch the network, which it hasn't been long, we're so young, we're still babies, we've achieved so many great things, and we've come a long way towards creating an internet scale decentralized storage network. But there's still a lot more to do, and this is why this is why this talk is called The Future of Filecoin as well. So currently, Filecoin enables verifiable storage at scale in that decentralized, trustless, and open way, but accessing and retrieving that data isn't always very simple. It's also not that easy to create programmable applications on top of this data or smart contracts, or to do computation either over state or over the data itself. So all of these technology vectors form the future of Filecoin and the tech stack for the decentralized internet. And we're not just focused on growing the technology either, we're also growing our impact and aiming to build sustainably and with social good at our core value as well, which is why the first project that I am building for the future of Filecoin that I want to share with you today is Filecoin Green. So some of you might have heard of this project. Filecoin Green is an initiative that seeks to make the Filecoin blockchain carbon neutral and in time carbon negative. So we're also a part of the crypto climate accord here. So the thing is, a lot of the conversations happening around blockchains focus on the proof of work chains and how much energy they're consuming. And look, we are thinking about, or at least Filecoin Green is thinking about what the positives are of having this transparent ledger that we can track data on, because Filecoin Green, because we have an open network that allows us to capture and report storage provider energy use and energy sources and efficiency statistics, all of a sudden we can track the energy in our chain, as well as tracking where that energy is coming from. And we can create tools for the entire Web3 space and beyond, actually, to help with tracking their energy systems. And this is becoming a big thing in the world, especially in Europe and many other countries. We're all quite concerned about climate change and we want to create action. So this is what Filecoin Green's doing. It's looking to make the Filecoin network green and sustainable, as well as being an important player in driving those sustainability initiatives in crypto and leveraging that transparent tracking and accountability provided by the blockchain to create those open source tools to measure and reduce environmental impacts in Web3 protocols. And there's even an API you can play around with Filecoin Green and some grants that I'll get to later. So as developers, you can be involved that way. But in order to meet these goals, the team has done quite a few things. They've created an energy dashboard to evaluate the use of energy on the Filecoin chain, which is at filecoin.energy. It's also connecting storage providers in the network to renewable energy and providing assistance and grants to do this, including green grants and the launch of a regenerative finance grant round as well that they've just launched. They're also running hackathons and conferences to gather the community together and hear new ideas and build a greener Web3 dev community. So if you're interested in this side of things, in this action on climate change and creating greener chains and green tools for energy tracking, then Filecoin Green might be something that you want to have a look into. So they've even pledged, and I actually was watching Mark from the Filecoin Green team this morning at ETH Barcelona. He gave or this afternoon, I should say, at ETH Barcelona, he gave a talk, and this slide really stood out to me. So they've made a Filecoin Green pledge where we want to be 80% renewable electricity procured by end of financial year 2023. So that's not really very far away, and 100% by 2025. So they've made a pledge to try and make this happen on the Filecoin chain. So we're not just buying carbon credits to offset our carbon usage, but we also want to be completely sustainable. So obviously, if you want to find out more about any of this, there's heaps of ways to be involved. Like I said earlier, there is an API. The Filecoin Green team is running hackathons. They're running one at the moment called SBS, and there'll be more in future. There's plenty of places to get update. You can follow updates, follow them on the Twitter for more information and contact them there as well. And you can apply for a Filecoin Green grant as well. So there's grants options for these type of initiatives. And the next exciting thing that's coming up, if you are around Paris or you're going to SCC, just after that, we have a sustainability summit, which they've been planning for a long time and is going to be awesome. Lots of cool speakers there. So July 23, I think that's on, 22 to 23. So check that out if you're around Paris and you're interested in that. So the future of Filecoin is then also highly retrievable with Filecoin Saturn. So at the moment, the Filecoin network is really more of an archival network. When we store something on Filecoin, it can take quite a long time to retrieve that data, which is why our use cases are really for like kind of permanent and open data storage at the moment. But Filecoin Saturn is aiming to change this. So this is one of the reasons Filecoin Saturn is building out a decentralized CDN that will allow anyone to participate in the network from their laptops and other devices and be rewarded for serving files and folders to requesters. So what that kind of means in layman's terms is that I can install something on my laptop and be a part of the Filecoin retrieval network. So not only does this drop latency and improve retrieval speeds in the network, it kind of incentivizes participation and creates a retrievals market, which is a really exciting project. And I'm definitely not doing it justice. You can even actually, at the moment, I believe, currently test it out. So if you do want to join in or try out Filecoin Saturn, and be involved in the beta version of testing Filecoin Saturn, it's currently out and you can check out the GitHub. It's also got a massive roadmap. So this is like a really enormous project and there's lots of information on the GitHub as well. Like the Filecoin Saturn team does host a lot of demo days, which they record and put up on GitHub. So if you are interested, not GitHub, YouTube, sorry. So if you are interested in seeing more, go and check out some of their YouTube as well. Or as I said, be involved. They're looking for early partners. So check out the code base there and get in touch if you do want to try and be part of this early network. But it will enable so many more people to access the network, will enable faster retrievals. So I can't imagine some of the use cases that we're going to get from having this, decentralized CDN live on the Filecoin network. So pretty exciting project, and we're looking forward to that. Like, obviously, they've got a really quick timeline, or they're hoping to get this out by, Q3 or Q4 of this year. So it's going to be really exciting to see so many people be able to actively participate in this network from their browsers and maybe even their phones in future. Then we'll be just like Silicon Valley season 4 of Pied Piper. Almost, anyway. Just kidding. Anyway, the next project is one that I'm personally very excited about. And I've been working kind of closely with this team. So I will probably spend a little bit longer on this one because the future of Filecoin is going to be programmable with the Filecoin virtual machine. What does this mean? This basically means that we're bringing smart contracts to a storage network. So you've got storage, already robust storage network combined with smart contracts. So, currently Filecoin's known for being this decentralized storage and retrieval network, like providing a lot of exabytes of distributed data, the largest distributed decentralized data storage network in the world with thousands of storage providers, obviously. And we can kind of think of this as the layer 0. But it's really just a start because we want to be able to compute and analyze over and with the data on that Filecoin network. So this is the goal of the FBM, to enable users to be able to deploy their own smart contracts or actors, as we call them in the Filecoin ecosystem, or in the FVM ecosystem, and unlock the ability to perform on-chain computation over state data. So this additional layer of capability, which we can kind of think of as the layer one on the network, adds programmability to this network. And that is going to open up so many boundless use cases and opportunities. And I know we were speaking to Valis just before, and they're super excited about this as well. And they were part of the early builders team too. So shout out to them for helping to give us feedback on that program and on the early FEM as well. But just a quick look at the technicals. The FVM's built on WASM core with the reference SDK built in Rust, and it's also working on supporting EVM and Solidity capability out of the box, compatibility out of the box too. Actually, we've just released milestone 1 of FVM onto the Filecoin network. So it's called the V16 upgrade, the SKYR, SKYR, SKYR upgrade. And that's just been released with built-in actors to the Filecoin Lotus chain. So it's actually running on the network right now, but that is just step 1. So it's only built in actors. The real programmability will happen in milestone 2.1, which will be out later this year. And we're aiming to have that be completely EVM compatible. So it will be the FEVM, FEVM, so to speak. So it'll be the Filecoin, EVM compatible Filecoin virtual machine coming out later this year, which will mean you can bring all your skills from Solidity programming, use all the tooling in the Ethereum ecosystem like Hardhat or Foundry or whatever you like to use. You'll be able to use them and deploy to the Filecoin network and take advantage of some of those extras available in the Filecoin network, like robust storage. So that decision's been made, and so if you want to keep an eye on that, check out the FVM channel of our Filecoin Slack as well. But why does this matter? Are we just trying to build the same use cases as, are already out there in Ethereum in Filecoin? Well, no. It's going to really unlock some really interesting possibilities because we already have this robust storage layer. So this slide kind of illustrates some of those powerful use cases, and that includes trustless reputation systems. So imagine an overlay network of nodes that could patrol this network, this storage network, performing random deals with storage providers in order to gauge key metrics like quality of service guarantees, performance, latency and region details. So those nodes can then store these reputation scores on chain, making them traceable and verifiable, and enabling users to decide on the terms of service and hence the storage providers that they want to use for their data. So that's one possibility for these. And another one is replication workers. So you could ensure the resiliency of your data by ensuring it's always stored n times automatically, or be able to store your data just once in the Filecoin network and have a trustless actor, a smart contract, replicate and send that to multiple storage locations n times. You could also create a user-defined policy of rules for that data to obey. So you can specify things that you got from your trustless reputation system. And one of the big ones is going to be perpetual renewal of deals. So creating basically permanent storage deals, because an actor constantly renews those deals with as many different storage providers as you want. I'm probably going over time here because I'm so excited about this one. So I'm just gonna move on. So the milestone 1, like I said, has already been shipped and is actually running on the Filecoin chain right now. So hurrah. And milestone 2, the EVM compatible one, is getting worked on as we speak, and you can be involved in that process. There's a lot of action happening in the issues. So if you are like a developer that's interested in working on bare bones, or even just reading about how we're building this blockchain, you can go to the GitHub and have a look through the issues, where there's a lot of discussions happening around how we're going to do this and why we're making some of these technical and engineering decisions that we are. Well, actually, as a group that we are making. So there's also dev opportunities. There's open grants for the FVM, and there's an early builders program that will be focused on the EVM compatible FVM like builders coming up soon. So keep an eye out for that as well. The next use case that I kind of want to talk about is computation with Filecoin. And it's a bit different to what I just spoke about with the Filecoin virtual machine. So this computation, which is Project Bacalhau, which is Portuguese actually for COD, Portuguese for COD, which is compute over data. So fun fact there. Cool name, which I have trouble pronouncing, but I'm sure someone who is Portuguese can probably correct me. But anyway, Project Bacalhau is reinventing science with open collaborative computing. So we're really aiming to help those people with big data sets. So one of the biggest challenges in big data is how to process growing data sets efficiently and quickly while also managing costs. So you can have a look at this top picture here, the typical data pipeline. You've got your ingest and process, you've got your engineer and split, test data, train and process, serve. So Project Bacalhau is really working on this first part of the pipeline. So taking on the challenge to bring data processing to the nodes where it's stored on Filecoin and give researchers and data engineers the ability to publicly reproduce data pipelines. So it's really aiming to transform, if I can get my words out, big data processing by giving developers simple, low-cost, distributed-first tools that unlock a new collaborative ecosystem. So if you're in academics or science, get in touch with the team or check out their repo, which I've linked there. That might be something that is really interesting to you and could be really useful to you. Like I said, we're not just aiming to grow Filecoin technically, we're also growing Filecoin by being part of public goods or creating creating public goods or storing public data sets that should be stored persistently on Filecoin and IPFS. And one of the ways we're doing this is through the Filecoin Foundation for the Decentralized Web. So this is a non-profit, so it's a 501c for those in America, whose mission is to ensure the permanent preservation of humanity's most important information. And it does this by stewarding the development of open source software and open protocols for decentralized data storage and retrieval networks, and focuses on charitable activities related to preserving important data sets, such as building and supporting the decentralized web community, funding research and development, and educating the public about the decentralized web. And they've done some amazing work, this team, and continues to do some amazing work. So these are some of the Web2 data sets that they have helped to store on the Filecoin ecosystem, on the Filecoin network, I should say. So the Shoah Foundation, if you ever get a chance to watch Tim, I think his name is, from the Shoah Foundation talk, I would definitely recommend that. He's a really interesting guy. But the Shoah Foundation, we're preserving a lot of their data from Holocaust survivors together with Starling. So that's a really cool use case. We're also storing a lot of climate data. So as you can imagine, these climate data sets are massive. They're really big sets of data. So we're storing a lot of that on the Filecoin network as well. We've also worked together with the Internet Archive to help store some of the data around American elections. You could probably guess which one, and do some more with that, just to make sure that it's tamper-proof as well and censorship resistant, and that we are not just erasing history to our liking, basically. So those are some of the cool things that we are doing with Web2 data sets, and that the Filecoin Foundation for the Decentralized Web is doing, and they are doing so much more social good as well. So if you do have kind of a good use case for them, please get in touch with that team, or really, it's a charity. So a lot of Filecoin employees lend out their time to working on the Filecoin Foundation for the Decentralized Web. I know we're also starting to store MOOC courses from universities to IPFS and Filecoin as well. So that's going to be a really cool use case that's coming out soon too. And we're definitely working with some of our Ukrainian storage providers to help store some of that data from Ukraine there, because, you know, we all know it's happening there. So, you know, we want to make sure that we're preserving humanity's data and making sure that, you know, it's preserved properly. So the last thing I think for the future of Filecoin is that it's going to be in your browser. And there was a recent announcement as well that I'm just going to skip to it because this is the exciting part. So one of the most exciting recent news stories was the addition of Filecoin to the Brave wallet. So this is a seamless integration together with many of the other projects that I've talked about today, really paves the way for new applications to be built natively on the web. And the team that is really doing a lot of work in this space, so making sure that Filecoin and IPFS are really accessible or available in the web, is talking to all the browsers, not just Brave, to try and make sure that protocols have a home on all the browsers, is the browsers and platforms team, which is headed up by Dietrich Ayala, for those of you that might know. So he does a lot of work with the Open Web Foundry as well. Also, what's it called? W3C, I think. Yeah. And the open web. He does a lot of volunteering for that as well, and is making sure that, we have a voice at the table there too. So some really cool stuff happening on the browsers team. Another cool thing that happened recently was MetaMask snap deals. So these snap deals kind of allow developers to expand the functionality of MetaMask and make basically instant Filecoin storage deals. So making a storage deal can actually be a bit of a lengthy process on Filecoin. So with MetaMask snap deals, we're making it almost instantaneous. So you can imagine the kind of applications you can build online with something like this, and combined with the FVM, and then combined with that Filecoin Satin and the retrievability aspect. So there's so many kind of use cases that are coming up for Filecoin to get really excited about, to be honest. I can't even keep up with them all. The teams, the ecosystem is doing such an amazing job at bringing all of these kind of different parts of the Filecoin network to life and bringing them together. So we're also looking into how to support Filecoin on or IPFS really on mobile. So if you're interested in building in any of these features, get in touch with us as well, or get in touch with the team. And this is the kind of goals for the browsers and platform team, or what they want to do next. So like I said, lots happening in our ecosystem. We're trying to make it accessible to everyone. We're trying to really expand the use cases and really make an open web, which was our original value mission as well. And the last part, the future of Filecoin is also you. We definitely could not build the future, this decentralized open future that we all want, this censorship-resistant, trustless kind of network, without help from all the developers out there, without help from your ideas. As Lucas was saying before, we just couldn't do it without any of our ecosystem partners, or without your ideas or your participation or your feedback as well. So you and our ecosystem is really the strongest asset in growing the Filecoin network and growing our future, and helping to shape that future as well. And we're always open to your ideas. Like I've mentioned, a lot of the GitHubs are open, actually pretty much all of them. You can go to those GitHubs, you can see those issues, and you can chat on those issues if that's something that interests you. If you're just here to learn, I think Lucas has probably mentioned, and you are at a hackathon already, so you probably already know about the hackathons. And I think Lucas also mentioned that we've got kind of a pipeline from, it's playing. Sorry. So I think Lucas also mentioned that we've got a pipeline from hackathons through to grants, through to accelerators. And then we also have that pipeline that goes into employment opportunities or to our Launchpad program. So please get in touch or be involved if you want to. And yeah, otherwise, I think this is pretty much all from me. I'm excited to see what ideas you come up with some of these projects that I've mentioned that are coming up on the Filecoin network. So really excited to see what you will build with Filecoin. And I'm sorry, I think I'm a little bit short there, Jacob, but I can take any questions or just talk on any kind of topic you like.
Yeah, I thought we had a deal here, Ali.
I was supposed to use filler words. I'm sorry, I forgot about the filler words. My bad.
No, that's awesome. I mean, it's great to see all the I mean, there's so many different directions that the Filecoin ecosystem is expanding. Like you mentioned, Saturn. I think you guys are going to run out of planets pretty soon. And then, you know,
well, we're even trying to take IPFS to a satellite with Lockheed Martin, actually. So that's another one that another case I didn't mention, but we recently announced that we're going to be trying to run a node on a satellite together with Lockheed Martin. And look, this isn't just like a kind of stunt as well, because one of the things about IPFS is that because you can trust the content that you're getting, you don't need to care where that data comes from. So it can come from any satellite, friendly or enemy, and you can trust the data that you're getting. You can verify the data that you're getting. So it kind of creates this trustless cooperation. And we are like going to send one up to a satellite somewhere in space. So IPFS is going to space and Filecoin is going to space soon too, which is kind of cool. So thanks for reminding me about that use case.
Yeah. I mean, it's not a stunt, but like it's still cool. Like, I mean, it's going to be in space. But,
definitely.
So,
I mean, it's in the name, isn't it? We had to send it there eventually.
you had no choice. That's amazing.
Exactly.
Well, cool. I mean, we do have some more time. I don't know if there's anything you wanted to maybe double click on as part of kind of some of these exciting things. I know you mentioned like, you know, the FVM work that you're working on in particular, but yeah, I mean, like, when you think about kind of, you know, directionally this kind of expanding ecosystem that you've built, like you said, it's only, I think you said like, you know, 15 months old, like it's pretty recent. But, you know, to see all this kind of work that's coming out of it, you know, to me, like, I think kind of Saturn is probably, you know, very exciting just from like the point of view of like thinking about, you know, just speed up seeing computation, like where do you turn first? You turn to a cache, a CDN, right? And just like that enables like so much more throughput, which is really interesting. I don't know, like, if there's anything you want to double click on, I mean, we've got the time for it. And of course, anybody who's watching, if you do have any questions about any of the things that we just talked about,
please shout out.
Yeah,
I'm happy to talk about anything as well. It doesn't matter. It doesn't have to be on the topic of this talk. If you have a question in general, happy to answer it for you as well. What I love about Saturn as well is like, firstly, the team, they are amazing. But secondly, you know, they're really doing something pretty unique here, and it's really going to allow more people to be involved in the Filecoin network too, which is like two of the main things that I really love, as well as obviously getting that retrievals going. So the input output that you're used to with like Web 2 applications going on the Filecoin ecosystem. So, I mean, it's definitely going to kind of be a game changer when this comes out. So it's like definitely one of the most exciting things happening in the ecosystem together with FVM, but I'm working on that, so I'm biased. but yeah, definitely interested for when this comes out. So, and also people can be part of it, right? You can download this on your browser and like serve files to other people like you would with an IPFS node. So that's, you know, going to be pretty cool to see happen. And like I said, it's you can kind of download that already, I believe, from their GitHub. Hopefully I'm not giving the wrong information out. Everyone goes and downloads it and the team goes, Ali, what have you done? But I'm sure it'll be fine. Let them know if there are any problems too. We're always looking for feedback. Like we said, that's part of the process. We're very open about, you know, trying to get feedback from the community. So if you do try it out and there's a problem, let us know. But yeah, very exciting. Going to open up a heap of use cases. And yeah, as I mentioned, like definitely, I can actually probably talk about a few more of the use cases that the FVM is going to unlock.
Yeah, I was just about to ask, this slide is amazing. So, I mean, anything you want to dive into on this slide, I mean, this like, yeah, clearly you've thought out like what can we do with FVM? So
yeah. So, well, I mean, we definitely haven't thought of everything. Like, we can't wait to see what some people do with the FVM. So obviously, it's also going to kind of open up the possibility for DeFi. But one of the things that I'm most excited about, given that we're already a data storage network, is unlocking the possibility for data DAOs and the dataverse. So this kind of means like, imagine you're kickstarting the data set economy by tokenizing data sets. So you then get to like capture and represent the value of these like data sets to society. And then you can exchange those data tokens between peers. You can request computation services on that data. Like, you know, you could have validation, or you could join that data analysis, feature detection. So, and then once you're getting into kind of feature detection and extraction, you're like really kind of then moving into machine learning. And I'd love to I just heard a talk the other day about kind of how we would decentralize machine learning, because it feels like that's kind of right to do as well, because there's, you've got, it takes so much computation, machine learning, and a lot of them are behind closed doors, and that makes sense because they had to collect and tag such big data sets. But if this data is all becomes open, and then we can create this kind of, decentralized machine learning model, I'm just getting carried away now. But the data DAOs and the Dataverse, tokenized data sets is definitely something that's going to be unlocked by FVM. And it's really something that we couldn't do without a storage network, and then having implementing programmability on top of it. So, because once you start adding that computation onto the Filecoin blockchain, you have computation and storage under the same roof. And this is really going to be one of the big strengths and differentiators for the Filecoin network. So really excited about that. NFTs obviously is another big use case for us. So we're already storing something 69 million, billion, I don't know, NFTs on IPFS and Filecoin at the moment. So with FVM, you'll not only be able to, store that metadata on IPFS and Filecoin, but you'll be able to mint them on Filecoin as well. And it's completely EVM compatible, like I said. So that's kind of going to be exciting to see the kickstarting of a creative economy, perhaps on where you can then tokenize them as well on the Filecoin virtual machine. So that's going to be pretty interesting as well. And then obviously there's all those things, if anyone's from kind of a storage background, and this is HackFS, so probably you have a good idea of this. When you talk about traditional cloud networks, you want to have user policies around your data. You want to be able to decide where your data is stored, how resiliently, how long for, all these things should be in the hands of the engineer, really, basically. So that's what, is really going to get unlocked by the FVM as well. So you're going to be able to kind of create these user policies because there's going to be these smart contracts, or actors as we call them, on the FVM, on the Filecoin network. So you're going to be able to create user policies that decide how many copies of that data you want. They'll be able to auto heal themselves as well. So let's say one goes down, which is really very rare in the Filecoin ecosystem. But let's say it did, that deal would be able to auto heal itself and store somewhere else off one of the other nodes, which is super cool. And obviously that perpetual renewal of deals is going to be a kind of a cool thing for the network as well. You'll be able to just set and forget, and it'll continually renew these deals for you at the cheapest price and with the parameters that you set for your storage provider. So maybe there's been a government change and you have to change the parameters on your storage provider. Well, on your user policy, you'll be able to do that with the FVM as well. It's also going to kind of unlock L2 bridges then. We already do have some bridges over to Ethereum, to Near, to Polygon, to many of the other cool L1 projects. But this is going to really enable that a lot more because it's already a layer one and already obviously EVM compatible. So yeah, lots going on in FVM land. And like I said, we do have another early builders program coming up. At the moment, there is actually a few demos. I wonder if I've got this on this slide. There is a demo if you do want to play around with kind of FVM actors and how they work. One of our early builders called Jim Pick has created this kind of actor playground with a bunch of examples on there. So you can play around with kind of how they work if you go to that actor playground, which I know this is a bit hard to see, but I can share these in the channel later as well. And there's also videos up on the YouTube about that too, if you are interested. So yeah, thank you. I think, I think I've rambled on enough about some of those use cases, but yeah, super excited about that. And we're aiming for end of year, so Q4 for that to be released, and you'll all be able to start building on things, hopefully.
Yeah, I mean, there's just so much to explore. So, I mean, I don't think you're rambling, honestly. We did get a question actually come in. Okay. And, it was going to steal my thunder from my question anyway. So I think it was a good question. And yeah, so Dale asked a question about sort of I was going to ask a question about like, what do you want to see built over the next couple of weeks? Because that's my go-to default question. It's a hackathon. Obviously, we care a lot about what gets built. But Dale had a little bit of a spin on that. So to Dale's question, what are some good examples of non-standard or non-obvious use cases for decentralized storage?
Wow, I mean, you're really throwing a spanner at me here. But look, when I think about what you can build with IPFS and Filecoin at the moment in its current form, and with the dev tools we have available, which I'm sure most people have probably seen, the clearest use cases are for open data or for archival data, like I kind of mentioned earlier. But, one of the best things to do in this ecosystem is to find a pain point or find something that you're trying to build and you can't quite do, and build a dev tool for that. So I love seeing people submit projects that are almost like, I found a pain point in your ecosystem and here's a dev tool to solve it. I love those projects. Or, something we haven't considered. So one of the hackathon entries I saw at, I think it was the Chainlink hackathon actually, but or it could have been ETH New York. I see a lot of these, was like for an NFT.storage helper, for example. And it was aiming to, so people don't necessarily know what the image of the NFT is going to be first, because they're going to dynamically create that. And they wanted to be able to then still store that and back it up to NFT.storage. They created a helper to do that. Another one was kind of like I saw a password manager created on IPFS. Link sharing with IPFS is also really cool. But backing anything up to web3.storage. So I saw a really cool e-commerce site get built out. There was also like a wrapper around YouTube, which is kind of relevant these days, that, stored your channel to IPFS and YouTube, or it didn't. I don't think it quite did that, but, that would be a good way to go as well. So there's really like a heap of ways you could go and think about this, especially if you're thinking about like IPFS as a peer-to-peer protocol that really creates this verifiable content ID. And then you're talking about, storing and persisting that data using Filecoin and using any of the dev tools to do that, like especially web3.storage or NFT.storage. That makes it super easy for you to do that with. So yeah, there's honestly so many ways you could go with this, like even creating a personal blog post that you'd share, or like, a kind of a Medium or a Stack Overflow, or there's definitely so many things you could do with it. I've definitely seen a lot of really cool stuff with NFTs as well happen. So I don't think that answered the question, but there's some of the ideas off the top of my head, I guess.
I mean, this is great. I mean, I think you explored the space. So I think, everybody's going to be doing that over the next couple of weeks as well. So I guess this is kind of a primer for that. Okay, yeah, awesome. Well, Ali, I feel like I've taken up enough of your valuable time. I really appreciate you being here and walking through all the kind of massive growth of the Filecoin ecosystem over the last little bit. It's really amazing to see, and I think I speak for everybody. I really appreciate your energy and what you're bringing to this. And it was awesome to have you here.
Well, thank you, Jacob, and thanks for the questions at the end as well. Really appreciate that. And happy hacking, everyone. If you do have any questions, we're in the Discord and available as well.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Ali.
Thank you.
Okay, great. We're going to jump into our next chat here, which is going to be reviewing another ecosystem, if I get the slides to work here, another product in the kind of Protocol Labs ecosystem. So I'm going to bring up Karine and Alvin from the Estuary team. There we go. So they're going to chat about Estuary and how it's being used and trusted by 150, I believe this is pronounced petabytes of data clients. Yeah, I mean, I'll just jump it over to them. Another awesome chat with another ecosystem or another product within the Protocol Labs ecosystem. So I'll let you kind of, show your cameras, and then I'll get my screen share out of the way. And then feel free to jump into it. Nice to have you here with us.
Yeah, thank you so much. Let me just share my screen. 1 second. Okay, perfect. All right. So, hey everyone, I'm Kareen. I'm a product manager here at Protocol Labs, and I'm working on Estuary. And Estuary is a reliable way to upload public data onto Filecoin and pin it to IPFS, and you can find it at estuary.tech. So the outline for today's presentation is as follows: the problem of centralized storage, why Estuary, how Estuary works, a 1,000-foot view, how do developers use Estuary, Estuary's performance, and the future of Estuary. So firstly, the problem of centralized storage. So first, centralized storage is storage that is owned by a singular entity or organization. And this causes many problems because if you store data with this one entity and that entity decides to go down for the day, then you're not able to access it. And this also has other problems such as accessibility worldwide. There are a limited amount of data centers, so that also causes problems. And there's also monopoly over storage because there's only a few different storage and cloud companies. So this allows them to dictate prices, allowing them to put them sky high, determine who can access this data and where it can be accessed worldwide. Now, a solution to this is actually the decentralized storage model that Filecoin is based off of. So this allows for an open market for storage and a peer-to-peer network of storage providers. And this peer-to-peer network is between a client and a storage provider. So a client is an individual who wants to upload their data, and a storage provider is an individual or an organization that's able to facilitate this. Now, the great thing about Filecoin, again, is that storage providers are able to set their own prices, hence it's an open market. So in comparison to the centralized storage systems where you only have a few different cloud companies to choose from, in a decentralized model, you actually have multiple cloud companies. So they're able to set their own prices, and the client themselves are able to shop through and see a whole different array of storage providers out there. And how this works is that storage providers actually, to prove that they're having the storage, they have to provide cryptographic proofs. And this cryptographic proof means that they're storing the data of the client correctly, and that proof is put on a block to the network. And the deal between the client and the storage provider is actually replicated 6 times to ensure that the data is available worldwide. So why Estuary? Now, Estuary actually solves a lot of the issues with Filecoin because it's actually a little bit difficult to use it. It requires you to spin up your own IPFS node. And to do this, you need to know how to do so, first of all, and the computational power necessary. So Estuary itself is its own specialized IPFS node that Protocol Labs runs. And basically what it is, it's a brokerage between the client and the storage provider. So let's say you yourself are the client and you want to store data on Filecoin. All you would have to do is just ask Estuary, hey, can you make storage deals for me? And Estuary will automatically start to do this. So how this works is that you have a piece of data, and this data has an associated CID. And the CID, once the deal is made, is put onto the Filecoin network. So that's really important for retrieval later on. And again, this deal, the deal between the client and the storage provider is replicated 6 times. Also, while the deal is in progress, your data is still retrievable off of the Estuary node because it is pinned there for hot retrieval. And once the deal is made, then it's available for cold retrieval. And here's a little bit more of an in-depth visual of the architecture here. So on the left, we have the clients, and then in the middle, you can see the Estuary main node. And then we also have shuttles. So you can send the deal request through the shuttles, which eventually goes to the main node and then makes deal with the storage providers. And these storage providers later on can apply to become miners. And that's just an additional incentive layer for them. So as you can see, the Estuary node is actually quite complex and is using 2 protocols, Filecoin and IPFS. So yeah, many things that go into it. And if you want, you can look at the code base yourself. But if you're just a developer looking for something a little bit easier, you probably just need this. This is estuary.tech. This is our web UI, and it's super easy to use. All you have to do is drag and drop your files, and Estuary automatically starts making deals on your behalf. And you can even check out your deals at Estuary.tech on the deals tab. So here you can see your miner ID, the proposal receipt, the Filecoin deal receipt, and the status of the deal. And the miner ID usually starts with an F, and that's important because it tells you who exactly is storing your data. And in the Filecoin deal receipt, you can see this miner ID along with your CID. Now, as I mentioned before, the CID is super important for retrieving your data. So let's say this was a traditional pinning service. If you have your pin, you can retrieve your data, no problem. But let's say that pin is somehow lost. Well, that's a big issue because now you can't retrieve your data anymore. But what's so great about Estuary and Filecoin is that even if you lose your pin, you're still able to get your data back because of that CID. So since Filecoin is also a peer-to-peer network, you're able to ask any storage provider, hey, I need the CID. Can you go ask your peers of other storage providers to retrieve it for me? So it will find someone that eventually has that CID and it will come back to you. Even though this is like slower, you will still have your data back for sure. And Estuary makes uploading data to Filecoin and replicating that data around the world a 5-minute problem. So as I said before, the deal between the client and storage provider is replicated 6 times. What's so great about this is because if a storage provider decides, hey, I don't really feel like being on the network anymore, well, you still have 5 other storage providers that have your data. And as well, you're able to access it all around the world. And here's a good representation, a visual representation of that. So this is us right now. This is the world. Here are the Filecoin storage providers. Here is the Estuary nodes that are able to talk to these storage providers. And here are the deals. And as we get more and more deals, the data that we have keeps replicating across the world more and more and more. So now Alvin's going to talk about how do developers use Estuary.
All right. Okay, thanks. Thanks for that, Cody. Thanks for that. I'm not sure if I can share my screen. Maybe you need to unshare first, and then I'll share mine. Yeah, thanks for that. Yeah. Okay, hold on. There we go. Right. Slideshow. Right. Yeah. Okay. All right. So yeah. I mean, so first, yeah. My name is Alvin. So I'm the software engineer here at PL, and I'm one of the software engineers maintaining and supporting Estuary. And yeah, I'm here to give you an overview on how developers can use Estuary, like for their development, for building their apps. So I think Corinne has mentioned earlier about the benefits of using Estuary, being able to upload data and sort of like replicate that data 6 times over on the Filecoin network, and then make it sort of reliable, right, and retrievable. So there's a lot of mission critical applications that anyone can use or can build on top of Estuary, right? So it's easy to say that, yeah, you can build sort of an app that has data-centric app that handles a lot of data, and Estuary is one of the perfect platforms to do that, right? So, but before we even go to the examples and how developers can use it or how developers can use it, it's important to understand the architecture. So Estuary has 3 main components: the main node, the shuttle, and the front end application. So the main node is sort of like the main broker node that sort of that sort of acts as a broker between the clients and the Filecoin network. So when you upload a file on the front end, it pins onto the main node, and then it facilitates and manages the creation of those 6 Filecoin deals, 6 replications meaning, and then it presses that onto the Filecoin network to the storage providers. And the shuttles is basically the way for this main node to scale. So if you need more like storage, if you need more processing power, if you need to process more data, you can actually scale the main node and add more shuttles to it, right? So actually currently the main Estuary production environment currently has 6 shuttle nodes. So, we have managed to scale, we managed to support a lot of files by scaling our main network, main node. And the lastly is the front end, which is basically the user interface for any users or for any consumers to upload their files onto Estuary. So I think this is one of the demonstrations that Corinne showed earlier, wherein any users can easily drag and drop files onto the front end, and then all of these replications, all of these facilitation of files to the Filecoin network is done on the back end. So what's good about Estuary is that when this was built, it was built with an API-centric mindset, meaning all of the core features or the core functions of it are accessible via API endpoints. So meaning if you upload a file, a car file, or even if you're retrieving a list of CIDs, all you need to do as developers is that you just need to call a specific endpoint, passing a token, an API key, and then you can retrieve that from your to your applications. So technically, any platform that understands HTTP and can also sort of parse that HTTP response can literally use Estuary, right? So here are some of the examples, right? So example one, file upload. So all you need to do is really just call the endpoint, content add, and then pass the bearer token authorization. So this is a key that you can actually retrieve and they can request the invite for, and then you just need to pass the data and then you're good to go, right? So just file upload, just pass that data and then you're all set. Now, of course, you wanted to have a way to access those files, right? So there's also an endpoint for that. So just call this endpoint, pass the bearer token, then it will retrieve you back all of the files that you uploaded. It's CIDs. So similar thing with car files. So if you're uploading a content archive file onto the network, so you just need to call the endpoint, passing the bearer token, and then passing the car file as part of that data body, and then you're good to go. So everything is endpoints, even the collections. So collections is one of these features, Estuary features, wherein you can tag a specific file and then sort of aggregate and collect them, right? Creates a group, right, for each file. So it's like a hashtag that you can tag a specific file so that you can collect them, or so you can group them, and then sort of just use that tag to identify, right, the specific files. So again, for creating collections, all you need to do is call an endpoint, pass the bearer token key, right, and then you're all set. Here's a demonstration, a quick demonstration of how it works. I'm not sure if I can play it, but I don't think I can play it. Sorry. Hold on, let me just check if I can sort of. Okay. All right. Okay, let me play that. Okay. So again, as I mentioned earlier, all you need to do is just call this endpoint. So this entire demonstration, this entire page is a way for anyone to just test out the endpoint. Then we choose a file and then we upload the file. Everything happens on the back. So it calls that endpoint. So API.estuary.tech here /content/add here. So and here we're now listing our files, right? So all we need to do is just replace that bearer token with a legitimate, with an authentication token that anyone can get if you request an invite, and everything is going to be retrievable, right? So there. So yep. Okay, let me just go back to my slideshow. All right. Now it plays. Hold on. Yeah, okay. So now once you're done with uploading your file, you can actually verify your CID. So if you we do have a front end, as I mentioned earlier, a front end that allows anyone to just to upload their files, but there's also a way for you to verify the CIDs that you uploaded through Estuary. So you can verify your CID using this tool, and then it will look up onto this DNS endpoints here, the web.link and IPFS.io. So of course, there are a few more APIs that you can take advantage of as developers. So collections API, as I mentioned earlier, you can use it to group files together and sort of tag them so that you can retrieve them as a group. There's also a deals API to access all of the existing deals, any deals that was created for your CIDs. the storage provider and miner APIs. So it's sort of like an admin endpoint to grab or to get all of the storage providers registered on the system, and of course, admin and system APIs, sort of like maintenance and support APIs to sort of to maintain the Estuary node. So of course, like all of these are, since these are accessible by HTTP API endpoints, right? So it just makes sense to build tools around them, so sort of like data wrappers. So that's what we actually did. So we created SDKs and libraries that sort of wrap all of these API endpoints. And the beauty about it is that it's written in Java, JavaScript, Rust, Python, C#. So all of these are mainstream programming language. So if you're working in, for example, in an application that's written in Java, you can just import that module onto your Java application and then call these APIs through the Java library, right? So all of these are available in our GitHub. So everything is open source and anyone can access it. Anyone can just grab it and then just use it for their own. Of course, like if there, since we also documented all of the API endpoints using Swagger. So Swagger is an API documentation tool, but the great thing about it is that you can actually use that documentation to build stubs. So client SDK stubs and server-side stubs. So for example, if you have a specific use case for, let's say, Flutter app, right? So let's say you're building a mobile application in Flutter and you need a Dart SDK, you can actually use a Swagger docs to generate the Dart SDK for you. So here's sort of like some of the key examples. Using the code generator, you can generate Android SDKs, Apex Closure, there's even C#, Dart, Flash, right? And then Groovy and Java. So everything is compatible with with Swagger code generator, right? So the API key is only by invite. So you would need to request access from the development team. So if you scan your QR code, if you scan this QR code right now, you can actually, it will redirect you to the request invite page wherein you can register. And then we as a team will check and will assign you an API key so that you can use these API endpoints. So yeah, so Estuary is open source. So every source code, the node, the SDKs, the Swagger docs, the libraries, even the complementary tools that it has are all open source. If you go to application research GitHub page, you will see all of the projects here, and everything is free. So you can just, if you have sort of like an idea how to extend it, you can just clone and sort of create a PR against the repository, against the project. So if you're sort of like trying to build an innovation on top of Filecoin and you want to use Estuary, right? To have your own use case or to build your own project, you can definitely do that. Just clone, extend, and then you're good to go. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, all of the developer documentations, API docs are available in our documentation website. So that's docs.estuary.tech. You can scan this QR code to visit that webpage as well. And of course, if you have any questions about the tech, our tech team is on Slack. We have a Slack group which is open to anyone. It's ecosystem-dev, and we are. If you have any questions about or anything that you need assistance, we'll be happy to assist you. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I'll give the floor back to Corinne for the next few slides.
Thank you. Alvin, you can just click for me, or okay, sure, I'll share my screen.
Oh, okay, sorry about that. Yeah.
Okay, cool. We're back. So Estuary performance. We have over 18 million total files uploaded by all users using the primary Estuary node, 165.93 terabytes of total pinned IPFS storage for hot retrieval from the IPFS gateway, over 100,000 active storage yields on the Filecoin network, 971.59 terabytes of total sealed storage on Filecoin, including replication. And lastly, we have 176 total storage providers receiving deals from our Estuary node. So some really good stats. And then as you can see, the trend is looking good for the amount of data that's been uploaded, onboarded onto the Filecoin network. And this data is since April 2021. And as you can see here, there's a really great upward trend. So the network is definitely growing. And now to talk a little bit about the future of Estuary. Here are a few of our goals that we want to accomplish. We want to make it easier to onboard data to Filecoin. And what this means to us right now is that we want to improve our web UI for other users as well. We want to make it very easy to use. And Estuary right now is actually going through a little bit of a redesign. So that's very soon to come. We want to be able to onboard more data and users. So some examples of our users are listed below. And we want to be able to accommodate larger upload sizes. Right now, in a singular upload, Estuary can only accommodate up to 32 gigabytes. So we really want to stress test that and see if we can break that barrier. We also want to expand the amount of projects using Estuary, broaden our network of storage providers, and we want to have more online deals like on the network. And then our biggest goal, I'd say right now, would actually be auto retrieve. So this is kind of completing the picture of data retrieval. So if you were to lose a pin on Estuary, it would be really great to be able to retrieve your data. So that's basically what auto retrieve is doing. It is about 95% of the way there. It's almost completed, and I'd say it would be done within the next month or two. So that has been the major push as of now. So yeah, thank you so much for listening to our talk today. And as Alvin mentioned earlier, we're all open source. You can find us at ecosystem-dev on Filecoin Slack. Please check out our GitHub if you want to contribute. You can find that at application-research/Estuary. And again, if you want to use Estuary, go to estuary.tech and please request for an API key. So thank you so much, everyone. And we can take some questions now.
Yeah. Awesome. Thank you so much, folks. Just loading up the channel just to see if there were any questions. I mean, maybe in the meantime, if you could highlight maybe some of the, you mentioned some of the big companies that are using Estuary, but maybe just kind of some of the cool ideas that come to mind for ways in which people can leverage this kind of bridge to build some cool projects during their next 2.5 weeks. I don't know if you have any good ideas or any alpha you want to leave for things that people can build. But yeah, I would love to hear any ideas you have for a bunch of hungry hackers.
I guess
Maybe
like,
Alan, you want to go?
yeah, I guess like I guess like, you know, I mean, one of the key benefits, right, of using Estuary is the replication, right? You know, whenever you upload a file on Estuary, it replicates on the Filecoin network. So if you're building sort of an AI machine learning app that uses a data model that you don't want to be tampered with, that's actually a good use case. Because when you have that, when you have a reliable storage like Filecoin network, right? Like for example, using the Estuary as a broker, you can easily, you can sort of like ensure yourself that that data is there, it's replicated, it's retrievable, and it's also verifiable, right? Just because we have the content addressable storage technology there. So yeah, if you're sort of building an application, I would look at building an application that really relies on aggregation of a lot of data like geolocation, and then use Estuary to store that, or use Estuary to store all of those information. So yeah, I mean that. And that's virtually any applications, right? Like any application that collects data, really.
Yeah, makes sense. How about you, Kareem?
I mean, yeah, basically what Alvin said, like anything that's really that you need to onboard like a lot of data, Estuary is definitely the best bet for that. Yeah, Alvin really hit it on the head there.
Yeah. Yeah. What else? I don't know. Like machine learning. Yeah. Yeah. It's just because like in the AI machine learning space, there's a lot of data sets, right, that you can take advantage of. And I think one of the key things really in the AI in this data sets, because I work for a company that does this, it's the reliability of that data set before you feed that onto the machine itself. Right? It's sort of like a supervised learning data model. So you create this whole bunch of data, right? You source it from different like sources, like different channels, you aggregate it, and then you store it somewhere, and then you use that later on to create data sets or data models that will then be fed to chatbots. Chatbots that responds to customer requests, customer inquiries, or to maybe an application similar to Amazon, an e-commerce website, right, wherein it tries to predict what your trends are, what are the trends, or what are the things that you buy or a person buys during this season, right? So those are the things that I would look at. Those are the solutions that I think that's very impactful, very good, and it's very it's great to have those solutions, I think. Yeah.
Awesome. Well,
yeah.
This has been amazing. Thank you so much for the whole overview of just how far Estuary has come over the last little bit. It's been amazing to see. Been amazing to see. Sorry, and yeah, really appreciate having both of you here to give us that quick overview, and looking forward to seeing many projects built using Estuary and the world that you can have when you have this persistent data. So thank you so much, folks. And I think we're probably going to move on to the next talk.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you so much.
All right, great. So up next, we have another awesome talk by another amazing thinker in the space. So we have a talk called Decentralized Trust as a Web3 Primitive. Danny from the Ceramic team is going to be leading this chat. And Danny, you have a little bit more time, which is nice. So if you want to go a little bit long, you've got the space for it. But would love to have you join me up on stage, share your video, and otherwise take it away. Would love to hear more about how you're thinking about trust, data, identity, data sovereignty, all those topics I'm sure are overlapping here.
Absolutely. Thank you, Jacob. Can you hear me okay before I dive straight in?
Yeah, you're coming through awesome.
Cool. Let me share my screen.
Sounds good.
All right. Cool. Well, thanks again, Jacob. Excited to be here. HackFS is always one of my favorite hackathons of the year. We always see some incredible projects. So very excited to get into the meat of it and see what people start building, and excited to be part of the opening series here. So as Jacob previewed, I'm going to be talking today about trust as a primitive for Web3. And a really core building block to start to bring some of the use cases around Web3 and more sophisticated applications to life, on par with financial Legos and data Legos. I think trust is a really important aspect that we don't dive into quite enough in the right way. So that's what we'll be talking about today. Before we dive in, just quickly about me, very, very quickly. Danny Zuckerman. I am one of the founders of 3Box Labs, have been working on issues around decentralized data, identity, reputation, all of which touch trust for 4.5 years now. Steward of Ceramic Network, which is the protocol that we've been building at 3Box Labs for decentralized data. And I will stop there, more about my bio. And then on the right-hand side, some places to come find me and us. But that's the least interesting part of what we'll talk about. So very big picture, I think the goal of HackFS and building around Web3 is to start to move us from talking about the stack, the Web3 infrastructure stack, which can be pictured in a lot of different ways. Here's one that I really like from the Edge and Node DevRel team, and start talking much more about the things that you can do with the stack, the applications, use cases, and users and value that's being created on top of all of this infrastructure. And it kind of begs the question, why aren't we there yet? What are the missing pieces when so much great infrastructure has been built? And I don't mean to take away from that. The place that we're at today compared to this time last year when HackFest took off is way more sophisticated, and the primitives are way better. And so we are getting much closer, but we still don't see a massive amount of mainstream ready high scale applications and things that are even at a point to do that. And this talks about one of the reasons why. Another piece of the framing and the kind of issue of trust has been a hot topic in crypto Twitter and Web3 world recently, for a lot of reasons. Among them is the Decentralized Society paper from Pooja, Glenn, and Vitalik. And I just highlighted this one quote at the top of their abstract: Web3 can eschew today's hyper-financialization in favor of a more transformative, pluralist future. And their paper was really about the need for us to move beyond purely financial applications, why we hadn't to date, and what was needed to, or one course for what was needed to do that. And trust is really at the center of this. I think a little bit, unfortunately, a lot of the conversation that kicked off after that paper became this massive debate between the implementations of how to get that trust, in particular, soul-bound tokens, non-transferable tokens that could be issued on the blockchain as a way to start to issue signals of trust and reputation, versus DIDs and credentials, which is the stack that many in the identity world and the off-chain data world have been working on for quite a while. And so if you've been poking around the space, or if you've been part of this debate, you've seen a little bit of a flame war between these two implementations. That's not what I want to talk about today, unless we go really fast and have some extra time at the end. What I want to talk about instead, at least at first, is the importance of reputation as a mechanism for trust. So very quick story here. And one of my favorite fun facts about the founding of the United States and the founding fathers is that Ben Franklin wrote a gossip column amongst the many other things that he did. And this seems like very strange and at odds with some of the reputation around Ben Franklin. But he knew that his town needed some trust to be able to work together and start to mature the things that they could do as a newly burgeoning society. They didn't know each other that well. It was a lot of people who had recently migrated or were migrating between different towns on the East Coast, and there weren't a lot of norms established in this brand new society. And among the many things that he did was write a gossip column in the local paper. And gossip has this very negative connotation today, but one thing that gossip does is it's a way to create reputations about people. It's a way for third parties to trade information, including negative information about others. And it's a really important way that we have developed as societies to basically put reputation at stake. And when reputation is at stake for individuals, it really helps reinforce the norms and values of that society that they're a part of. And this can be for a society like the United States, or it can be for an application and the users of that application, or the constituents in a tokenized network. But reputation being on the line in different ways is a really important mechanism to get people to work together. It's not the only one, and we'll talk a little bit later about how this interplays with tokens and financial incentives, but it's always been a critical one. This was the case on Web 2 as well. If we look at some of the biggest segments and success stories from the last major wave of internet companies, reputation played a huge part, and they could not have succeeded without reputation. Trust was not an extra feature, it was a key enabler. eBay, the first really massive e-commerce success, succeeded in huge part because they were able to build trust between sellers and buyers in a way that no one really believed was going to be possible early on. You were going onto this website, you were paying money to a random person somewhere in the world who you didn't know, had no way of knowing. And eBay was a startup at the time. And you just had to trust that the seller was actually going to sell you the item, and that it was going to be what they said it was, especially with some of these used goods, that they would be not broken, that there was actually original condition, that was new in box. And it was a huge pain to be able to actually, like, if you got an item that wasn't what you were promised, to actually track that down and get resolution was fairly painful. And so scoring and ratings and reputation was the primary mechanism that actually enforced good behavior and made eBay a massive hit. Same thing with Amazon later when they opened up to third-party sellers. So reputation as a way to build trust amongst parties was critical to doing any commerce online. Any social platform had to build trust. In Facebook, it was friends. LinkedIn, it was connections. Twitter was followers. but they all put front and center the followers that you have in common with someone else. So not every piece of reputation needs to be quantified. Some of it is very contextual. And so showing the connections you share in common with someone is a way to very quickly build some trust, understanding, and familiarity on these social platforms. Airbnb is a quote from the CEO of Airbnb: "The trust of our community is our top priority." Again, similar to eBay, but probably even more so, nobody believed that Airbnb could succeed in getting people comfortable staying in strangers' houses or comfortable with strangers staying in their own home. But it was by creating a really sophisticated and trustworthy itself reputation system that they were able to build this massive company, but also this really new way of having economies, different sharing economies. And so what all of these had right when they're trying to build what you can think of as these little digital societies on each of these platforms is that I think what reflected in this quote from Jonathan Haidt, the most important principle for designing an ethical society is to make sure that everyone's reputation is on the line all the time. That sounds very punitive, and in some ways it is, and we'll come back to that. Vitalik has been talking recently about negative reputation, which again makes it sound punitive, but if you're trying to get people to behave in a way that is in the, not just their own interest, like the capitalism and financial incentives work so well because in a one-time game, people act in their own interest and it balances out and allocates capital. But if you're trying to do things that are not one-time financial games, but rather repeated games where you need to actually build familiarity and context and trust, basically any social application or use case, you need reputation to be able to convince people that they should play by the rules, that they should do what is expected in the norms of that system. And there needs to be a way for them to lose reputation if what they do goes against that. And so one thing that we learned from this is that reputation is inherently a social thing, not an individual thing. So all these Web2 companies did a great job building their reputation systems. The problem is they're built in silos. And Jeff Bezos said a brand is a company's reputation. And so as all of us users are using these platforms and building reputation, the social capital that's built, the trust that's being built, goes a little bit to each of us as individuals, but mostly it's accruing to the companies who built these reputation systems in these walled gardens. And they're trapped within those gardens or within those silos. And so you have no agency or portability or composability to use that trust elsewhere. And this is really great for some of these big Web2 platforms, but it took them a long time to build it up, and we don't really have, and you see tons of crypto companies trying to kind of bootstrap off of the trust that's been built up on Twitter, which is why we are constantly verifying our Twitter handle for different services on Web3 to try to build off of that. But we don't want to replicate this same issue in Web3 of having to rebuild trust over and over again, because that's going to dramatically slow down how quickly we can build up trust on Web3 as a whole, and therefore how quickly we can build up applications and use cases that are meaningful beyond financial ones. And so the question is, if we're not doing reputation on these platforms and in these silos, where are we doing it? And we kind of need a new organizing principle, and that organizing principle for trust as a primitive in Web3 is to organize it around users, and users individually, kind of put users at the center and agency of their own reputations and the data that makes it up, but also give users kind of control over and a share in kind of a collective way to manage reputation and data. And so I'll talk about what that means abstractly, but first I want to give a few examples of projects that are doing this really well already today, because we're starting to see the emergence of trust as a primitive in Web3 in some very cool ways just in the last few months. First example, in kind of the commerce and finance world, was a partnership between CyberConnect, which is a social graph protocol, and RockFi, to basically look at on-chain data and a bunch of other information about a user and create a credit score, and then to link that credit score to a user's profile and their social graph, and also incorporate their social graph on CyberConnect into their reputation and their credit score. And so what this does is it creates a way. So CyberConnect is this social graph protocol built on Ceramic, which is a public data network, and it creates this open shared way to start to aggregate information like a credit score in a way that anybody can compose on and use and interoperate with, instead of it being locked into one place. And so once it's done once for one lending platform, now it's accessible and extendable by anybody. Second example is Orbis, which is a decentralized social application. And it looks a little bit like a Twitter, but with more of a community bent to it. Lots of conversation happening there every day. Go check it out, orbis.club. But like with any social media platform, there's problems with content moderation and ranking of content and creating a feed. And so they've included, like many social platforms, comments and upvotes, but also downvotes. And the downvotes are actually a way for people to signal about the value of not just content, but implicitly the author of any given piece of content. And so an author that is creating lots of content that's getting downvoted is implicitly building a reputation that can be looked at to say this person is creating low value or spam content. And that can be used by Orbis to change their application, but also if another social app joins, because this is apping on a public network, they can also look at that same data, that same reputation, and say, okay, this author has already built up a reputation as distrustworthy. I'm not going to let them in. A third example, Gitcoin recently released before the last grants round, Gitcoin Passport. And Gitcoin had been aggregating lots of different signals of proof of humanity. So proof of humanity itself, and Bright ID, and linking to your Google account, your Twitter account. All of these give some insight into a user is just a single user. And the reason this is so important for Gitcoin is they run these grants rounds with matching funds, and they need to protect against civil attacks and collusion against people who are trying to get kind of more matching than they deserve. And so they need to have some idea of one person is acting, a person is only acting within the grants round in one way. And so to do that, they've aggregated all these scores and created a JSON document that they sign into a credential and put into the user's profile, this Gitcoin Passport. And so they needed it for their own application, but because it's linked to the user's DID and key, now that is available for any other application on Web3 to query and use also. And so again, it's not just a single walled garden implementation of reputation. It's this new primitive for trust that others in Web3 can build on. So how are they all doing this? I've kind of referenced it a little bit, but really quickly, the anatomy of what these pieces of trust, which is really, it's data that's aggregating to reputation. What does this actually look like, and how are people building this? Especially for those of you who will be hacking unrelated things this hackathon. And so there's a few different flows, but very generally, a user might submit a claim that they are a certain person, if they have a certain credit score. They'll just bring certain data to bear, or they'll just interact with an application. And that application can run a service that verifies the claim, or just, it's generating the activity. For example, the fact that a user participated in a working group for a DAO, and they create a piece of data and they sign it. If it's a certain format, it might be called a verifiable credential, which is a spec from W3C for what some of these claims look like. But it can be any piece of signed data. And they sign that data using the application key, DID. And they write that claim to the user's stream on a public data network, in this case, and the one that I work on, Ceramic. And that is now tied to the user's key and associated to them, but written by the application. And so you have this shared piece of data, and it could be written not by an application, but by another user, more peer-to-peer. And so you now have this signed data on this network that can be shared. And what you're starting to build up is this single public network that maintains all of this data and all of this latent trust that others can build upon and start to create, not just reputation, but other forms of signal that lets you do much more powerful applications and ones that are much more than one-time financial apps. So yeah, what this is starting to build up just implicitly is this shared graph of trusted data, trusted because it's being signed by DIDs. And so it has some properties that are really good for building trust and reputation in ways that are shareable across contexts. It's both sovereign and social. And we'll talk about in a few minutes the soul-bound tokens versus credentials. They both have limitations. They both get used in ways here, actually. But sovereign social because things are being signed and organized around private keys, but the data itself is on a public graph. And so you have user control, but it's not purely individual, because a lot of data, and especially our reputation, is shared between users. And so you need to be able to make attestations and claims about others to build reputation. It's provably authentic because it's being signed, it's being verified by nodes, and that reputation is at stake because if you've accumulated lots of positive reputation, lots of positive claims, but then you also start to get some negative ones, you're actually damaging yourself. And so, going back to the John Haidt quote, reputation's only super valuable if it's at stake all of the time. It's composable because it's structured data. It's being signed with schema, and it can be used across chains. And I think most importantly, it's emergent. It doesn't need to be a perfect reputation system right off the bat. First, these use cases are being built for their own value. Gitcoin built a passport for their own need, for their grants program. So the value starts locally, but now others in DeFi or L1s who also need anti-Sybil or proof of individuality can start to use that same passport, extend it, add new claims to it, add new algorithms for how they're calculating to it. And so you start off of this one, trusted context in one use case, but because it's composable and provably authentic and on a shared network, others can start to build on that same thing and extend it. Similar to how we saw DeFi Legos really extend the use cases of finance and blockchains. Similarly, this trust primitive can very quickly get built upon and extended in powerful ways. And so what that creates is this kind of composable set of building blocks for reputation in Web3. And reputation, again, is really just an algorithm on top of lots of data. So what this really means is composable signed data in Web3 of all different types, preferences, participation in DAOs, content that's upvoted, lots of followers on certain social networks. And you have these composable bits of trust to build new Web3 applications that can resist attacks. So I said we weren't going to make this about the implementation details, but a little bit about like the way to build up these trust primitives and what works well and what doesn't work well. And so a few things that are all important to these systems, but on their own, not enough. So we'll talk about soul-bound tokens, we'll talk about DIDs and verified credentials, and talk about tokens themselves. Why can't we just use financial incentives for everything? So really quickly, soul-bound tokens can be really powerful. There's a value in bringing some elements of reputation on chain in very thoughtful ways to make it interoperable with some of the other things that happen on chain today, especially financial markets. But they're not a good mechanism for every piece of data that we want to build in as a trust primitive. They can be encrypted, and these can continue to change, but a public by default method for publishing data is going to really compromise privacy for users and make people shy away from using it. There's lots of scale issues, and you're chain siloing everything that you put on a blockchain as opposed to making it more interoperable. Verified credentials and DIDs in the stack that many in the identity world have been working on for a long time play a huge role in, should play a huge role in building trust for Web3 applications. One of the key elements of that stack is selective disclosure of VCs, giving users the power to decide what data to share when, which really helps privacy compared to soul-bound tokens. The issue is you can't have complete selective disclosure over data and actually build powerful reputation systems. Imagine an Airbnb-like application where every review and rating that you got was put into a private data vault that you controlled as a user. And then when you went to go use the application again, you would get to choose which pieces of data you shared and which you didn't. You would only share your 5.0 ratings, and every user would have a 5.0 rating, and there wouldn't actually be any trust in the system. And so reputation systems are necessarily somewhat public and social and involve some third-party claims. And so pure sovereign systems don't work for building full reputation systems. They also have some challenges around UX and security of key revocation and credential revocation and rotating keys. Maybe most importantly is why not just use tokens? Tokens are great incentive, financial incentives for things, and most of the crypto space to date has relied on using tokens as incentives to align networks. But there's a huge downside to over financializing everything. And as soon as there is a potential to make profit, arbitrageurs will flood a system and find any profit to make and completely overcrowd any of the more pro-social behaviors. An example I heard recently from Stephen at Cloud Fund, I'll give him credit, was that, like, how come we all pay our phone bills on time, or those of us who do? And it's very rarely because we're actually scared of Verizon coming to take us to court and settle our phone bill. It's much more because we don't want to have our credit score harmed. Reputation is actually a much more powerful day-to-day incentive than financial incentives in a lot of cases. And they don't coexist well. As soon as you introduce financial incentives, it crowds out reputation and other types of incentives because all of the financial arbitrage comes in. And so as soon as we bring in tokens, we're no longer in a social multi-time game. We're in a one-time game with arbitraging. And the incentive actually gets worse, not better. One more quote from Adam Smith, who's most known as being the inventor of capitalism, but he wrote another book called The Theory of Moral Sentiments, which is really largely about reputation and how we're mostly motivated by reputation and things like it rather than by capital. Man naturally desires not only to be loved, but to be lovely. So to be seen in the eyes of others as good and to live up to that. And so even the founder of capitalism believe, that the book that kind of is looked at as the founding of capitalism is about how the invisible hand can make markets be a great way to allocate capital, but he didn't believe that was the right way to actually incentivize individuals. That was, for that, reputation is a much more powerful tool. So what to do with this? Some ideas that we've been talking about around our team and community that we'd love to see continue to build out the primitives for decentralized trust or to take use of it. Comment and rating plugins for different applications, for smart contracts, for tokens, for all sorts of stuff happening in the space. Reputation doesn't all have to be quantified. And so giving people ways to write verifiable information about what they're seeing and for others to use it can add a lot of context to what's happening in the space. Tracking contributions to DAO and endorsement on tools and what's happening, skills and what's happening. For those who've been around for a while, there was a huge wave of token curated registries a while ago. But what about reputation curated registries, a way for people to put their reputation at stake behind something, which probably means more to them than tokens and can't be attacked in the same way as token curated registries could. Reputation only sharing economies. So networks where you don't earn financial capital for contributing, but you do earn social capital, which has a softer power. Aggregating data around users, bridging from Web 2 to Web 3, or creating these personality profiles that can be used as an alternative to centralized ad IDs and things like it. So lots of different things that are now very achievable with the tools that we have for managing decentralized data, and using the Web3 stack to start to do more with trust and more social use cases. I think I'm supposed to wind down, so just a couple of resources. If you want to know kind of how to use data to build some of these things, there's a talk from Matt Davis on Monday morning on building with composable data. There's a blog on how to build with composable trust and how other apps are doing it on blog.ceramic.network. And also some links here to come chat with others who are thinking about these things, building some of these things, and some bounties related to this from the Ceramic team at HackFS for the hackathon as well. So I think that's it. I don't know if we're doing questions in this one, but again, here's some links to come find me or our team or some of this tech, and would love to see and hear from some of you on this, but also can't wait to see what some of you build in the hackathon the next few weeks.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Danny. I mean, I do have some small questions. I mean, I think this is a really fascinating topic in general, and like, it just seems to be such a missing block from the Web3 world versus like Web 2. Like if you think about it, almost like all of our institutions, financial lending, like all these different things are based on trust, reputation, and really enable you to do so many things. And like as great as kind of DeFi has been in terms of like allowing anyone market participation and that kind of thing, like one aspect of that for sure is that like in almost all cases, it has to be over collateralized. You have to have some sort of like way to get back the money in the end if somebody kind of messes you over or screws you over. But in the traditional financial markets, it's almost the opposite. It's almost always under collateralized. I guess my question to you would be like, I think we both could probably agree on the importance of trust and reputation and stuff, but maybe what has been so challenging about tackling this project or this problem? And I know it's a problem that a lot of people have been thinking about, and it is in a lot of ways like a bit of a holy grail. Would love to hear a little bit more about just sort of some of the challenges involved in actually making this a reality.
Yeah, I think there's a few. The first is, so reputation is not the only way to build trust, but it's a really good one. And so if we focus just on that, I think the easiest way to look at what reputation is it's just a combination of data. In the real world, it's a combination of like experiences you have and what you hear about someone. In the digital world, it's like looking at a bunch of pieces of data and saying, like, well, what does this aggregate into? Its reputation. And we haven't had a great way to manage that data to date, to just like aggregate it in a Web3 native way. And I think that's changing very rapidly through many of the sponsors and the hosts of this hackathon and a bunch of others. But you need the right foundations to build on, first of all. I also think that there's a few different ways to start to build and bootstrap reputation, but like it's much harder to do it in abstract than it is to do it. It's like almost one of those problems that's harder in theory than it is in practice, because mathematically it's very hard to build decentralized reputation and to kind of bootstrap that. And you run into the who watches the watchman problem, and you need trusted seeds. But in practice, people trust Gitcoin. And so when they release the passport, which they are signing as a company, it's got trust from the beginning. And so when you start to build in these specific use cases and contexts, and you start to build trust from there, then you could start to extend from there. And so I think we've been missing those first initial cases with real applications that are building decentralized trust for themselves, and then that can be leveraged, beyond that. And so I think that's what we're starting to see. It's not an easy problem, even with that. There will start to be ways to attack it, and it's almost harder. It's definitely harder in Web3 than Web2, because people can just leave their private key and move to a new one. And so you can't limit participation in the same way. But I think we'll start to see a lot of these open systems where positive reputation gets you a lot of benefit. And then anyone who's found to be kind of going against the grain will be banished. And so there's a lot of cost to actually, a lot of opportunity cost to misbehaving. And so that's what we're starting to see, but it's taken a little while to get there.
Yeah, it makes sense. And I guess, yeah, I mean, at some point, like if you go far enough down the line, you've got to trust somebody, right? Whether that's Gitcoin or like some Oracle or something like down the line, like you've got to trust something. It has to be the end. And I guess like, it depends on maybe the rigor of trust that is required for your application. But I think in a lot of cases, you're right. Like, Gitcoin putting something out into the world, or, anybody kind of with enough skin in the game, being able to put something out in the wild and say like, we are validating that this is the case. Like that's probably enough for most applications. And then maybe there's like a much larger set of things, but maybe it's also the case where it's like exactly you just described. Like it's like there are so many of these different attestation or type like trusted things that like you have so much positive trust that like even if like the Gitcoin side is lying, or even like one out of the like 50 different things is that trust you is sort of like not trusted. I'm using the word trust a lot. It almost doesn't matter at that point, right? So yeah, definitely. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
I think that's a really interesting point that like we were at a phase in Web3 where it was so small for a while that like just knowing someone's ENS name was enough. That was enough trust because you just like knew who they were, what they had done, and what they had said. So you didn't need a score. And if we flash forward a couple of years, there'll be so much data and so many different, verifiers and services and reputation algorithms. The hard part won't be having trust, it'll be choosing which one to trust. And we're kind of in that middle portion today where we haven't built up some of those services, but we're past the point where just knowing someone's Twitter handle or username or their Telegram or Discord handle is enough.
Yeah, and everything ends up being composable too, which is super interesting. So, okay, cool. I mean, I could talk about this forever, so I'm gonna have to stop because I think we're already over time a little bit. But yeah, Danny, I really appreciate you coming and chatting about this. I agree. I think we're in the middle of it, and I think there's going to be some really interesting applications that come out once we sort of come out on the other side. And I think the earlier people start building with this is the faster that accelerates. So amazing. Well, really appreciate your time, Danny. Thank you for being here.
Thanks, Jacob.
And
take care.
We will jump over to our last chat of today. So I'm assuming everybody in the crowd is excited to have Lucas back as a moderator for one more panel today. Look at him go. He's still got high energy. So yeah, this panel is awesome. I mean, it's sort of, earlier we did the panel about how to take your HackFS project and take it to the next step in that journey through grants or accelerators or any of that. But of course, there's a whole other side of this, which is like maybe you're just coming into this for the first time, or you're really enjoying the role that you have, but you want to kind of explore other roles. You don't just have to start a company. You can also join an existing one. So we're going to do a panel that Lucas is going to run on careers in Web3. There are a lot of tough problems, a lot of really interesting work in this space. And we are joined by Ian and Jenks, who are also kind of thinking a lot about both the problems in the space, but then also like best practices in hiring and thinking a lot about just like how Web3 is a little bit different and a little bit more interesting an environment to work in than basically anywhere else, in my opinion, at least. So why don't we just start off the panel with a bunch of bias? So there we go. Cool. So yeah, excited to have you all here, and I'll get out of the way and I'll let Lucas take it over.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Jacob. Welcome again to those who are kind of still tuned in. Like Jacob said, I think what we're going to double click on in this session is, not how you take your project further, but kind of focusing on your personal growth and opportunities that either in parallel to building your own project, you could pursue, or as an alternative, right? So I just want to really broaden the aperture and make you guys aware of all the opportunities that may arise from this event in any sort of way, and shine a light on that. This won't be a technical talk, but hopefully it'll be enjoyable nonetheless. Not sure how many technical folks we have in the audience, But yeah, but as we jump in, like the first thing I'd like to do is kind of introduce our panelists. So we have Jenks, who's on the developer advocates team, and who I'm sure you will interact with a lot over the course of the next weeks if you have questions. And Ian from the recruiting team of Protocol Labs, and he's repping the Protocol Labs shirt there, which is great. Jenks and Ian, maybe I'll let you guys just kind of introduce yourselves, and I'd be curious for you guys to highlight a little bit what your kind of previous career steps were very quickly, right? Like just kind of tapping onto them, and then how long you've been in the Web3 space, and then we'll probably double click on that transition and how you navigated it, and ultimately what kind of tips and recommendations you would give to folks. So Jenks, I'll kick it over to you. What was your like pre-Web3 life, and how did you make the transition, and when did you make the transition? Thank you both for joining.
Thank you, Lucas. You make Web3 sound like a second life, but it kind of felt like that. My name is Jenks. I'm a developer advocate at Filecoin Foundation. For those who don't know, Filecoin is decentralized data storage network, one of the world's largest decentralized one. My job is to evangelize the relevant technology to the developer community on a daily basis, to participate hackathons like this one, look after builders' engagement, and work on open source projects. I like to help developers to become superhumans. In my previous life, I worked in telecommunication industry, Ericsson specifically, a Swedish company, and also I worked in a SaaS company called Xero. It's an accounting software, and also I work for a tool called Linktree. They're powering the creator community, and my Web3 life is about 5 months old now. Over to you, Ian.
Awesome. Nice to meet you all, and thanks for having me today. Yeah, Ian Brunner joined as the head of talent here at Protocol Labs back in October of last year, although it feels like I've been here for 10 years, so I definitely resonate with that second life comment, Jenks. Yeah, and before this, I was at Facebook for 4 years, so basically the antithesis of Web3, and we can talk a little bit more about that as to sort of the reasons why I'm passionate about this space and have moved into Web3 and decentralization. And prior to my 4 years at Facebook, leading teams was at a company called Centro in the ad tech industry, basically helping them build a technology completely from scratch. But yeah, I think they've rebranded as Basis now, but they were Centro back when I worked for them. But yeah, just really happy to be here and excited to talk to you guys today.
Awesome. Thanks so much to both of you. Let's just like jump right in there. You kind of said like you're coming from a space that's kind of the antithesis of what Web3 is about. And I'm curious, when you have now looking back, or when you have conversations with people who are still in that space, like what is some of the things that they're most, I guess, looking for, and maybe, you know, like, or in two ways, right? You could look at what you're doing currently and like what are the biggest frustrations, and then looking onwards, like what is the thing that they're really looking for and excited to get out of potential next steps. What would you say, Ian?
Yeah, I can speak to that for sure. So I think one of the things that we hear constantly with any candidate coming from Web 2 or comparable industries or areas is that just the growth opportunities are just really incremental in those spaces, because you have these large companies, lots of different people moving towards similar goals, even if their teams are smaller. So just really sort of incremental growth, and not a lot of sort of greenfield areas in some companies to really dive in and build things completely from scratch. So we talked to a lot of candidates, a lot of my friends I talked to, that are just interested in this space because there's so much to build and so much to just create completely from scratch. That's really, to me, what's the most exciting thing about this space, Web3, is that there's just so much greenfield, so much to build from scratch. I say to everyone that listens to me say it, that I've learned more here since October than I did in 4 years at Facebook. And I truly mean that. It's been just supercharging my knowledge in all these different ways that have been super, super exciting. So that's just a few things that I would note.
Cool. Awesome. Thanks so much. And I think, Jenks, you're like one of the reasons, you're one of those people that are like helping people really accelerate on that learning trajectory. And I'm kind of curious, like, if maybe you could share an anecdote or two of somebody you met, who you interacted with on Discord, on any of in the community forums, who really who you were helping with something, and just kind of sharing a little bit of what kind of challenges you help them with, because I'd like to basically get folks to understand what it is that you can help them with, and what parts of their journey you could basically help them accelerate.
Yeah, sure. So working in ecosystem team and with a very vibrant community, you have lots of good things going on, and sometimes there are things that's a little bit annoying. But most people are building awesome projects. So my job is there to help them to succeed technically. I can't even mention the 1 or 2 projects, because I've reviewed so many hackathon projects myself, and every day there's a grant submission and people pinging me for giving them technical advice, or just how to write a better grant. And I've been helping them, and seeing them getting approved, getting the fund that they needed to take their project to reality has been very satisfying. I'll keep doing that. I watch the community threads every Monday. Is my shift to watch all of the Slack channels. I have about 5 or 6 Slack the chatting softwares on my computer right now that I watch regularly every day. So the question could be very random. A question could be technically related. The question could also be business related. I answer them all because of my background has technical stuff, but also a little bit of business facing stuff as well. Yeah, so I love the challenge. It's challenging sometimes, but also I'm learning heaps from talking to people.
Yeah, that's awesome. Diving into maybe some of those differences, right? I guess a lot of the ways that people interact with each other is often even using Web 2 tools, right? You'll still be on Telegram, you'll still be on Discord. Those aren't yet decentralized services. And I'm kind of curious, are there any ways that, in how we interact that is different in Web3 than maybe in another world? And Ian, both from a perspective of, roles and recruiting, right? Maybe we double click on that. And then also just in terms of connecting with folks. So on the recruiting side, I guess my background, and maybe just to share that, right? I also come from a very kind of conventional business background, where I worked at a company called BCG that does consulting, and I only knew recruiting through LinkedIn, and then at school there would be maybe a career fair or something. Web3 doesn't have that really. So I'm kind of curious, Ian, what are the forums where you would learn about these opportunities? Where would I go to find out what might be an interesting role? And yeah, how do people learn about it?
Yeah. So it's, in many ways, it's sort of the opposite of Web 2, or I guess industries that you were sort of referring to there, Lucas, because a lot of times in Web 2, people sort of search out opportunities. I want to be a software engineer. Let's see what sort of software engineer opportunities are available to me. Now in Web 3, it's more about figuring out what sort of projects or what sort of companies are interesting to you, and then putting your foot in the door and seeing if there's something there that you can work on. That's something that's really, really cool about Web3, and certainly is the case at Protocol Labs. Is sure, we have positions posted, but we also create positions for the right people. So there's plenty of people that we talk to where it's we don't have a job posting open, but this sounds like an amazing skill set that could be influential at this spot. So it's sort of really seeking out projects, seeking out individuals that you admire are working on really cool things, seeing what else they're working on. I know Danny before this in the last talk talked a lot about trust, and it really comes down to sort of figuring out that trust or credibility with companies too, because there's a lot of noise in this space too, unfortunately. It's figuring out who's working on legitimate projects, what's cool in the space, who's partnering with really awesome companies, and then sort of working backwards from there to see what sort of opportunities there are. If there isn't an opportunity listed that's right in your skill set, reaching out to the project teams and seeing hey, here's my skill set. Is there something I can work on for you guys, whether it's a contract role or full time? So I think what I'm getting at it as a whole here, Lucas, is there's a lot more flexibility in Web3 and a lot more sort of looking at people's aptitude and potential as opposed to just making sure they 100% have 10 years of Java experience or whatever the traditional job description for a software engineer would have. So yeah, that's just a few things I would note.
Cool, that's awesome. And I actually do know of one guy who was just contributing, because all of these are open source projects, right? They were just contributing and then eventually made the jump over. And so you can even live on the edge of being kind of like formally associated with the project and not being formally associated. So I think there's even different types of being engaged that very much, mirror whatever you feel most comfortable with, right? You don't have to drop everything and like start this job and spend 40 hours or whatever it is per week on doing it. You can also kind of find like softer ways. And I think that's something that, in the old world maybe doesn't work as well. We can say, hey, like, I'm going to just hang around in the channel for a while and kind of see what's going on. Yeah. What are, Jenks, maybe like switching over to you, like, what are some of the, things that you think when you're involved in some of these projects, right? Like in through one of the roles that Ian was describing, or in kind of a semi-formal way where you're just contributing to the open source way, what are the channels, what are the forums where people are engaging? Would that be GitHub? Would that be Discord? Just kind of curious, like, where does the community meet and where do people find each other?
These days is mainly Discord, and we, because of the Filecoin project history, we have a very Slack-focused community, Slack channel, and I think it's because our project is quite technical, and a lot of different parties will like to use Slack to communicate because they're all pretty much developers. That's been the major places, and it is true that these tools are Web2 centralized, very centralized tools. But Web2 has its places, of course, and then Web3 is just starting, it's young, right? I predict when we have a Web3 decentralized app installed in our phones and use it every day, that's when Web3 has made it. We're all waiting for that moment, right? Anyways, I'll speak a little bit about the experience in working in Web3 as someone who joined just a few months ago. Compared to the previous workplaces that I have been to, Web3 is default to open, right? Very, very, very drastically different. You don't need permissions to get involved. What Ian said was great. Like, you can get involved, Lucas said as well. That's how we hired Discordian from our team. Like, he was just working on IPFS open source project he's been contributing, and a caught the eye of some people at Protocol Labs, and he got hired as a developer advocate, and that's the best job, according to him, has ever had. This is one of the best jobs I've had as well. There are literally hundreds of ways to get started. I can speak on behalf of some technical audience because of my development background. I really recommend start following and learning about projects that you know, or people who follow them, and then you like those people because you know them, and then the projects that follow. Start by getting involved in that way, just looking at community threads, chatters, and then getting involved in their education program, attend public meetings, follow them on Discord, target your interest project to look for opportunities that way, because you really need to get excited about that project and get behind the mission, to have the passion to contribute your working hours to it. So get involved in open source project. If you're technical, you can start your own project, join hackathons, propose grants, applications, and run with it. And you'll get noticed by the project people in the project if you're active enough. In most of them, you don't need to get rubber stamp to get involved. The same goes for product people and business people. I believe there are ways to contribute other than coding. The second thing is broaden your network. That's what I did myself as well. For Filecoin, when I was interviewing, I just reach out to people in the Slack channel and say, hey, can I have a 15 minutes or 30 minutes to validate something with you? Because this is all new to me. And they're open. Everyone is open for it because they're used to working in open in an open way. We're in a funny area because we're going through market cycle right now. So it actually helps with technical people because it gets rid of people who are looking for just hype and opportunity to make quick money. This will give us, right now, will give us more opportunity to meet good people who are down to earth building right now. So I encourage you to do get involved in your projects, but also building the network by just chatting to people.
Awesome, thanks so much. I feel like I'm in one of those like tele-sales commercials. So it's like, hey, why do you think your job is so amazing? And like, hey, you know, it's the best job ever. And Ian is like, I've learned so much over the past few months. So that's great. And you know, I'm honestly like, I would second that. But I would also like, it also is like challenging, right? And it is different, and it like takes a lot of adjusting to do. So I'm curious, like maybe to like, you know, like now that we understand that it's like all fantastic and fun, I'm curious, like what are some of the challenges, Ian, that somebody who is new to this space and like faced with all this abundance of opportunity and openness, like what are some of the things that you know might make the adjustment a little harder? Like what are some of the things where you're like, okay, like that's actually like a little tough here or a little challenging? Yeah. And you can still frame it in positive terms if we want to keep this a commercial. But yeah, just kind of like let's shine a light on both sides.
Yeah, no, there's tons of things that are challenging about the space too, especially, you know, coming from a large company like Facebook or any company that's larger. There's a lot of differences that can be challenging. The first one that I think is most obvious, or at least I experienced, was just like the completely async nature of how projects and work get done. You know, at Facebook, I was going into an office multiple times a week and seeing people face to face and having candid conversations. But here it's like you need to drive things forward with people across the world. I work with people in New Zealand, Brazil, Germany, US, everywhere. So just really being able to push projects forward in a completely async manner like that is definitely challenging if you haven't experienced that before. The other thing too is just like really getting comfortable with the tools as well that need to be used async to push things forward. Notion, I had no exposure to prior to going to Protocol Labs. I use it every single day, multiple times now. Yeah, Slack, Discord, Twitter, everything that is just like really sort of central to this space that, you know, I didn't utilize on a regular basis at Facebook or any of my previous companies is also definitely a hurdle. I'd say the other thing too, or the third thing is at a company like Facebook, or again, traditional companies, projects have sort of like longer life cycles. It's generally like, okay, there's 3 to 4 months of planning. There's a month of like getting stakeholder buy-in from everybody involved. And then finally, after 6 months, you can ship something. At Protocol Labs, and I know this is the case at other companies that we partner with in this space too, it's sort of the traditional startup mentality that if you're not like embarrassed by the first thing that you shipped, you waited too long to ship it. So it's very much like pushing things out the door and getting projects done as soon as possible to have something to work with, as opposed to waiting until something is like completely polished. And I think that sort of like startup mentality or like builder mentality, you know, if someone's worked in traditional Web 2 startups, they're going to have that. But for people like me that are coming from larger companies, was definitely a learning curve, but is also what supercharged my learning here. Like I mentioned earlier, Lucas, it's been great to be able to jump in and sort of take on as many different projects, and the scope of things that I've worked on has been really incredible. So that's 3 things that I would note.
Well, awesome. Thanks for sharing that. And Zheng, same question for you. What are, you know, as a developer, maybe specifically in the engineering space, right? Like beyond kind of the meta comment of coordination, things like, what are some of the challenges in coding with Web3 technology, right? Like one of the things that I could imagine, but I'll let you speak to it, is like the fact that a lot of the tools are underdeveloped or undeveloped, right? So you're like constantly hitting like black spots on the map, and you're like, oh, like I wish somebody had built this. I guess not. So I'm curious, like what are some of the frustrations that you encounter when you join a space that, you know, is growing, accelerating, and you know, like seeing this tremendous momentum, but is still early, right? So like from an engineering perspective, from a developer perspective, what are some of the frustrations that you're seeing?
So if you ask any developer's frustration, it will be like documentation. There's no documentation about things, and that's true, very true in Web3. even in Web2 tools, like people don't document, because I used to write those documents. It doesn't have everything in it. But I was warned by this before I joined. So I spoke to Ali, which is another developer advocate who joined Filecoin just a few months before me. And she says, "Wow, all the tools are clunky, rusty, and they're new. It doesn't have everything. It's not like developing in with mature tools in Web3." And I know that. And one of the amazing things in Web3 is if it's missing, if the equivalence is missing, you can go and build it. And people often give you money funding to actually build it, as long as it has some real value. The challenge I have is learning, right? Learning speed is just not enough. You need to get things down. Thank God there's async work only, like here. I don't have a lot of meetings. I reduced from like having 10 meetings a day in my previous job, like getting nothing done, but just talking and coordinating things, to like nearly like 1 or 2 meetings a day. And I have a bunch of time to do focus time. So my productivity has improved a lot as a developer advocate, as someone in DevRel. But learning takes a lot of time. I need to contribute about 1 to 2 hours, just like heads down, learning about projects that I have heard in conferences and in general news. Keep following with their updates, and also learning technology. I'm still reading Filecoin specification. I haven't finished that yet, and I need to know that like the back of my hand. So that's the challenge I have. But at the same time, like in this job, I've never been so well trained. After I started, I had about 1 month self-paced learning, and then I joined the Protocol Labs Network Launchpad program, which was a 6 weeks, pretty much a full-time training program. And I flew to Amsterdam to have co-location week with the people who I learned together, and that was the best experience of my life. One of the books, working in Web3 is a very unique experience, work experience-wise. It's I enjoyed it very much, but it could be strange to someone. There's one book written by Nadia Edbol, I think that's the last name, and the book is called Working in Public. The book was mainly talking about working in open source community and how to deal with difficult or colorful developers around the world. There are a lot of challenges in Web3, I think is very similar to this. I'll close that at that point and allow other topics to go on.
Great. And I love that, like while we were trying to shine a light on some of the difficulties, still I heard something like was the best experience of my life. So anyways, like we're doing our best. I think like one thing that I'll add is like I come from an organization that was like very hierarchical in a way. And honestly, I kind of I liked it. I didn't think like there's a lot of benefits to that, right? You can move fast, you can make decisions fast, and things just happen. They might happen the wrong way, but they happen. I think in Web3, you have, and maybe like I'll reference these like graph structures, right? Like you have a lot organizationally, you have what looks like a directed acyclic graph where one, like, a daughter of something can have multiple parents organizationally, right? So like Jenks worked for the Filecoin Foundation, which is a different legal entity than the legal entity that I work for. Still, Jenks and I interface a lot, like, frequently during the week. So it adds an interesting dynamic where people from different organizations, sometimes with somewhat different cultures and different expectations, come together and need to kind of almost like negotiate a working model on a very frequent basis. So you can't just be like, hey, I work at this company and I kind of know what's going on. No, like you're constantly renegotiating who spends their time on what. And I think that's like one of the other challenges that I definitely see, but that are also kind of fun to work through. Yeah, it's like a two sides of the coin. Cool. I would love.
It was definitely an experience to report to someone that is outside of my organization. Like I've never had that before. Michelle is in Protocol Labs, and you're in Protocol Labs, and I work with you quite a bit. One of the things that I have a really good manager, Michelle Lee, is awesome. And this is not brown nosing because she's not even in this meeting at all. One of the things that she said to me after repetitively asking for permission to do stuff. And she says, yeah, Jenks, stop asking for permissions. As long as your core target is finished, you can get involved in anything. I was like, wow, this is good. I don't know about Ian, like, did you have that moment coming from a big corporation before where you need to get like 7 people approval to go for a business trip?
100%. The basically exact same thing happened for me joining Protocol Labs, where it was just, refreshing to, not have to cut through all the red tape to get stuff done, and just like, go forth and make it happen. So it was really refreshing to work in the environment here.
Cool. Awesome. Well, I think this is, I don't know, I find it helpful. I hope it's helpful for folks out there. I don't think I'll keep us around much longer. What I would love to hear from both of you is like maybe a few resources, right? And that can be places to go, like actually go and look, right? Like what's a website that you should go and check out? What's a book that you should read? What's a podcast that you should listen to? Or something just like very specific. Next steps, like after this call, if I'm like, hey, that does kind of sound interesting, I'd like to explore some opportunities here. Like what are maybe 2 or 3 resources very specifically that you would recommend to check out after this call?
Yeah.
And I'll start with you, Ian.
Awesome. I think the first one that I definitely want to plug, Jenks actually referenced, which is our Launchpad program here at Protocol Labs. We have cohorts going off throughout the entire year, 6-week program, supercharging people's knowledge and Web3 and specifically our ecosystem or network. And honestly, like every single cohort, we make more and more improvements to it, more and more cool aspects to it. So definitely, if you're interested in that, you can reach out to me. We have postings on our site. There's a website for it. Hit me up on Twitter, LinkedIn, or anywhere, and I'm more than happy to chat about it and get you in touch with the right people to potentially be considered for it. But yeah, that Launchpad program is really awesome, and it not only connects you to opportunities at Protocol Labs, but also, as you guys were talking about the collaboration of this space, our whole network of companies that build in our space. So I think there's like 50 companies plugged in right now, but we plug in 10 to 15 more for every single cohort. In terms of like other resources, I guess I'll call out one that I like recently have found really interesting. A16Z has a new podcast that's like specific to blockchain, Web3, crypto. They've had, I think, 3 episodes, and each of them have been like super, super informative for me to listen to. But a lot of the other ones I listen to, it's like just more one-off episodes where I'll see someone on Twitter post like, oh, this one's really informative with these 2 people, and I'll listen to that. But I guess A16Z's recent crypto podcast is one that I have really enjoyed, so I'd recommend that too.
Cool, great. So a podcast and kind of like the job spot and the Launchpad. For maybe let me just plug there. If you go to hackathons.filecoin.io and you go to the section that's called post-hackathon opportunities, you will find links to both information about the Launchpad program as well as the job spot that Ian was describing. So I encourage you to check that out. And Jenks, over to you. We already heard the book tip for working in public to kind of like get a little bit of a sense for what's going on. What are some other resources that you would recommend?
I'm a big podcast listener, like before I had children, and now I have no time to listen to podcasts. But thankfully, I do fly business trips sometimes, so I have plenty of time to finish audiobooks and stuff while on an airplane. One of the things, the gateway podcast for me to crypto and Web3 world is Bankless. And they have a segments called roll-ups, which are really good. It was like a flash news for Web3. So from there, I used to not understand 80% or even 90% of what they're talking about. And then I learn, right? Every day you spend 1 or 2 hours. What's this project? What does that do? And where are they at? And to now, like I can understand there's only probably about 20% of things that I don't understand. So that's a good way to learn. Apart from the working in public, which is about ways of working in Web3, the Infinite Machine is talking about how Ethereum is funded, the stories, the good parts, and also the not so good parts. That was good, very educating, and it talked about so many projects that are very famous in the history of Web3 world. Filecoin was talked about as well, and very in a very impartial way. The Crypto King is another book that talks about Coinbase and how they started. And in that book, they refer to a few projects financially related too. And to close on this is I'm going to give you advice, which is going to be either the best career advice you'll hear or you'll forget right after this panel, is don't change yourself for a job, but find a job that suits you. Be choosy and absolutely selfish to you. Because if you find a job that energizes you, if you find a job that you really like, then you don't feel like working. And that's what I have been feeling like for the last 2 jobs, and including this one as well. Which is getting into DevRel. This is a space where technical meets kind of business skills together and community skills and marketing together. And I've been not feeling like working for, honestly, like for six years or so. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you for both for kind of sharing those tips. And since you're both like too humble to mention yourselves, I'm going to do it, right? So you have Ian and you have Jenks sitting right here, and you know, they are available on Twitter, on Discord, etc. So please do reach out to them. Same applies for me. We are here to kind of support you in whatever, you know, way your journey may take you, right? If you want to start your own company, and we talked about the opportunities around that earlier, and then also, you know, your personal growth goals. So super exciting to hear that from you about those opportunities. I think we'll just kind of close out there. I have one thing that I heard earlier that Juan said, which was like figure out how to accelerate your own learning pace, which I think is great advice. I hadn't heard it, and I think that's really key. And like, what does it specifically mean, right? Because Ian also said it, there is a lot of noise in the space. Like, just connect with people and ask that you trust and think that they have something valid to say, and they will be able to direct you, right? So you don't reinvent the wheel. There have been people who have been in this space and like trying to make sense of it for a while. Just reach out to them, use them as signposts, and help them navigate through this space. With that, like, thanks so much, Ian and Jenks, for joining the panel and sharing some of your perspectives and insight. And I'll hand it back over to Jacob. Thanks so much.
And awesome. Big thank you to Lucas too for leading the panel and as a moderator, and for all the help that Lucas also had in playing a role in this entire summit. So I really appreciate the help there. And thanks, Ian and Jenks. Awesome. Love your ideas and your thoughts in the space. So thank you so much for being here.
You bet. My pleasure.
All right. And with that, we have come to the end of the summit for HackFS kickoff. So, you know, I wanted to say, you know, big thank you to everybody who came out and both watched, but then also all of our speakers and everybody who was involved in any way making this happen. Everything you saw today is already recorded and available if you want to keep watching after this is over. If you missed a talk, we're also going to chop up all the talks into individual talks over the next couple of days, and those will be available to you on our YouTube channel, just youtube.com/ETHGlobal. And yeah, I mean, happy hacking. Of course, this was the kickoff for HackFS, which is a 2.5-week hackathon that we're running as ETHGlobal with the Protocol Labs team. Really excited to see what everybody builds. We've 850 plus hackers building. It's the biggest one we've ever had for HackFS. So cannot wait to see all the amazing projects that are built and what you can do when redefining the future of the internet. So thank you so much for attending, and looking forward to seeing you on the next summit. Cheers.